Hey, everybody, what's up? Welcome to the beginning of stream. Change of vibe completely. Oh, super intense battle music! And then I show up. Oh, hello everyone. It's time for some soft and somber melodies. We are going to massage your Saturday into something comfy cozy. Anyway, this is Final Fantasy VII Remake soundtrack. Yo, let's get it soft and somber up in here. Right now. Ow. It was an ow because I hurt myself. Welcome to the beginning of stream, one and all. God, Final Fantasy VII Remake was so good, and then they made Final Fantasy VII second thingy, and then I don't even know. I was just super confused by Remake, Retrograde, what was it called? Retrograde? And then Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2 is officially called Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which is more confusing. Is it Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2 Rebirth? Is that the full title? Like, what do you actually call it? I think that's officially called Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, but that's going to be way more confusing to people who never played the original game, like me. Because if I saw that, I would have assumed that it was another not Part 2. Like, I would have assumed it was a separate entity, sort of like, because they have like 3 separate Final Fantasy VII things coming out, don't they? Which is making it even more confusing. Isn't Squeenix milking it and like adding like a phone game and like Ever Crisis and like a free-to-play? Isn't that free-to-play, I think? There's like 3 total games. But they have the Final Fantasy VII title. And you're supposed to just know which one is the sequel to what I think is my favorite RPG of the last few years. I thought Remake was stellar. Anyway. Good soundtrack too. Just solid all the way through. The battle theme, I think, is one of my favorite single battle themes of any game. That was the intro song. Yo, what's up? Hello, chatters. Welcome to another edition of the super secret special Saturday stream. I am your late host, but I'm here because I had to get clean. Midas is cozying in for a nap now, enjoying himself. And there's going to be a part 3 for the remake. Yeah, Final Fantasy VII was sort of, not unique necessarily, but it was one of few games originally on the PlayStation that had multi-discs. How many discs? Or how... Okay. I started typing how many disc, and here are the suggested results from Google. Number 1, how many disciples did Jesus have? Aw. How many discs are in your back? How many discs are in Minecraft? How many Discworld books are there? How many Discord users are there? None of those. How many PS1 games had multiple discs? Okay, so, I guess it was more than 50, and I'm stupid, and I've erased this from my memory. I thought that it was more rare than that. Granted, when you say 50, that's 50 out of 3,061 PlayStation games. Okay, so I mean, it's a relatively small quantity of games compared to every PlayStation 1 game that ever released, but 50 is still more than I would have guessed. But yeah, it was in a multi-disc jewel case. Like, can you... some of you are in the generation that has never used a disc for a game. Is that true? Like, is anybody out there right now in chat never once input a disc into a console or a computer? Let's get a different song on. This one's creepy. Now we're talking. Oko says yes. Zoomers mod check. Are those kinds of people old enough to be on Twitch? I have, yes. I think some of you misunderstood the question, and that's okay. It's Twitch chat. I understand perfection is not an ideal that you strive for often. Because I asked, is there anyone in chat who has never used a disc in a console or computer? And you guys said, I have. Yeah. That's not one of the possible answers. I have too. Even today, people use disc for PS4. No, the PS5, the default PS5 has no disc. 0 discs. And soon there won't be any. There will be many people who never use a disc ever, because we don't play PC games on disc anymore at all. Unless you're doing it for some, like an old game that you can't get a copy of somewhere else. And that's going to be consoles soon too. But I have not used a PC game disc. I have the last versions of the games that I played on disc, and it was SWOTOR, okay? SWOTOR was about the last game that I got on disc. And that was December 2011. So it's been 11 years since I probably last... Okay, that's since I last obtained one, but like going on a decade now. So if you're a PC-only gamer, you could be 10 or 15 even and have never used a disc, because you didn't have to get disc games even in 2011. Hi chat, Nita, what's up, Rare Specimen? Welcome beginning a stream, people, Rivers. I think the last game I got on disc is Zelda Twilight Princess. I started out with Switch, like, oh, I want to have physical copies of all these things. And then my physical cartridge of Pokemon Omega Ruby just didn't work anymore. And I was like, well, nowhere is safe. If I get all my games online, eventually hard drives will corrupt, or the servers will stop offering downloads. Or, if I get the physical copies, those are eventually just going to be corrupted as well, reminding me of our own frail mortal coil and the constant drive towards entropy. Everything is finite. It's okay for everything to be finite. It's okay for entropy to win. Can it just wait until after I'm dead? I just want my, I want my games to work for as long as I have them. That's all I'm saying. I'm not asking for a lot. I just need all of my objects and worldly possessions to just last as long as I do. I'm just some meat sack. Why do I have more endurance than silicon? Okay, we need to make better androids, neural nets, artificial intelligence, robots to replace humans. That's why you gotta host your own RAID 5 server in your garage. It takes up 60% of your energy bill. I could probably recite what 4x, the 4 X's of 4x stand for before I could tell you what all the different raid arrays are. Like, if you throw raid and then put a number afterward, I'm like, I have no idea which one that is, but I will just make an assumption. Oh yeah, name every X. Etalyx, Etalyx. Need I go on? Expand, explore, exterminate, and extemporaneous speaking. Hang on. Explore, expand, exterminate, and expound upon your example until you get -2. Did I not say exploit? Expand, explore, exploit. I don't know what one I did say. Exfoliate. Chat's confusing me. XCOM. Exterminate. Exit. Exploit, explore, expand, exterminate. See, here's the thing. I think that 4x, this is a hot take. I think 4x is a redundant phrase. Because, well, I guess it's not. But I was gonna, okay, explore is unique, but I feel like expand and exploit are the same thing. And so, actually, expand and exterminate are usually the same thing, too. I guess unless there's a neutral empty ground in between. You don't have to exterminate, I guess, but you can. Alright, fine. I'll take it back. Why is it not called 4E? Is that a Dungeons and Dragons rule set? I don't know which one that is. What's up, beginning of stream subs? Thanks, Music of Hair, for coming back for 41 months. Music of Hair is joined by Dark and Cito, says, hey, Ethel and Chad, hope you're doing okay. I am doing okay. I'm more than okay. I got coffee. I got a RIBworld blog post ×2 to check out today. And I've got chat to keep me entertained. Okay? Because you guys think you turn on streams like, oh, dance streamer, say something funny, do something. And I'm like, I'm bored. I'm just going to turn on stream and let the hive mind, collective consciousness, entertain me. They're just going to start breaking out into random dance. They'll say E. They'll write other memes. Who knows what they'll do? It's unpredictable. Gumby Oak, thanks for 43rd month. Appreciate the $5 sub. Welcome back. Dag says, even Zoomers are too old for digital only. That's like actual toddlers. Sure, but like, we're going to eclipse that soon. Because the Zoomers probably haven't used floppies. Like, that's the classic, like, oh, does any other millennial remember floppy disks? Right? CDs are next. The only reason that people still know what CDs are, other than their consoles, is basically that none of us can afford brand new cars, so we're still driving like 10 to 15-year-old hunks of junk that still have CD trays. That's the save icon. Yeah, that's the other side of that joke. Floppy disk. Oh, you mean the save icon? My car still has a tape deck in it. See, tape deck's better though, because if you have a tape deck, then you can direct connect with just a little cable to your phone if your car is too old for Bluetooth. If you have a CD tray or CD drive, you can't do that. Like, I have a CD, but not a tape player, so I'm just out of luck. It's like, well, listen to the radio. Never mind, the antenna's busted. What's up, Dag? Chihuahua says, people popcorn discourse. Oh man, the soundtrack is a solid soundtrack choice. By the way, if you're on, if you have Spotify and you just want to listen to some video game songs, I recommend this. It's just a playlist of a whole bunch of different video game soundtracks, and you can just be like, oh, that's on Spotify, and then go to the whole album. This is where I've been getting a lot of mine. And a lot of these you can listen for free on YouTube as well, but it's nice to have just a list of a bunch of different soundtracks to pick from. But thanks, Chihuahua. Resilient says, original Modern Warfare 2 is my last disc. That's too old. Xbox 360. Going way back. I love that you have to specify original Modern Warfare 2 as well. I enjoy that Call of Duty is just like, I don't know what other types of war that we should make video games on. What if we just made the games that we already made, but again? I don't know what the most current Call of Duty is. I have no idea. Next COD game. It's actually Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Which version, which one is, hang on. Modern Warfare 2. This, like, squared. Didn't that come out like 10 years ago? That's what I'm saying. They're like doing them again. They're just like, we ran out of wars. So they just looped it. They got to the edge of the screen and then appeared on the other side. Because, yeah, they announced Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 in like May. Is it gonna be this like a new campaign or the same campaign as in the original? But didn't they remake the old one too? I'm so dude, I'm lost. Like, is it the same characters? It's a new campaign. COD Modern Warfare 2 Remake. No, they didn't do a Modern Warfare 2 remake. They did a Modern Warfare remake, right? They did Modern Warfare Remastered, which is not the same as their Call of Duty Modern Warfare was a 2019 video game. Okay, so they made Call of Duty Modern Warfare again in 2019, but then they made Call of Duty Modern Warfare Remastered, which was a 2016 first-person shooter that was a remake of the original one, which itself was November 5th, 2007. They did a Modern Warfare 2 campaign remaster as well, but it was just the campaign. They just remake the two most successful games over and over. Hands up if you kept the thread of what he's talking about. Okay. Let me put... Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare, was released in 2007. Then they remade the game with a remaster. Like, update the graphics in like 2016. But then they were like, what if we just made a game that was set in Modern Warfare called Call of Duty Modern Warfare? Has the exact same name, but isn't a remake. It's just a different game set in the same time frame. So they did that, but then they did the same thing for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, which is an older game from the late 2000s. And then remastered it with the same campaign and then created a new game, which is coming out in October, that has the same name. Break out Microsoft Paint for this one. This is more confusing than a discussion about rocketry yesterday. MS Paint timeline. Anyway, I don't know if they know what they're doing, because let me just look at mainline COD games. Call of Duty as a series. What was it? I used to love Call of Duty. If you're wondering why I care, because if you're like, why do you even care? You never played COD on this channel. That's true. But I played the original Call of Duty in 2003. I played United Offensive. I played Finest Hour. I played COD 2. I played Big Red 1. I played COD 3 on Xbox 360, and I used to take my Xbox 360 over to my cousin's house. And my cousin's parents, my aunt and uncle, had like a big TV, and my uncle was super into audio, like audiophile, and had my first ever experience with surround sound. And I'd go over to their house. I would make them let me use the TV because they can't say no, because it's like there's not a good reason. It's like we're not using the TV. If I say no, I'm just kind of a dick. Like I'm just being mean for no reason. So I guess you can use our cool big TV. I was over at their house anyways all the time, but I would turn the sound up because it's a war game. There's explosions and like sniper fire, and like the subwoofer was shaking the whole house probably, while I'm just up there like, yes, yes, and then everyone else in the family is just like, oh my god, please go home, please go home. He's just playing Call of Duty again. I thought it was the coolest thing. And then I played COD 4, of course. That was Modern Warfare 1. Then I played World at War in 2008. Then Modern Warfare 2 is the one everyone remembers. And that's about when I stopped. I played a little bit of Black Ops, but I pretty much stopped. So yeah, I'm just confused. Okay, here's the last 7 years of games. They did Call of Duty Black Ops 3. Call of Duty Infinite Warfare, and that's when they started doing like future stuff, and people got upset in like Black Ops and Infinite Warfare. They didn't like wall running, so they're like, fine, we'll go back to World War II. So they did like Call of Duty World War II in 2017. Then they're like, well, we got 3 teams making Call of Duty at the same time. So Black Ops 4, because they still had zombies, and then Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2019, which is different. Then they did Warzone. Warzone was pretty popular for a while. And then they did Black Ops Cold War Vanguard, which I have no idea. Like that totally, I couldn't even tell you what year that's set in. And then Modern Warfare 2 is this year. God, there's one every year. Every year. It's crazy. Yeah, Titanfall was a different game. That was a whole different thing. Not the same lineup at all. Vanguard was last year and one of the worst. And there was a mobile one, which I have no clue how that is going either. Anyway, enough of that. Blame Resilient for getting me sidetracked on this. Mossy Kokobi, thanks for 61 months, dude. Appreciate the sub. Flapjack is people arriving as well for almost 2 years. Hi, Flapjack. And James W. Big Mac for 57. Hi, everybody. Okay, so here's the plan today. The plan is waste time, which I'm already doing very effectively. However, we're going to check out the RIBworld biotech previews in a second. And just kind of take some time, look over the new features, see what's coming down the pipe. Because the big thing is the release date's announced. And thank God, I am so excited. I was basically just running around the house yelling earlier because it's coming out October 21st. And I wasn't jumping for joy because there's a release date. I was jumping for joy because it wasn't on the same day as Victoria 3, thank God. So, we can take a deep breath and exhale because we have less than a week until Biotech releases. So we're going to be playing it very soon. It comes out in 6 days. What would you have done if they both came out on the same day? I don't know. I don't have to think about that anymore. I don't have to come up with the game plan. So, this week is going to be a little funky because my plan is to go into streamer super grind mode as of Friday. So we're going to be taking some funky days off this week because I'm planning on just streaming. Friday is the 21st. That's when the RimWorld DLC comes out. So we're just going to be streaming Friday, Saturday, Sunday will just be all RimWorld. 3 days in a row, at least. And then, like, Monday or Tuesday, depending on how access to Victoria 3 works, because the release date is Tuesday. Sometimes Paradox releases a streaming embargo earlier than that. So might be doing Victoria 3 on, like, Monday or Tuesday. And then we're just going to be alternating, depending on how both games are going. We're just going to be playing only RimWorld and Victoria 3 for that entire week. And no, it's not going to be necessarily evenly balanced either. It's just going to be one of those, it'll be one of those two things for basically the foreseeable future. And it's going to be just marathon sesh. So if you're one of those people that gets burnt out easily, too bad. These events only happen once every 2 years. And it's not like you're not already burnt out on things. I just got, like, I have been obviously very excited for both of these releases, and I am just going to hop on board the hype train and choo-choo out of here. 144 hours of RimWorld and Vicky 3 straight. Can't wait to lose sleep on the new RIBworld DLC. We're also going to start, I would assume, early on that Friday. So it won't be like the 4 o'clock like it is now. So if you are working on Friday, you might miss some character creator and patch note reading. Because we will at least go back over the patch notes and see the official release notes. Kind of prepare ourselves mentally for the vanilla changes. Because I have not been playing the beta branch or the unstable at all. I cannot wait 6 days, Tynan. Please, release it now! I'm glad it's only 6 days. I like the way that they do their releases also. Didn't I call 2 weeks? When did Biotech actually get announced? Because I said it would probably be 2 weeks from the announcement date. Let me see. Biotech was announced on the 5th. And 2 weeks from the 5th is the 19th. So it was 2 weeks plus 2 days. Basically, close enough. But yeah. Good thing Etel swore off of going outside. I've already been outside enough this month. I went outside the day before yesterday. But because of the release date of these two games, there is one casualty of war, and that is October spooky games. No spooky games. The spookiness will be how infatuated we are with RimWorld and Vicky 3. We'll try to get at least one more zombie sesh in this week. Me and Avid can find some good time. Because I know he's very excited about RimWorld stuff too. November is spooky month now. You could just play as blood-sucking vampires in RimWorld. I don't know what we're gonna play. I have no idea. I'm just gonna have to see where the vibes are on release day and how ideology sort of weaves into it, because that's another thing I'm really curious about, is how ideology is gonna be entangled, because it's going to be they're gonna have a lot of overlap. Yo, bro, how much can you bench? Bro, I can warm a bench like nobody's business. Like, I could sit on that thing and it would be warm within 5 minutes, probably. I could sit on the bench the whole time, actually, because as a streamer, I tend to sit for like 8 hours at a time. No, like bench press, like Gutenberg? Gutenberg. That's too spicy. Just got here and from the road. What's the release date? The 21st. We got 6 days. Your time is ticking right now. Okay. Let's take a look. Jump in here. It's coming up fast. So we're gonna look at the older preview first. Okay. This is not the one that released today. So we're gonna, I told you I was saving the second preview for when the next one came out, and I'm holding to my word. So we're just gonna chew on 2 separate blog posts and kind of see what's going on here. Give me that sweet text. I thought I missed this. It's been 30 minutes. What were you guys talking about? 2 things, KJ. Have you ever seen my stream before? Second of all, we're in the just chatting category. So we've been just chatting. You know? I am actually doing the content that the category says that I'm doing. For once. But speaking of content, I did say yesterday on stream that I was probably going to do some more Brotato today, but here's the thing. Twitch disconnected the stream last night, and I'm sort of upsetty about that because I wasn't done, and I don't like having the rug pulled out from under me. And because RIBworld is releasing in T-minus 6 days, and I mentioned we're going to have some weird... Like, I'm definitely taking off Thursday in anticipation of RIBworld Friday. And I'm probably going to be off tomorrow because I need like 1 weekend rest day. So this might be a rogue 2 or 3 day off week coming up. Because once RIBworld releases and Vicky 3 releases, there's no free time. I'm probably just going to stream like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, at least. Starting on the 21st and just going ham. So I'm just going to take a few days off to build up for that. He has to charge his gaming meter. So because of that, if I don't finish Terra Invicta today, I have to uninstall it as a failure. I wouldn't uninstall it, but I have to stop streaming it as a total failure. So after we take our sweet time looking at RIBworld Biotech, we're going to go in with a fresh brain. We've got ships in the oven, and the ships are going to get printed out, and we're going to pretty much spend most of our time just figuring out how to do combat, because yesterday we paved the way, and it should be, like, the ships are already being built, fresh-baked ships, and combat is a whole thing. Because I'm going to have to sit there and, like, actually pour over the ship commands and stuff, and I'm very excited about that because I've been looking forward to combat for a while. And we might even like look at a video or something just to show you what I'm talking about, because I think when people are like, oh, it's a space grand strategy game, Terra Invicta, cool, is it just going to be Stellaris where you spend all this time waiting for research, and then when your ships are finally built you just throw your blob into their blob and see who has the higher number? but it's not. It's actually like, you know how you know how sometimes we play grand strategy games and people are like, damn, I wish every time that we had combat, it would zoom in and there would be like I want like a second game on top of this game. I wish that there was like an XCOM-esque strategy simulation. That's basically what the ship fighting in Terra Invicta is. It's like a second game. Like Total War, yeah. So I've just been itching to get to that point, and it takes forever to get there, and I refuse to drop the campaign before I've at least seen it and tried it. So we're going to try and finish that today, this time with a fresh brain. Because we've already done all the heavy lifting with the shipbuilding yesterday. Now we just have to get the ships. I don't even care if mine are the ones that explode. I just want to see pew-pews and fireworks, and that's what we're going to do. But anyway, without further ado, let me blow this up a little bit. A little bit more. Okay. And then I need like a second version of this that I can switch between. Let me paste. Okay. And then reset. Boop. Okay. Now I can swap between these. Perfect. Weren't you meant to build a ship and run away to a new galaxy? Yes. Turns out the other galaxy is very far away. So the reason we have to blow up an alien in Terra Invicta is to reverse engineer their technology to figure out how they got to our solar system so we can use it to get to a different solar system. We're just going to use cheat codes. Copy the aliens' homework. Why must everything release now? Havoc! It's always like this! Summers, nothing. Once you start getting into the holidays, I feel like November, December, January, February is like games. Except December, like I would say in December it's a lull, but then January, February, indies always come out. At least in my experience. I feel like summers have always been slow. They always got to release them right before December. But it's a beautiful thing. What's up, dude? Welcome to stream. All right, chat. Let's get, what music do you guys want to listen to? I like the Final Fantasy VII soundtrack. That one's tasty, but let's get something like a different vibe. What do we want to read patch notes to? And don't say the RIBworld soundtrack. Mechanicus. We're not gonna read patch notes to Mechanicus. How about... Let me see if anything grabs me. It's because biotech. I mean, it's not unreasonable. No FTL, no Civ. Civ soundtrack is like royalty-free music anyways, half the time. Okay, not the new Civs, but the old Civs are. I want to listen to Gris, but I always get copyright muted when I listen to Gris. Mass Effect menu music. I'm actually possibly feeling just some good banjo, like, space banjo. Death Stranding. Death Stranding actually has a original game soundtrack, and the non-original game soundtrack. I'm thinking about maybe Outer Wilds. I think it's either Outer Wilds or... This has nothing to do with biotech. I'm just sort of in the mood for it. Sorry to debate you with Outer Wilds. Okay, anyway. There we go. You'll hear it in a second. Where are we? Biotech. We're starting with preview number 2, then going to preview number 3. I like that they made every different person write a different blog post. So, we got combat mechs, pollution, and super mech bosses. Starting with, so we already looked at number 1. Number 1 covered the non-combat mechs and the service mechs that you can build. They made them write blog posts. They were like, we gotta write 7 blog posts. So get on that. Biotech introduces 3 new commander mechs to fight, defeat these super deadly enemies, and harvest special mech chips from their smoking husks to advance your mech technology. You can provoke super mechs into attacking your colony using signaler devices, but be prepared. Each mechanoid commander drops a different mechanoid chip. The first time you acquire each type of chip, you'll unlock a new tier of mech research. Mechanoid chips are also used as resources to produce top-tier mechanoids and mechanitor upgrades. With enough chips, you can power up your humble mechanitor into an unstoppable mech lord. Okay, show me. Hercules. So the guy with the visor, Sebastian, I think is. So the blue ones are friendly. The ones with no names are unfriendly. In this example, there's so much going on. Their entire base is on fire. This base is super dead, by the way. And it's not even close. Unless there's a ton of colonists off screen. Their whole base is made out of wood here. Their food resources are on fire. It is super heated in here unless enough wall breaks down that it's considered outside. They have all their entire like industrial facilities on fire, as well as one of the colonists who's helping defend. I think that the action shots for the blogs are so cute. You know, they're so nice. And I don't mean this as an insult. It's so innocent. It's just like, you're fighting with no cover. Like, the only reason that this fight should be happening here the way that it is for a screenshot, basically. Because if this were any actual RimWorld game, bare minimum, there would be like door hold open and people using the door as cover. But it's just everybody's outside. Everybody's just having a good time. No meta, no strategy. It's just scythers versus scythers and people in marine armor. Poor Silver isn't close enough to anybody to actually shoot with the chain shotgun. There's still colonists inside, unless they're just pacifists, I guess. They've got 20 mech serums on the left. Yeah. Looks like you can stack 2 things on a shelf now. Actually 3, and that's part of the vanilla update. It doesn't have anything to do with actually the DLC. That's gonna be... This is going to be vanilla shelves from now on. There's a research bench outside. This looks almost auto-generated. I don't think this was outside. I think the walls burned down. Because, yeah, there probably were walls here based on the location of the wire. But then again, the wire's just on the ground. That food isn't even refrigerated. It is. It's just on fire. Oh, wow. Look at the stage of technology that we're in, and you still have a butcher table in the same room as the cooking stove? Tisk, tisk, tisk. Think about all of the extra dirty food that's gonna give everybody upset tummies. I'm just being like a bastard. Like if this were actually someone's colony. Okay, where were we? We created super mechanoid enemies to add meaningful milestones to mech progression. They're talking about mechanoid commanders. So you have to provoke the super mechs to attack the colony with signals. And then if you kill them, you get chips. And you can collect the chips to make top tier mechs and Mechanitor upgrades for your pawns. Okay. We created them to add meaningful milestones to mechanoid progression. While research is fine for most advancements, we wanted Mechanitors to feel different. Progression is actively earned by overcoming tougher and tougher challenges instead of research alone. We added tons of new controllable mechanoids, brain implants, buildings, and gear to each tier of mechanoid tech to make progression extra rewarding. You'll be able to fight mechanoid commanders at your own speed. Unlike other challenges in RIBworld that scale as your colony grows wealthier, super mechanoid enemies scale with the number of times you call them. Oh, thank God. Okay, I was wondering how that was gonna work, actually. This allows you to tackle them early on to beef up your tech, or wait and carefully prepare your colony for the big fights. Thank God it doesn't scale with wealth. That's gonna be so much better, so that you have to keep fighting the next challenge rung in order to, like, if you wait a long time to start, you'll be getting baby tech, but you'll be more advanced almost in the tech that you'll be winning from them, and you just work your way up. This is still going to be terrifying to summon these guys, just because you summon them and they blow up your colony. And for me, who basically plays self-imposed Iron Man, it's going to be like, goodbye colony. So it's going to feel much more terrifying to call them in than it would for anybody else. Because anybody else would just save, call them down, and be like, well, that's more than I expected. Reload save. I'll wait to do that until later. So I feel like these are scarier for me than they are for most players. Super mechanoids come with escort mechs of all other types to add combat power. Commanders bring a new escort every time they are called and require a different tactical approach for each engagement. We designed them to be as distinct from each other as possible, so each group is a new challenge. From swarming, sniping, scorching, super mechs have a huge range of combat styles. Let's look at the types, okay? That is the super mech. I don't like that big red ring. That's a scary ring. Cinnamon, I think you're not long for this world. I would just move Swell out of the way. Kind of wish Steam was smart enough to automatically scroll me down. The Diabolus. An ultra heavy mech with a high energy Hellsphere cannon. Made for siege breaking, its Hellsphere cannon takes time to charge up shots, but can melt concrete and vaporize bone. The Diabolus dissipates its waste power through a heat column mounted on its back, allowing it to produce massive fiery explosions as a defensive measure if surrounded at close range. No melee. This is an anti-melee mech. Oof, because melee is the best way to take care of centipedes. Basically, it's the best way to take care of any mech that's not a scyther. That is very spicy. While extremely powerful, the Diabolus lacks maneuverability, meaning you'll need to be fast and agile to defeat it. Keep your colonists moving to outpace its Hellsphere cannon, or distract it with cannon fodder. We're gonna need more fire foam. There are fire foam packs now. There are fire foam packs that are added to vanilla that people can actually carry with them. So that's actually a legit strategy probably now. Distracted with cannon fodder, you say. Prisoners that will never convert, you say. Precisely. I like where this is going. Okay, that looks really cool, though. War Queen, a terrifying mechanoid with a built-in mech gestator. The War Queen can gestate small war urchin combat mechs inside its massive carapace and deploy them into combat. Given time to build up numbers, a War Queen can overwhelm any opponent with dozens of war urchins. The War Queen demands respect. Failing to destroy it quickly could have devastating consequences as it grows its swarm and overruns your colony. I'm sorry, Lenny. Sorry, Raph. You guys weren't good enough. Okay, fun fact. Chat, look at this. Look at this mech. Take a mental picture of it right now. Okay? Are you taking a mental screenshot? That is the dog in the artwork. That is the doggo. I'll show you. That man is a giant. It has the little skin between the spikes. It has the little ears. It has the little, similar design. No, it's exactly the same. It's just that the artist, I think, scaled it down in order to... One of two things happens. Either the artist scaled it down to fit all the new content on the artwork, or there are baby queens. Because it's identical. It has the exact same like back spikes, back skin, the curvature of the cheeks. It has a little nose or the mouth tube. It's the same thing. That doesn't even look like March. But anyway, cool idea. And the Apocryton. The mysterious Apocryton is an intelligent commander mech and psychic warrior that harbors endless hatred for humanity. Not much is known about it, except its psychic powers poison the human mind with rage. Its weapon is hatred. This is gonna make psychic colonists even more vulnerable, because I bet it preys on psychic sensitivity. I feel like this one's gonna be very annoying. I feel like the weapon of choice is going to be mental snaps. And you're just gonna be fighting with your own colonists as they all snap one after the other. Combat mechs. Crush enemies and raiders with your own mechanoid army. Biotech lets you control hordes of killer mechs, all connected to your Mechanitor Overseer. Even death will not stop them. You can resurrect your destroyed mechanoids in gestator tanks. However, protecting your very mortal Mechanitor is crucial. Drafted combat mechs need to stay within range of their Overseer for receiving commands. While mechanoids can work autonomously at any distance, they can only be ordered to move or attack targets within their Mechanitor's range. Mechanoids that become severed from their Overseer risk defecting to hostile mech hives. Okay, too spooky. It looks cool. Where were we? Oh, sorry, we're right here. New mechs. The Militor. That's the one on the left, I guess. The cannon fodder of any sizable mech army. These small combat mechs are armed with a low-power mini shotgun. Roughly 4 feet tall, Militors lack the power, range, and toughness of senior combat mechs. However, they're cheap to gestate and maintain, making them the perfect swarmer. Scorcher is a close approach war mechanoid that specializes in incendiary attacks. Flame Burst has little reach, but once it closes on defenders, it can ignite and disrupt them with blasts of searing flame. Scorchers quickly turn firefights into firefights. These mechanoids start wildfires with ease and are especially effective against large groups of attackers or those taking shelter in flammable defenses. That doesn't sound like it helps us. That sounds like it helps bad guys. Legionary, a combat support mech with a wide-range bullet shield and long-range needle gun. Chat, I'm already gonna call it right now, okay? Aside from the pollution bit that summons insects, forget about those. There's gonna be a new meta. No more landmines. Scorcher mechs left inside of infestation areas with flammable hay floors. That way they can explode, start the wildfire, don't have to worry about stepping on mines. Calling it now. Legionary, combat support mech with a wide-range bullet shield and long-range needle gun. Legionnaires are excellent for defending long-range allies. Shields absorb incoming projectiles, allowing colonists and mechanoids to shoot out freely. Those are going to be so annoying to fight, but they sound fantastic to use. They're weak to melee, and their shield can be quickly broken with EMP. EMPs! The EMP stocks are taking a massive, massive climb for this DLC. Like, the first thing we're gonna do in our colony in terms of research is get some damn EMPs. And we're gonna have at least 4 of them. EMPs up. I'm gonna get EMP nades, EMP launchers, EMP mortars, all EMPs. But anyway, Legionary currently Legionary is my favorite one in terms of use. I like that one the most. I just like a mobile combat shield. Tesseron, a medium-range combat mech with a powerful sweeping beam grazer attack. Their gamma ray laser is powerful enough to ignite targets and can even pass through shields. Never mind, Legionary, you're fired. This lets Tesseron strike multiple foes from a safe distance and breach shielded enemies. However, Tesserons are unable to focus their lasers at close range, making them susceptible to fast-moving melee. I'm trying to think. Right now, Tesseron sounds the most powerful. Centurion, a nearly unstoppable ultra-heavy mech with a built-in shield bubble generator and point defense bulb turret capable of firing even while it's moving. Oh damn. The Centurion acts as a mobile defense platform. Its massive shield is one of the strongest among mechs, providing large numbers of allies with strong defense while allowing them to shoot outward. That's OP. I mean, that sounds amazing though. In addition to the new mechs, you'll be able to control the classic mechanoid types, pikemen, scythers, centipede, and lancers. With the right tech, you can even create your own super mechs, like the Diabolus in War Queen. You can make your own super mechs. 2 main goals with the combat mechs. First, we wanted to make more diversity in combat. Colonists are only human, which puts limitations on how diverse they can be in battle, whereas mechs have very exotic movement types, abilities, weapons, and tools. From swarms of cheap disposable gunners to slow-moving tanky tunnelers, and more tanky tunnelers, and shield-projecting defenders, mechanoids bring a ton of variety to the battlefield for more creative tactics. Okay. Second, we didn't want to entirely remove the human element from combat. Some of the most interesting RIBworld stories come from defending your colony or attacking another. By requiring mechanitors to fight alongside their mechs, we preserve the human element and the tension of facing down hostile mechs, pirate raids, and manhunter packs, and satisfy our sadism by forcing you to cry out in pain and curse Tynan's name every time your Mechanitor dies and severs the connection with all available mechs. Style your mechanoids with dozens of different colors to give them a personalized look and distinguish them from enemies. And yes, you can rename them. Not so sure how I feel about this. I don't know if I trust a Scyther to take care of my baby. The whole family is here. Me and my mechs. Charlie's just chilling in the corner. Yeah, but it's painted green. Is that a baby mech? Button. What's that mega-sized mech on the left? I think that's the Centurion. I would assume. Okay, where are we? Oh. We got Coco, Persephone. We got a little heart there. I think that's so. These are screenshots from the other thing. All right. Upgrades and pollution. By unlocking more powerful mech technology, gain access to a variety of Mechanitor upgrades, from neural implants to special armor. Here's an overview. Control Sublink is a neural implant that expands a Mechanitor's processing power, giving them additional control groups and increasing the work speed of labor mechs. A remote repairer lets a Mechanitor repair mechs at a distance. The user links with the mechanoid and psychically guides self-repair mechanites. Great for long distance and mid-combat repairs. He's into it. Remote Shielder, an implant that allows a Mechanitor to project a shield onto a friendly mech. Use this during critical moments to save your mechanoid. Mech Gestation Processor connects the Mechanitor directly to the gestator tanks to increase the speed of mechanoid production or resurrection. Just don't die. Repair Probe. The more mechs, the more repairs. Repair Probe implants substantially increase the repair speed of a Mechanitor. Most Mechanitor implants can be installed multiple times. There's a ton of room for progression to make an extremely powerful Mechanitor. However, power comes at a cost. High-level upgrades can only be made using high-tech chips from defeating supermechs. In addition to implants, Mechanitors have a wide variety of special gear. Headsets. Head-mounted comms computers increase the number of mechs that you can control. Mechanitor packs are control packs and bandwidth packs that allow Mechanitors more flexibility, like more bandwidth and control groups. And then Mech Commander and Mech Lord armor, the ultimate in Mechanitor gear. Power-assisted armor dramatically amplifies your bandwidth. All these mechs, they should have named it Mech Tech rather than rename the game to RIBworld. RIBworld is brave. They call it RIBworld because in spite of all of the mechs and machines that surround you, okay, your ribs are what make you human. You know? Like Adam and Eve. Remember your humanity. Eat ribs. Mechanoids make for powerful allies, but they come at a cost. Pollution. Creating and recharging mechs creates toxic waste packs. Unless they're frozen, these packs of toxic waste will eventually deteriorate and pollute nearby terrain. Even worse, if they're burned or damaged, they'll pop like a balloon and release deadly tox gas. Storing them close by may be convenient. But be careful. Mechanoids aren't the only source of pollution. Toxifier generators provide a steady supply of power but directly pollute the terrain around them. These generators are perfect for mech colonies that need plenty of cheap power. They made another power source. They made another power source. I called it. So long as you don't mind some toxic buildup. While a small amount of pollution is manageable, it can quickly get out of hand if you're not careful. Okay, so cheap power for a trade-off. Interesting. I like that. Let me see this. What are these, like, crab claw mechs? Those are some of the labor mechs, I think. Which thing is making the power? How did we get to Divinity Original Sin 2? Okay, back it up. We gotta find another soundtrack. Let's listen to... Okay. Chat, give me something that's a little bit more upbeat. But not, like, too demanding, too commanding. Tox, I noted the Scyther seems to be the only melee-focused combat mech still. Some of the labor mechs can do some melee. Returnal OST. That might be too much. Because isn't it spoopy? This is not upbeat. Spoopy. Maybe the boss fights. Risky Rain is too upbeat. Night in the Woods. Alright, we'll give it a try. Okay. Go with that. Pollution. So yeah, new power source. While mechanoids, of course, are immune to pollution, your colonists are not, depending on their genes, of course. Pollution makes living things sick. It poisons colonists and animals, causing them to slowly gain toxic buildup. Anybody who's encountered toxic fallout in the base game is familiar with the deadly effects of toxic poisoning. High levels of buildup can cause vomiting, dementia, carcinomas, and ultimately death. Additionally, normal crops and animals can't survive on polluted terrain. The more polluted your colony becomes, the more it attracts toxin-adapted plants and animals. From the twisted witchwood tree to the gas-filled toxalope, pollution will slowly corrupt the land and animals around you. Pollution affects the planet at a larger scale. The more polluted an area, the more it affects the surrounding world. High levels of nearby pollution can cause acidic smog to roll in that'll make your colonists' eyes water. Acidic smog blocks the sun and slows plant growth, and the vaporized chemicals corrode exposed items. When starting a new game, adjust the world's pollution level. Turn it off for a relaxing game or up for extra challenge. Managing the pollution. There's no shortage of tools to deal or embrace pollution. Wearing anti-pollution gear like face masks and gas masks reduce colonists' exposure to pollutants. Transplanting artificial detox organs makes your colonists immune to pollution's toxic effects. There's even pollution-related genetic mods. Order colonists to manually clean up polluted terrain and they'll package it back into toxic waste packs. The safer option is to use automated pollution pumps. More pumps! To keep vulnerable colonists away from the pollution. We got moisture pumps. We got pollution pumps. Pump World. The Pollution World Challenge. Challenge map. Start on a map with 100% pollution and purify it. What do you do with waste packs, though? Freeze them. They won't dissolve, but they take up a lot of space. Export them. Use caravans or transport pods to dump waste packs on the world map. For extra fun, you can leave them as a gift in your enemies' bases. People may not love you for doing this. Pollux them. Heavy, polluted maps will eventually sprout special Pollux trees. The trees slowly purify polluted terrain. Their delicate root network prevents them from being replanted. Nature lovers are crying. Nature-loving ideologies crying. No replanting these trees. Atomize them. High-tech waste pack atomizers let you completely neutralize the threat of toxic waste. The process is somewhat slow and quite expensive. Or ignore them! Polluting the land does have some benefits. Polluted terrain can grow new crops, like the fast-growing toxic potato. Just don't eat it raw. Pollution can also attract new animal variants, like toxalopes and waste rats. How is that good? Okay, pollution and insects. Okay, giant insects love pollution. Originally engineered as anti-mechanoid bioweapons, these insects are stimulated by toxic fumes of polluted terrain, making them faster and deadlier. No. They heard me. Chat. The devs were sitting in on a stream when I said that insects are not dangerous enough. That I consider them easy compared to mechanoids. So they're like, well, should we nerf mechanoids? Hell no! Let's add 3 times as many mechanoids. And, on top of that, let's buff insects too. When conditions are inhospitable, insects form stasis cocoons and burrow underground. These cocoons keep insects safe from fire, extreme temperatures, and other threats for decades. Many planets are littered with these cocoons lying just below the surface. The scent of a dissolving waste pack can trigger the cocoons to resurface in a dormant state until they're disturbed, causing a mass eruption of insects. Cocoon infestations are threatening, but have their uses. They can be intentionally triggered to farm insect meat, or set up defensively in strategic locations. Stop raiders in their tracks with a horde of angry insects. You can also avoid cocoons altogether with strict waste pack management. So, are these the cocoons? Who would farm insect meat? There's an ideology you can have certain types of religious code that loves insect meat and gets big mood bonuses from it. But yes, this is wolf. Looks like wolf raiders. Xenohumans is part of this update DLC. So if you're not sure what the hell's going on in RIBworld, the new biotech DLC has mechs, which is what we're reading about, genetic modification to make all different forms of xenohumans, which is what the next preview is about that we're about to look at, and also children and babies. So there's a lot of stuff, and I still seen a couple of people that had the gall to say that these are just a few mods crammed together with a price tag slapped onto it. Tisk tisk. There's way more content in here than I expected. Okay, that's probably close. Yep. Tox gas, the final bit of this blog. Tox gas is a deadly chemical irritant. It burns the lungs and eyes, causing temporary shortness of breath and reduced sight. Chronic exposure to tox gas results in toxic buildup and eventually death. It can be created by burning toxic waste or weaponized with a new research project. Tox gas weapons include tox grenades, tox bomb launchers, tox mortar shells, tox IEDs, and wearable tox packs. Is this the expansion that adds children? Chat was like, oh, children, you can harvest children's organs in RIBworld. Dude, they added war crimes. They added actual, like, gas attacks. Chemical warfare in children in the same update, I feel like is worse than the other thing. Patch notes, new war crimes added. Tox gas adds a lot of interesting combat tactics. Tox gas clouds can greatly diminish the effectiveness of ranged attackers. After all, it's hard to shoot a gun if you can't see or breathe. Additionally, attackers that are exposed to tox gas for long enough will eventually be downed from toxic buildup. You'll also need to learn how to defend against tox gas. It's the signature weapon of one of our new factions. Oh shit, they added a new gas faction. We'll talk about that later. Wear a gas mask or be smart about your colonist's movement to negate the effect of tox gas. Stinky fart faction. Okay, that's the first update. Thoughts on this? My thoughts on this are, I think, more positive than when I was looking at the laborers section, which I didn't expect, when that's only because it's a give and take. Because on the one hand, mech raids just got so much harder because there's going to be so many more varieties of them. Now you gotta, the number one thing is, I guess, just to always have EMPs, because that's the one thing I was wondering if we were gonna see, like an EMP resistant type of mech. So I'm happy that that's still, like, EMPs still seem to be the best way to go. However, it's not quite that easy. Just because the way that they attack you is completely different. Like, one of the bosses is like total psychic overwhelming. You can't EMP all these guys, you know? You gotta actually kill them. And then here, this dude has anti-melee, so there's actually gonna be a bit more strategy this time. That being said, I'm hoping that there's not too many types of mechs, because I think people already struggled with keeping up with what, like, after breachers were added, there weren't too many mechs. I think they were just the right amount. So I'm worried now that there might be so many that it's not going to be obvious at a glance what each thing does. But I guess that's neither here nor there. So it doesn't, like, I feel like the laborers are more confusing to me than the combat mechs. At least in as much as there's a lot of total mechs, and remembering all of their special abilities and analysis paralysis, choosing what to research and build is going to be tough. This all seems late or mid-game stuff. It'll be interesting to see what, if any, early game mech stuff is in store. I think that's kind of what they were saying. You can summon the different levels of Mechanitors, and they don't scale with colony wealth. So I think that's probably the number one thing. Oh, interesting. Well, would you look at that, chat? Someone's just used 100,000 channel points. remember seeing there was a new starting scenario. There is. You can start as a Mechanitor who is a solo, who's just all by yourself and robots. But yeah, I think the shield mechs are going to be super annoying. Also, the mech that can shoot while it's moving. So I'm really curious to see how much more difficult this makes everything. But there's a lot more options too, because I don't know, I have a lot of thoughts. My overall thoughts are positive. And good. I need to see how it all meshes together. Because the big thing is Dryads, right? If you compare mechs to Dryads, because I think there's some overlap there. Because you can be like a nature-loving, anti-pollution, no mech, still have Dryads. Or you can have like industrial, kind of goes the opposite direction of mechs and pollution in the form of this update, right? So they're sort of, I feel like it's an apples to apples comparison. The thing about the Dryads that I find most difficult is twofold. Number one, it takes a very long time to prune trees. And pruning the trees is like a single pawn's sole occupation. That's the downside. The upside is that over time, one pawn equals 4 laborers or 4 attackers. The problem is that the offense of the Dryads compared to the offense of the mechs, I feel like the mechs are just gonna easily be so much better than the Dryads combat-wise. And it's not even close. Especially because you can power them up with chips. So I wouldn't mind seeing a Dryad buff, or even just like a small rework of how a couple of those mechanics for combat work, because it's very clear that the Dryads have like 8 or 9 different types of Dryads. The mechs seem to have like 12 to 14 different types. I totally forgot about Dryads. Because, like, the Dryads have 2 combat Dryads. And mechs have 3 super mechs that you can custom craft yourself and fight against. Diabolus, War Queen, and Apocryton, which you can make work for you eventually. And then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 separate types of combat mechs, and you've got pikemen, scythers, centipedes, and lancers. So you got 9 combat mechs. That's awesome. Just make the 2 combat Dryads that are there a little bit better. I think they're underpowered for sure, and they're underpowered because of how long they take to repopulate. Like, for example, and I know that I'm making commentary based on not even having played this yet, but I think it should be pretty obvious that with mechs, you can revive mechs in a gestator. So if you have an army of 6 mechs and they die and you sacrifice them, you can use, presumably, 6 gestators, if you have that many that are built, to revive them all simultaneously. Right? If you've built that infrastructure. It's impossible to accelerate the rate that Dryads are repopulated. So, like, Dryads, it always feels bad to lose them because you can't get them back. Like, if you have a squad wipe of 4 Dryads, you have to wait, it's 5 days, is it? Is it 5 days per cocoon? And then each cocoon has to hatch. Into it, so it'll spawn a naked Dryad, and then they have to go and convert. But yeah, it takes forever. Trash-eating Dryad would be cool. Yeah, I would like to see some touch-up of the Dryads to bring them up in power level. Because I think that there's just so many mechs that it's just going to feel cooler to play as mechs than to play as dryads now. Which is a fear of mine. Because there is some overlap in terms of their abilities as well. Where is, this is labor mechs. Because, like, the benefit of the dryads is that they have the things that can create resources from scratch, like wood, medicine, berries, and things like that. But there's carriers are now lifters. And I'm trying to think of the rest of the dryad types off the top of my head. Dryads should heavily counter pollution. That'd be cool if they did have some pollution interface. Pollution should insta-kill dryads. But yeah, because I don't know if I'm ever gonna play dryads again after this comes out, unless there's something I can do. I'd like to. I guess that was the other thing I was gonna say. With mechs, the dryads take up space. Like if you planted a tree here, the tree takes up this much room, which is a lot of space. But to field the machines, you do need a lot more. So they're not really supposed to be apples to apples. Because the dryads take one person, no electricity, and no resources other than the Garanland tree. Whereas mechs ostensibly take this much space, this many components, this much steel, this much electricity, and make pollution. So it's not really apples to apples. I still think that combat dryads should be buffed. However, they were buffed a little bit because I saw in the patch notes for RIBworld that they finally fixed the global work speed affects prune speed of trees. It only took almost 2 years. So pruning should be faster now because if you boost your global work speed, you will be boosting your prune speed, as I understand it. That way the pawn that the dryads are attached to, and that's the other thing that I hate. Okay, they've been a little bit foggy in these updates about what actually happens when your Mechanitor dies. Like, I don't think that that's been clearly illuminated. Because they mentioned that if the connection is severed, there's a risk that they go rogue and join the other mechs. But is that a guarantee? Like, what happens if your Mechanitor who governs 6 mechs dies? I don't know what actually happens. Because in the Dryads case, all 4 Dryads effectively die. Like, you can't reconnect the tree and keep the Dryads. You lose months repopulating the Dryads as soon as the person who governs them dies. Not to mention, it also sounds like you can control where the mechs go as long as they're within range of the Mechanitor and control who they're attacking. Whereas Dryads are just like, I'm going in! And you're like, no, that's a turret. I'm about to shoot it and it's gonna explode. Come back. And they're like, no, it's too late. I'm here. Bang, bang, bang. And I'm just gonna blow up. Scrolling up in chat. How about mecha dryads? Yeah, I want to experiment on my dryads. But anyway, I like that. I like the idea of the bosses and that you can call them down without them being tied to wealth. The combat mechs look useful. If I had to pick one of these that's gonna be OP based on what I've seen so far, it's the Tesserons. My prediction. because they're very weak to melee and close range, but what if you just never let them get attacked by melee? So that's what I'm thinking. My first, if I had the tier list based on description alone, in terms of affordability, because the Centurion is nearly unstoppable, but it's going to be so expensive, right, that you can't have more than a couple at most. So I'm going to say Tesseron S tier, Centurion A tier, Legionary B tier, Militor C tier, Scorcher F tier, as far as using them against enemies. That's my guess. We'll see if I'm right. Okay, moving on. Biotech preview number 3. Oh wait, not yet, not yet. I do like the idea of upgrading your Mechanitor, which will make them even more sad when they die, and all these upgrades turned out to be a complete waste. Pollution system in general sounds extremely cool, and the fact that you can actually track different gases in the space is also nice. So, very excited about the pollution. This is a very micromanagement heavy update, and I'm curious to see how that's gonna change the moment-to-moment gameplay. Because now you gotta you got a whole new resource that you gotta deal with. There's gonna be a lot of it. You gotta have so much extra room. The people that are like, I'm not gonna buy another DLC until they add Z levels, are gonna be even more annoying and vocal, because you gotta have so much space for all these, you gotta have more power than ever before. You gotta have like 6 new mech buildings to produce the mechs. That needs its own rooms. You need somewhere to store all of the waste. That's gotta go somewhere too. It's gonna take so much room. Mega Base just got even more mega. At least the new shelves will help with the stockpiles. That's true. Shelves will help with stockpiles. Alright, Biotech 3. Reproduction, children, genetic modification, and release dates. We already got the release date. Talked about at the beginning of the stream. It's coming out on Friday. So we only have 6 days. Jay and Matt here. We're developers at Ludia. Look at all these devs. They made every dev write a different blog post. Natural and artificial reproduction. Biotech lets you have children and raise a family. Children end up in your life in many ways. Not if I can help it. Colonists could give birth or use a surrogate mother, take in a band of orphans, and even gestate embryos in machines. Think of all the tragedy that's going to befall this room. With Anderson in this colony, I don't know how I feel. Like those red eyes. Polluted orphanage playthrough. This is going to be tragic. Okay. Pregnancy can occur through natural means or advanced fertility procedures. You can let your colonist relationships develop organically or play matchmaker with new romance options. Burying the lead here a little bit for a lot of players. Browse your colonist's romantic interests and encourage them to make a move on a potential sweetheart. Hopefully they share some kind of chemistry, or someone will be brutally rejected. See, here's the thing. I actually will probably never use those options. I know there's a huge subset of players who are like, hell yeah. But I have historically never liked influencing what the pawns do, other than like combat. I need their relationships, their social actions, and that story to be generated, and not influence it or like change the rails, unless there's a good reason to do so, and I don't know what that reason would be. Because I like reacting to the things that happen. Like, I can build them rooms, give them housing, but who and how they end up with different people is up to them. We sped up pregnancy to last only 18 in-game days, which, for the record, is over a month. I mean, over 3 months, actually. That's like... probably close to 14 weeks. Something like that. Given the short-lived nature of mini colonies, have you been watching my streams? Take care of mom during this time. Pregnant colonies get real big, slow, and hungry. What are you trying to say? They also struggle with waves of morning sickness and brutal mood swings from the highest highs to the lowest lows. Prepare for your little one before labor begins. Birth is difficult and dangerous for both mother and child. You'd be smart to have a good, clean birthing room with supportive family members and a skilled doctor nearby. It could make the difference. Complicated births can be turned off via storyteller setting. Complicated births. New feature. Cool. More ways for people to die. Neonichi, thanks for 34 months, by the way. Hi, Neonichi. Azarith getting comfy in chat for a year and a half. Yo, what's up, Azarith? Bespin Cop, pumping it. Thanks for month 33, Bespin. Kazi People Riven for 41. Yo, hi, Kazi. And Anonymous, thanks for gifting us up to Pawn Lover. Ooh, RIBworld. Taking care of babies. A baby's life is simple. Eat, sleep, and play. Newborns won't move on their own and rely on adults to feed and protect them. Colonists assigned to child care work will be responsible for all babysitting. There's a new work category, which in theory means there should be people who refuse to do it. Like every other category. Keep your baby's tummy full with lots of good eats. Babies can't stomach the complex meals adults like. So keep mom nearby for breastfeeding or cook up some mushy, gooey baby food. Adults forced to eat baby food will not like it. In a pinch, why not? It's just peas and, like, it's just green beans and squash. It's not like they put secret baby-only food in little baby food. It's just like a small yogurt. Streamer eats baby food. In a pinch, insect jelly and animal milk do a great job of keeping babies full. First of all, what do you mean in a pinch? Do you know how hard it is to keep a working farm in RIMworld? Do you know how difficult it is to keep cows alive through the winter? And number two, to stop your colonists from eating all the insect jelly? And also not selling the insect jelly for massive profits? Everybody benefits from playtime. Build an adorable nursery brimming with toy chests and baby decorations that help fulfill little ones' play needs. Adults will play with the youngsters and carry them around the colony. When it's nap time, babies sleep a lot better in high-quality cribs made from good materials. No splinters, please. Happy babies make for happy colonists. Parents share a special bond with their children and will be in high spirits when their children are happy, or feel terrible when their kids are unhappy. Keeping babies happy is vital for the short and long-term health of your colony. Unhappy babies unleash a powerful sonic psychic weapon known as crying, which can reduce the mood of any person within earshot. Baby crying now. Designing a nursery just added an extra 3 hours to mega base planning. Put babies in cave. Soundproof rooms. Likewise, a happy baby's giggling brightens the day of anyone who hears it. It pays to keep the youngsters and the adults in a good mood. New base defense strat. Crying baby turrets. Raising children. At age 3, children will be walking, talking, and getting into trouble. We adjusted the speed they grow so that you'll see the most important life moments in a single game. Those that prefer more natural progression can adjust the speed in the storyteller settings. Interesting. Children have a unique learning need. Satisfying this need depends on what their current learning desire is. They may want to chat over radio, explore nature, scribble on the floor, take lessons in class, daydream on the ground, or watch the adults as they work. Fulfilling children's learning desires contribute to their overall development and improves their chances. It's ominous. While children are generally slower and less skilled than adults. What do you mean, generally? Huh? Generally? Children are slower and less skilled? They have a natural, well, I guess it depends on the adult. They have a natural optimism and a curiosity for the world around them. Like newborns, when children are happy, it improves the mood of the adults around them. Children also require clothing tailored just for them. Make sure you got enough child-sized parkas to keep them warm in the winter. At age 7, 10, and 13, children reach developmental milestones known as growth moments, where you choose their traits and passions and unlock new work types for them. Children that spend more time fulfilling their learning needs have a greater variety of advantageous traits to choose from. Balance your children's work and leisure schedules with care. A rich childhood with lots of attention gives them a better chance to be a capable adult but doesn't guarantee anything. I haven't really been looking at the screenshots. Well, there's only been one that I haven't looked at. Dude, that's too many babies. There's no way there's enough adults to take care of this many babies. Look at all the baby clothes you need. No wonder they had to add, like, shelves that are stackable. It's a baby farm. Local baby named Baby. Like Baby Driver? So much colony wealth. Maybe, I don't know. I guess I'm curious how babies factor into the wealth curve. Okay, where was I? Okay, developmental milestones. I think this is actually a really cool thing. So, you get 3 chances of growth moments. You can choose their traits and passions. So we Crusader Kings now. Unlock new work types for them. And if the children get a better upbringing, they have a better chance of becoming a more skilled and passionate adult who can do a bunch of fireball work. They had the nerf colony wealth? I don't know. I asked my mom and she said I was a worthless baby. What do you think that means? I think that means your skills were so low that you didn't count against her wealth score. You might have even lowered it. Will there be a prison for rogue babies? Can they die? I assume that they can die, yes. I don't see any reason to think that they couldn't. Otherwise, you could just have baby colony. You're gonna get emotionally attached to these pawns who are just pawns, but smaller. Slightly. Okay, where were we? But yeah, I'm actually looking forward to the baby Gamba of like, oh, are they gonna have enough skills to actually be worth? Because ideally, the downside of children is how grossly expensive and difficult they are to keep care of in this apocalyptic RimWorld scenario. And they need special everything, and it's already hard enough to even clothe and feed and ensure the survival of regular colonists, much less hapless children. But then, if you actually spend the time to take care of them, they might actually be useful one day. And they can help us around, do all the chores. What are you supposed to do with the ones that have bad starts when they grow up? They become the haulers. Haulers and cleaners. Useless freeloading babies. Cannon fodder for boss mechs. Ugh. Alright, where were we? Vat-grown children. Technology offers an alternative to long, burdensome human pregnancies. Growth vats. Extract and combine genetic material from parents to create an embryo, and insert it into the machine. Growth vats accelerate development and sustain the embryo without subjecting a mother to the unpleasantness of pregnancy. In a mere 9 days, embryos develop into babies. Okay, but 9 in-game days is still 2 months. Well, it's like a month and a half, 2 months. You could remove your child at this time or leave them inside to continue growing. Children grow significantly faster in the vat than if they were out and about in the world. However, they'll miss out on childhood and never pursue their learning desires, resulting in poor choices of traits and passions during growth moments. Whether you keep children floating in growth vats or let them out to experience life depends on your goals. Growth vats are excellent tools for churning out super soldiers and simple workers, but require large amounts of nutrition. Without an adequate supply of nutrition, individuals in vats suffer from biostarvation. Biostarvation. It's advanced starvation. Genetic modifications. With biotech, you can create your own genetically engineered colonists known as xenohumans. Wrath. Totally shadow. Totally shadow. Look at all these vats. Someone really liked the visuals of, well, I guess they didn't smooth any walls. They had to do all the cables on the floor. But it does give it a very scientific look. But yes, we have genetic modification, 2 babies, and lots of new building types. Does this mean you can farm humans and sell them? Yes, that is what that means. You could do that before, but now you can grow them yourself. Okay, but scroll. To create a xenohuman, you need gene packs, small capsules containing a handful of genes. Gene packs can be bought from traders, earned as quest rewards, or extracted from a host using a high-tech gene extractor. The process is not terribly comfortable, but the result is a gene pack containing a random assortment of the specimen's germline genes and xenogenes. Using a gene assembler, you can recombine several gene packs together into an implantable organ called a xenogerm. Once implanted into a human, they will immediately gain the traits associated with the xenogerm's contained genes. Don't want to wait? When starting a new game, you can select pre-made xenotypes for your starting colonists or create your own. We've added a number of xenohuman factions, more on that later. What do genes do? Well, that's a big question. Let's preview a few of them. Fire spew. Start with the most ridiculous. The carrier of this gene gains the ability to spit fire bile. The bile sticks to anything in a small area and can ignite people, objects, and the ground. Just have a fire foam pop pack handy. Long jump legs. This gene gives the ability to jump long distances like the Incredible Hulk, I made that part up, letting melee attackers quickly close a distance between them and their foe. Oh damn, chat, long jump legs sound amazing. It's like the jetpack, but without fuel. Fur skin. The body of a carrier is covered in thick fur, providing some insulation and changing the person's appearance. Fur skin is perfect for cold climates. Smooth tail. Carriers of this gene grow a slender tail that can act as a dexterous fifth limb, increasing manipulation. Wait, can you hold a sword in your tail and have two swords? Strong stomach. Carriers have an extra toxin filtering organ in their stomach and will never suffer from food poisoning even after eating rotten food. We have cured food poisoning. Psychic bonding. People with this gene bond with a single person for life, sharing a psychic bond with them. As long as they remain close to their mate, they're happy, but if their partner dies, it can be catastrophic to their mental health. Robust. Carriers take less injuries than others from the same damage. This can stack with the tough trait to... Oh my... It can stack with tough? Hang on. That doesn't make any sense. Because... Hold on. Yeah, no, wow, okay. I'm trying to think. Pog super soldiers. Isn't stack the wrong word? Tough equals higher pain threshold. That's what I thought, but I think tough is actually 50% less. Okay, I got the RIBworld wiki open. Combat, tough. The effect is take 50% damage. Tough just reduces damage by half. Yeah, for some reason I was thinking it was pain threshold also. So it does make sense. You can be tough and robust. Simultaneously. What is this music? It's Night in the Woods. But we can change it now. Let's listen to... I did enjoy listening to this the other day. Tough plus robust super god, probably. Never sleep, completely prevents the need for sleep. Ageless, stay young forever. I wonder if that goes retroactive for people who are already old. Like, and they still have bad back if they become ageless? I don't know. Great shooting. Effectively increases their shooting scope by +8. Is there a hard cap on that? Psychite addict immune. Carriers are immune to psychite addiction. Well, we maybe can finish Arconexus now. Hallelujah. Because they keep getting to Arconex's tier 2 with Psychite addicts. Death rest. Carriers of this gene must periodically regenerate themselves in a special coma called death rest. It takes days, but confers substantial bonuses with the right infrastructure. It can be accelerated and its effects enhanced by the use of a variety of special buildings and technology. Vampires, yeah. And that's just a small sample for more than 200 genes? What? 200? Genes come in 2 distinct flavors. Some of them have to be basic, but still. Germline genes and xenogenes. Germline genes are present in every cell of the host body and are able to be passed on to children. So hereditary versus xenogenes. In a baseline human would include hair and skin color. Xenogenes, on the other hand, are technologically implanted and cannot be passed on. Okay, we'll look at that in a second. Pick genes carefully. Powerful genes decrease a person's metabolic efficiency, making them need more food. On the other hand, genes with drawbacks increase a person's metabolic efficiency. Okay, so powerful genes equal you gotta eat more. Drawbacks make you eat less. Creating a functioning xenotype is a thoughtful balancing act of picking the right strengths and weaknesses. Create a muscular cave dweller who's afraid of the sun, or a sleepless genius who needs smoke leaf to survive. The possibilities are endless. The most powerful genes require archite capsules, containers of microscopic machines produced by super intelligent architects. They are capable of enabling genes with physical and psychic feats otherwise impossible, from perfect immunity to super healing to immortality. Okay, they just went crazy, apparently. So we've got heat super tolerant, kind instinct, extra pain, cold tolerant, kill thirst, pale skin, roar voice, green skin, gene impaler, perfect immunity, sleepy, strong stomach, psychically dull, cold weakness, psychic bonding, slow runner, gaunt head. Okay, some of them are just physical traits then. Do you know how difficult this is gonna be if people come into the stream and are just like,
Hey, what genes do you have? Which genes did you pick for your modifications?
and be like, dude, that's a big question. I don't know. He's still in the gene creator. There's 200. Elongated fingers, Hulk body, unisex beards. Weak melee is a downside that probably makes you consume less. Gotta learn what all these new icons do. This is gonna be... Oh, okay, so it's complexity and metabolic efficiency. Complexity can be up to 10. So I think that's where the balance comes in. Roar voice. Oh. So like, these are gene packs. So if you want perfect immunity, you also have to take sleepy and strong stomach. Unless the gene packs might be randomized. If they're randomized, the combinations are almost limitless. It's gotta be randomized, right? They've all gotta be weighted individually and then put into gene packs at random. Do you think body types will have a gameplay effect now? I don't know, but they have to, though. They're free, but I guess maybe not, because they're there. I guess you can just customize, because there's a Hulk body. They said they were randomized when you pull them from prisoners. Whew, spicy. Okay, I think that's all the things. Next time, remember, Biotech releases October 21st. So they still... One more blog post. That's in 5 days? Well, 6, but yeah. So those of you who joined late, kind of what I said earlier, I'll summarize again. The close release date of this, October 21st, is going to lead to a strange week. The good news is, it doesn't release the same day as Victoria 3, so we can do both. We are going to be rocking out to Biotech this coming Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, at least, if not also Monday. And then Victoria 3 comes out, and we're going to play that probably on launch day, if not sooner. And then we're just going to be alternating back and forth between those two games as I see fit. He's got to be Terra Invicta before RIBworld and Vic 3. That is exactly why we're getting ready to segue into Terra Invicta, because I have to finish it. Today is combat day in Terra Invicta. I don't have much time. I gotta take like 2 days off at least this week. So before RIBworld comes out, we really only have time for 2, maybe 3 streams at most. So we're gonna try and finale Terra Invicta today, which should be easy because the ships are already being built and we get to play a new game. So if you're, I understand if you're tired of me moving counselors around and you want to see what combat's like. I do too. I'm craving it. So we can finally see how that works and learn how to do it shortly. We're gonna switch over in a sec. But we did all the hard work, heavy lifting yesterday, and then Twitch disconnected the stream at the end, and I didn't even get to say goodbye. I took that personally, but I wanted to take some time and look and see, kind of anticipate what's coming out in RIBworld first. But yeah, so we're gonna do that today, and then tomorrow's gonna be day off, I think, because I just need some weekend time to rest. Whew, and then maybe Monday, at least Monday, Tuesday, if not Wednesday, and we'll try to find one of those days to get a little bit more co-op action in before Chaos. So get some zombie co-op with Avic if we can find a time that lines up for both of us. And then prepare for liftoff. Very excited. Etal needs a death rest before RIBworld. It's gonna be... The nice thing about RIBworld is I've created enough ideologies where it shouldn't take an infinite period of time to make ideologies. It seems like I like that most of this stuff seems to unlock over the course of a campaign. So it doesn't have to factor into character creation. It does have to factor, well, it does a little bit, but it mostly factors into the base building and reacting to what you find, depending on if you take a custom storyline start. You didn't run enough ads. Yeah, so Twitch turned off my stream. Etal, please take a CK3 save to EU4 to Victoria 3 to Hearts of Iron 4 to Terra Invicta to Stellaris. That would take 1,500 hours. Curious about the new factions in RIBworld. Yeah, they've got one more blog post to go. And I know there's going to be some new ideology interactions for sure. It would be your magnum opus. Then from Stellaris, go to Shadow Empire, then back to the stars in Distant Worlds 2. I've never even played those. But yeah, I have to assume that ideology is updated. To some extent, it's not gonna, I don't know if it's gonna be a massive update. But keep in mind, that's the paid DLC stuff. That's not even including the vanilla contents. Because the vanilla content, they've already got update 1.4 on the Unstable branch, which has a bunch of new stuff in it too, for free updates. Man, this is such a good soundtrack too. Is that Jaipur in the background? It is, yeah. I got some board games back there. Yeah, I'm very, very excited. I think that all the stuff we've seen so far is any of the things individually would make for an interesting new RimWorld run, and there's 3 things. The mechs are both for and against the player, where there's going to be a ton of different types of raids now, and that's just mechs plus the gas attack faction, plus whatever else they've got going, and then you get to use those same things too, so that's twice as many things. And then you got babies, children, and raising them is enough story drama for anybody. That's going to create entirely new experiences. And then genetic modification has, if you got 200 mods, even if let's say 100 of them are all physical things, that's still a lot of content. So like even just genetic modification by itself would warrant a new playthrough. Is there a story behind the Latin American flags? It's from Microsoft Flight Sim streams. We were doing an around the world trip, and I only made it to South America. Gonna play some more Microsoft Flight Sim once I eventually upgrade my graphics card, which I'm definitely gonna do, because I'm easily gonna get my hands on a 4090. I mean 4080. 4080? Whatever one. I don't care. I'll take either one. I am ready to spend channel points on BB. You guys are gonna get babies named after you, and you're just gonna sit there in the crib and cry all the time. It'll be the most realistic experience that any named pawn in RimWorld's ever had. One-to-one chat. Isn't a 3080 plenty okay for Flight Sim? Do you want me to spend $1,000 on something that's just okay, so that in 2 years I have to spend even more money on something that's just okay? Just keep buying something that's okay every 2 years? When I bought this 2080 in October of 2018, people were like, you're dumb, you spent too much money on something that you don't even need. And now I've got a graphics card 4 years later that's still capable of doing everything except for the one thing that I couldn't predict, which was that GPU streaming was going to become the next big thing. And now chat's like, well, a 3080 is okay, and the 2080 that seemed so ridiculous in 2018 is like, yeah, it's fine, I guess. It's okay, but a 3080 is okay now. So you get the latest and greatest so you don't have to upgrade again for 4 years. When it's your job. I'm still on a 960 and running fine, baby. Archmeyer, are you having to use it right now to chat? Because I'm having to use my graphics card right now to talk to you. Nobody wants to watch, like this isn't a first-person shooter channel, so unfortunately I can't play all of my games that I stream to you on the lowest possible graphic settings, where I changed INI files in order to make everything look like it's from the early 2000s. I have to actually like turn graphics up, unless I'm playing RimWorld, in which case I actually need more CPU power, so getting a new GPU would actually let me get more CPU, because I'm currently CPU streaming. Legit though, I can run Hunt of Medium. Archmeyer, please. You can run, oh my god, you can run Hunt Showdown at 50 FPS? Oh my god. That's crazy, dude. I could use that to stream games at sub 50 FPS, probably 30 FPS, and just have to cut my frame rate down in half. Not on low settings either. That's wild. That's too many frames. I don't know what to do with all those. I should just get one of those cards for my job. Anyway, I'm glad it's working for you. And I'm glad you're having fun. Okay. I am also a sub 60 FPS hunt enjoyer. Joke's on you, I play Ultra Kill, it's already a PS1 game. But no, I would actually get more frames in RimWorld by switching GPUs. I know that sounds crazy. Just streamer things. Do you hear that, chat? Do you know what that sound is? If you were just here for RIBworld blog post discussion, thanks for joining and having fun looking at the blogs. But I got some damn aliens that need to be at least attacked, if not killed. So we're gonna learn how to play a whole different game today. Terra Invicta has an extremely intricate space combat system where, unlike in Stellaris, where you make a fleet of ships after researching tech after tech after tech after tech and going into the shipbuilder and making the perfect ship, and then when you get your ship blob, you send your ship blob that has 3k power level against a 2k power level and your ship blob wins. Terra Invicta is much smaller scale fleet battles. Actually think like The Expanse, where most of the combat in The Expanse is a couple of frigates locked in, where every maneuver counts. That's pretty much where we're going. We have to figure out how to maneuver our ships, face our armored sections towards our enemy's incoming fire, use screening vessels to hopefully successfully shield them via point defense, and use puny human, in our case, mass drivers, against unknown levels of alien tech and lasers. They're probably going to absolutely scramble our brains, but that's okay. I don't care who wins. I just need to see some combat, because I want to understand how it works in this sort of micro scale. Stellaris has a beta about changing ship class combat and adding a frigate class. I actually, from what I just said, I don't dislike the way that Stellaris does combat, to be honest. I'm fine with it. I don't mind blob battles, because I think the rest of Stellaris is so much fun that it doesn't really need to be so micro-scaled. EVE Online, where you control every ship. It does have that level of learning curve, it feels like. I thought I could trust the Terra Invicta AI to control my fleet. Yeah, I'm gonna try and do manual control. And it's probably gonna be a lot of pause, champ, reading tooltips and stuff, but if I don't do this, it's never gonna happen because RimWorld is coming out on Friday. And there may not be another day to play. I fell for the Terra Invicta clickbait. We literally just turned the game on. So maybe just be on time next time, because you had, I don't know, 2 full hours of RimWorld. And you missed it. All of it. But yeah, where would a frigate in Stellaris actually come into play? I'm not sure how that's, like, what size is a frigate compared to a cruiser? It's a Corvette Plus? Okay, that's kind of what I thought. Load Champ. This is a Load Champ game. I'm going to clear all these. We only need to know maybe like 2 things, because there's some funny stuff on the top. We just completed a light rail cannon project, which we're going to need to continue. Military scientists in Faisal Station have prototyped a new weapon. Agents of the Initiative have engineered a coup in Ukraine. What is going on down here? Okay, so the Illuminati just engineered a coup in Ukraine. You heard it here first. The actual Illuminati faction. And then immediately afterwards, they arranged alliances with India, South Korea, and Spain. Interesting alliances. So the initiative is in full control of India, of course, and they're presently in full control of South Korea, but not if I can help it. Last thing that we did was the initiative actually stole a little bit of our technology, and they cheated to get some more advanced rail cannons from me, and I took that personally. So now I'm working on undermining the initiative so that I can sort of get some payback. So even though we have no desire to control South Korea, we're currently working on destabilizing their control of South Korea. So I am boosting my own popularity via public opinion. Let me close these because we just don't need them open right now. And I think we're working on sabotaging one of the 4 control points in South Korea so that either we or someone else can take hold of it, because South Korea's control points are only 13 points apiece. That's 52 points to control all 4. And obviously that's more than we have, but we're almost back to even. We're really not even very much over our new control point cap. They did to you what you want to do to the aliens. Yeah. Boo. Hello, High Stakes Chinga. Thanks for the 10-month sub, by the way. And welcome to the beginning of what will hopefully be a very productive finale of Alien Combat in Space. D. Gatsby says, I'm baby for 15 months. I don't know what that means. Hi, D. Gatsby. Kiva Wallow says, E for 31 months in a row as well. Who playing us Project Exodus. And again, this is my first campaign in Terra Invicta. I haven't played any other campaigns. So please no spoilers on objectives or technologies or events. Unless I specifically ask about them. I'm RIBworld, baby. To Gatsby, I don't know what you're talking about. How are the servants doing? Not that well. I don't think the servants are doing good. We've been making sure that they don't do good, because I have removed some of their control points. I think that the servants are basically just holding up in Brazil. And like South America in general has had a problem with infection. So all of these are alien life form spots throughout South America, and we've been trying to keep this under control, and it hasn't been super successful. So South America is kind of the servant stronghold. But we knocked them out in a couple of key places, and I don't know if they have any European hotspots or not, but I've been assassinating some of their counselors and sabotaging their technology. But South America is basically on its own. I've been doing the most that I can to help them down there. So, as far as space goes, in combat, Nightbot Orbital Earth Shipyards recently completed construction on our Tier 2 shipbuilding facilities. So each of these 4 rings constitutes one shipyard. So we are able to create 4 ships simultaneously. And this is kind of what took so long yesterday and why we were unable to continue down the plan of fighting the aliens. Because not only did we wait until we got shipyards to really start building in earnest, but also building ships takes a long time. It turns out we can't just mass produce Earth's finest, I don't know if I would call it a fighter. It's more of a, I guess we have a destroyer as well as a monitor class ship coming out. But yeah, Earth's finest with the latest and greatest technology isn't quite that easy to just plop into space. So each of these ships takes like 100+ in-game days, which is a fair amount of time. It's not super long, but it's a fair amount to create. And the shipyards are Tier 2, so it could have been 120 something days, per ship. So if we take a look at our current level of technology, we can see the ship that we ultimately settled on, and we'll just do a quick rundown since that was super late yesterday. So our primary combat ship is going to be popping out of the oven at about 137 combat rating, because we waited maybe a little too long to start ship production. But as a result, we have gotten our hands on a slightly better chance of survival in terms of weapons. I am trying to do, instead of missiles, we're trying to do rail cannons. So I actually have a rail cannon Mark III on the nose of this particular destroyer. And then on the spine, we have 2 mounted light railgun battery Mark IIIs. We have a full magazine reload for all of them to have 1 extra full reload of ammunition. And then behind that is a lithium heatsink. This is what is able to contain the heat that the weapons are generating while the radiators are retracted, which they should be in combat. Radiators are back here on the ship. They're a little smaller than some of the defaults that we start with. And then once radiators can be expanded again, the heat sinks can dissipate their heat. We have ECMs, which are countermeasures for missiles that have a 20% flat chance of detonating incoming missiles early, as long as we have knowledge of what the missile's composition is. So fighting against aliens doesn't really do anything. If we fight against other Earth factions, we know what their missiles are, so we can interfere with them with ECMs. Behind that, we have nanotube filament radiators. That's these guys back here, so when they're expanded, that's what's helping us dissipate our waste heat. And the nanotube filaments are excellent weight-saving options. They're extremely light compared to what you start with, which is like titanium and, what is this, aluminum. And you see how wide these are by comparison, so they're much more vulnerable to fire while expanded. But the nanotube filaments are 153 tons per gigawatt instead of 400 tons per gigawatt, so it's like 2.5 times lighter. For my battery, we got just a saltwater battery. This battery isn't going to be very useful for this ship, but it does need to have a battery in order for everything to function, and I picked the lightest one that I had available. And then for our reactor, we're still using fission reactors right now, but we have the tier 5 solid core fission reactor, which is decent. It's very light, the same efficiency, but it can put up 125 gigawatts of max power, which is good because our rail cannons are going to be consuming 3.6 gigajoules per shot, and that shot is roughly every 18 seconds. I guess that's not that frequently at all, is it? So yeah, the generator's overkill, but what's nice about this game is we have iterative technology. So unlike in other games where you discover better technology and it gets more expensive, more drawbacks, in this game you iterate on your existing technology. So tier 5 versus a tier 4 doesn't just output more energy, it's also cheaper, more efficient, and lighter because we're iterating on past designs to make an overall better design. So the higher the tech you get for each of these different upgrades, you're not just doing necessarily a side grade or a trade-off, you're actually making it just unilaterally better across the board, which is kind of neat. So always use the best reactor that you have available for that reason. And then as far as the drive goes, this is the one place that we're kind of weak right now. We got a Dumbo 6, which is that's just the decision that I made. I do have Nerva drives, I have Dumbo drives, and I have tier 1 Pulsar drives. And we were trying to find a balance, basically of thrust and exhaust velocity. Thrust will give us more maneuverability in combat, and exhaust velocity will give us more efficient use of thrust and let us cover more distance, say in this case from Earth to the moon, or getting out of Earth's orbit and going to outer orbits, to our Nightbot orbital shipyards, or what have you. I ended up settling on the Dumbo drive and trading off some exhaust velocity so I could have a little bit more overall thrust. And I'm going to do one final check to see if that is the right call, because I think it is. We'll have to pay a little bit more in terms of resources because we need 29 propellant tanks. I only have 6 points of armor. We're using nanotube armor on the nose of the ship. That's the lightest armor I could get. I would like to have more than 6 points of nanotube, but we'll just have to make do with this. So let's just swap out the Dumbo for the pulsar drive that gets a little bit of range, and it trades off some combat maneuverability. And then add 6 thrusters back to that. So you'll notice we doubled our cruise delta V. So we can easily go all the way to the moon and back with this much delta V. But I'd have to reduce our propellant tank load, basically taking fuel out of the ship, because the weight of the fuel is what's also slowing down our combat acceleration. So for Earth to moon transfer, we want about 7 kps of delta V. That's roughly enough, 7 to 7.3, somewhere in there. So yeah, with 11 propellant tanks, we can get as much delta V as we want. I wish the guys in the background would shut up for 2 seconds. Okay, thank you. But you'll notice our combat acceleration is only 602 millig's. That's basically 60% of Earth's gravity. So if we accelerated, you wouldn't even feel Earth's gravity pushing you against the back of your chair. Whereas if we just pay more for our ship and use more expensive amounts of propellant with the Dumbo drive and 6 thrusters on that, get that back up to around 7 kps of delta V, we're having almost 1 G of combat acceleration. So it's roughly 50% more combat acceleration with the Dumbo drive. We just have to pay more resources up front for it. So that's kind of why we ended up settling on what we settled on. Hopefully most of that made sense to you. Each of our ships is going to cost about 2 mission control, which represents our total ability to govern our spaceborne assets, be they orbital habitats, or outposts that are currently mining resources on Mars, or Ceres, or Luna. So ships do take from your mission control cap. So, since we have 4 ships being made simultaneously, that's 8 mission control that we need to have accessible. We got 21 mission control right now, so we got some wiggle room at the moment, which is nice. So we can also, we're gonna try and make about 8 total ships today. And we're gonna need all the help that we can get because the aliens are currently in large numbers orbiting Earth. And they are more powerful than us, and they are scary, and probably the more ships we make, they'll probably reinforce Earth. So I feel like it's gonna be a very bloody battle for us if we are the ones that attack first, but I don't care. Like, whatever happens in like 4 hours from now, 3 to 4 hours from now, we're just gonna go, if I haven't already gone by that point, and we're just gonna full send. My second ship that we're taking in addition to those is not all just railgun pew-pews. It's also a PD class monitor ship, PD meaning point defense. So it's a completely different ship class. There are no nose mounts on this ship, there's just hull mounts. And we have upgraded to point defense particle beams from the standard point defense laser. So we have some better Earth tech now. And we're gonna have, I think, 4 point defense boats and 4 of the railgun boats. And hopefully we can have 1 point defense screen per railgun. Because the railguns, since the railguns are tier 3, we've actually increased the range substantially. So I'm not sure how our range is going to compare to theirs. But it's a lot better now than it was before. And then, so these are effectively tier 2 point defense. And they've got slightly better combat acceleration, so they should be able to maneuver in front of and stay close to my railgun boys and give them a little bit of cover. So railguns are great at not just, point defense beams are great at not just shooting down incoming missiles, which is the primary aspect, but also shooting down incoming physical projectiles. So if they have any take on a railgun that uses large projectiles, those can be shot down too. Is this the mid-game stuff to do? Yeah, this is like the beginning of mid-game stuff to do, except in my case it took 60 hours to get here. But I'm also a streamer and I have to keep explaining things like this repeatedly, so it's going to take you a lot less time than it takes me, hopefully. Let's visualize a bloody battle. What if they have lasers? Well, we know that they do have some lasers, and the lasers are going to hurt, but they also have missiles. So we gotta have point defense anyways. And just tank what we tank. So I got 11 points of armor on these. And I could take down a few points of armor, and like the body armor just lowers our delta V so much that I'm gonna leave it the way that it is. But yeah, we're gonna try and have 4 and 4. And we can actually take a look at the ship construction right now. So these are the 4 different shipyards that are attached to the Nightbot Orbital Earth Station. and we'll have our first 2 ships in 49 days, our second 2 ships in 79 days, and then each of those will make another ship in 100 days after that. So it's gonna take a while to get the full fleet going, but I thought having one jumbo-ass shipyard that is just pumping out ships and filling our mission control is best case scenario. And this is as fast as we can currently make things. I've also attached a Marine platoon barracks to this bad boy in case any other factions decide to get funky and try to launch an invasion of this, because this is a pretty powerful station. I would be able to hopefully see them coming, and I think that's one of the ways that this game should give a few different types of notifications. Like if any Earth fleet is creating a trajectory towards my shipyards, I want to know before it happens. And we would know, but I don't know if I have to just zoom in and watch, or if it's just gonna be like, oh shit, there's a ship here and they just dropped off Marines. Like, I would want to know what's going on, and I don't know if it's gonna tell me ahead of time. But I'd like to get some actual defense platforms as well, instead of just one Marine bunker, because I'm thinking about, this is such an important base, I'm thinking about just attaching a second Marine bunker until such time comes as we can get some defense stations on here. Because one platoon barracks is just 30 Marines. Combat strength of 2. It's better than 0. But I can put another one on this side, I just need a little bit more power. So we're generating 4, 8, 12, 16, 168 power, and we're consuming 4, 8, 12, 16, 165. So I only have 3 spare power, which is kind of annoying. So until we find something better, I think I'm just gonna do one more Marine platoon barracks over here, and create a small solar collector that's 10 power, since it's around Earth, and then one more Marine platoon barracks over here. And then we can always just replace those with defense platforms when we feel it's viable. The trick is I don't know if we'll be able to generate enough power for defense platforms, so we'll do our best. So now I'm just gonna have 3 Marine platoons stationed on the shipyards to make sure it's very defended. Another thing I want to do, since I actually have too much mission control, which is weird, is sort of find Earth. Where's Earth? There you are, Earth. I want to find Earth because Earth has 2 additional slots in low Earth orbit that we can fill with just a basic platform. And low Earth orbit is actually an interface orbit that's important for research purposes, and only 8 stations can be in orbit of each low Earth orbit. There's 1 and 2, so 16 total stations. So we're just gonna go ahead and occupy the last 2. And then if I want more, I can go ahead and take other factions by force later on if I want. Now, we're gonna need to name these like anything else, so why don't we go ahead and get chat in on this. These will be free since today's the finale day. So all you have to do is put in a keyword, and that keyword is gonna be alien please. The emote. If you don't see the emote, just copy everybody else in chat. Is the first fleet getting sent in? We're gonna wait until we have more than 2 ships before we send anybody in. For sure. Okay, let's take a look at our habs. My factions only, please, around Earth. So that's these 2 stations. And I have an idea for what I want to do with them. For now, they're just going to occupy some extra space, because upgrading them to an orbital core is going to take too much of our current mission control. So we're just going to give them a couple of weenie solar collectors. I also like the idea of having 1 supply. I think we have more than 1 supply depot. Let me actually take a look and back out. Where are supply depots? Okay, there is a supply depot on Eskia Station around low Earth orbit. That's good. Cap'n, you're just science for now. Bebob. Bebob is all military science. We should have 1, 2, 3 military science. Is there a way to count? I don't know if you can count. Feistel has 4, 5, 6 military science. And then Eskier has 1. So we have 7 military science buildings and we need 10. There should be an easier way to collect that data, but We're gonna do one military science lab here. Actually, let's do 2 military science labs. And then on the other station, which I'm getting ready to name now, usually a lurker alien, please. You spelled it wrong, Swoosh, but good try. Also, what up? Crank that J-Fell for 93 months. Wowee. The 93-month sub. And you're a founder. I thought we were at 100-month subs already. I guess we have 7 months to go, but we're getting close. I told someone we were at 100. I'm wrong. Blow up the initiative space stations. They might launch some nukes. I'm not ready to instigate that far. But on my second station, which I will name, O'Haley. 3 O'Haley. You win. Three O'Haley Station, saved. You're gonna be the marine platform. So you're gonna get 2 energy collectors to power the other buildings, which we don't need that many, but it's okay. I'm just gonna use them for later. And then you're just gonna get Marines. Because the thing that's interesting about the Marine platoon barracks is the text says that they can defend our interests on this hab, but they support counselors assaulting nearby habs. And I'm assuming nearby is within at least the same orbital distance. So this is sort of assisting us in attacking other habs here. It's a good name for a space station. I think so too, yeah. I don't know if we'll do that today, but that's the point. Okay, and then the other station we're gonna name after Sirius Jones. Sirius Jones Station. There you go. You're in. And you're the one with the military science labs. Military science labs boost the military tech of our armies on Earth and boost our speed of researching military stuff. All right, and I think that's pretty much it. We've got bases on Mars, Luna, Ceres, and 2 asteroids that are mining resources for us to support our shipbuilding. And we just got a full-on orbital shipyards in high Earth orbit. That being said, now that I'm thinking about it, we do have a Martian station called Fargman Station. And it's kind of small, but I think we have enough mission control available to maybe upgrade this. So this is a construction module. I think I'm gonna have to leave that there. Let's get this to an orbital core. Because my Martian station should be pretty sick. Yeah, so we're gonna lose a little bit of science in a second. But we're gonna let that just go ahead and upgrade and just get our mission control back. Fargman, you're getting an upgrade. Because I want a space dock here too, or at least one shipbuilder, because we need to be able to protect our Martian interests. And as you might imagine, space is big, and it takes a long time to go from Mars to Earth and back, especially when they're orbiting on opposite sides of the solar system. But there's additional stations here. There's Resistance, there's Initiative, there's Humanity First, and there is Hiawatha, which is Protectorate. And those are all in high Martian orbit. So what I'm actually wondering is, what is the gravity like on Fargman? It's 288 millig's. So this is actually not a great place to have a ship building spot, I don't think. Probably should not have built this in low Martian orbit. Probably should have built it higher. Because yeah, it's like 28% of Earth's gravity, which I guess isn't that bad, but it is easier to defend in closer orbit. But yeah, being out here would have been much better in terms of the gravity pull. I don't know, but we're gonna upgrade you anyways. How much bigger can this game get? I mean, it's the whole solar system and the aliens. Speaking of the aliens, our current alien goals are interrogate the captive Hydra, which we are currently doing via research. We have caught an alien, we've deciphered their language via research, and we are attempting to communicate with it. We're writing a new chapter in human history by dialoguing with sentient extraterrestrial species. and find out what it has to say. We've got incredible amounts of engineering research bonus and xenology research. This should be done imminently, like in 2 weeks' time. And we're spending a teeny bit of research and everything else. We don't really have any, like, I know there's a lot of stuff on this list, and it's very confusing to look at, but there's almost nothing that I immediately need unless I want to power up railgun tech and have other options for different types of railguns. There's nothing here that we're like dying to research, which is confusing because I think it would be nice to have a UI update to hide certain technologies. Like, I will never, ever, ever probably research molten salt heat sinks. Maybe there's a niche reason for it, but I would just like to hide it, put it in a folder. This menu's getting cluttered. Okay, all 5 of my counselors were actually put to work with past etal. Past etal already did the job for us. We've seen what the aliens look like? Yes. We actually know where an alien is on Earth because we have so many... You see all these little icons? These are all my stations, the yellow. The yellow ones are all mine. So we have the most stations, and we have, like, basically almost maximum xenology research. So all these little purple tins are a xenoscience lab in orbit around Earth. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We can have up to 9, I think. And each one of those gives us a +1 chance of detecting alien movements on Earth. So we are doing our best to actually keep tabs on them at all times. So there was one around Jordan. We might have lost track of them. But there was definitely one here. But yeah, we can go fast now.
Offering support.
Okay.
Protecting
Our control points in China have been locked down. We have detected a new protectorate fleet. Okay, so my neighbors have actually started building ships. The other human factions that are here have started building ships. The problem is that their ships are stinky and gross. The Papa 3, an extreme... Oh, they put one in Martian orbits. Oh, they've already got one in and around Mars. It's like right there. It's a small piece of crap. Can't even see it. It's so tiny, but it looks like this. The reason this is a stinky piece of crap is because it has a 4.6 milli-G combat acceleration and a 0.23 milli-G cruise acceleration. What does that mean? It means that if this wanted to make a maneuver in combat with its thrusters, it would be accelerating at 4.6 1,000ths of a Earth's gravity. AKA, if you started accelerating, you would only you basically be as close to 0 G as possible. The difference between 0 G and 4.6 milli-Gs is 4.6 1,000ths. Rolls, space superiority, yes. And this thing also has tier 0 missiles, I don't know if autocannons are a tier, and then tier 0 10-inch cannons. So this thing has, here's the thing, something's better than nothing. And if this is the only ship around Mars, if they wanted to go to war and blow up some other people's stations, they could, if they could live long enough to get there. Because we don't have any ships. That being said, Papa 3 is this far away from Earth. And it's like on its own orbit now. It's just gonna fly out into nothingness. You've seen Kerbal Space Program.
Public sentiment is increasing.
Okay, we are pissed that the initiative has stolen our railgun technology in some form, so we are upsetting the balance and messing with their South Korea control points and increasing public opinion for Project Exodus there. That's not me.
We've moved the needle.
Okay, 9%. We're now 35% popular in South Korea, which means that if we want to destabilize one of their control points, we have an 89% success chance. Oh my god! We had an 89.04% success chance based on the public opinion increases that we just did, and we rolled an 89. We succeeded in this roll by 0.04. So, you see that crackdown icon? That means that this point is susceptible to people coming in and purging the initiative from this location. We could do it if we wanted to. Or we could just weaken them and try to let someone else do it. AI is mauling right now. I think so, yeah. Storyline! We have completed the Hydra interrogation project. Since the Hydra language is an agglutinative tonal language based primarily around olfactory emissions, it has taken an incredible time and patience to divine useful meaning from our captive's multi-sensory declarations. Every failure is an opportunity to learn, of course. Each unfortunate dead end our questioning reached only granted greater insight into the alien's strange language. After countless stumbles, a discourse of sorts has been established. Objective complete. We have completed the interrogate the captive Hydra objective. Look at that guy. We're is this it's almost a mirror of Arrival, except there's just an alien captive in it too, but we're holding up pictures of Earth and stuff. Be like, hey, why are you here? Sit inside of your cell. The first ever human to alien dialogue. It would be a momentous occasion were the situation not so grim. Our Hydra identifies itself as an engineer, technician, and sub-leader, perhaps equivalent to our positions of manager or team supervisor. It claims to be a member of the Defense Consensus, perhaps some Hydra corporation or government program. Further interrogation concerning the Hydra species was unfortunately unproductive. The Hydra seems excessively confident that its species will successfully conquer the Earth, and sadly, history appears to be on its side in this regard. They have invaded the homeworlds of 2 other species and conquered them without difficulty. Frustratingly, the Hydra flatly refuses to provide any information on their faster-than-light technology, except to boast of the superiority it gives them. Several of our more morally flexible members have suggested enhanced interrogation techniques, but the majority of our personnel are still uncomfortable with such measures. Besides, there's no guarantee we'd learn anything useful. For now, when it comes to extracting technical information from the Hydra, we are at an impasse. Yes, 2 other species. So they claim that there's at least a couple other types of aliens that they have already conquered. There's a lot of information here. On a more positive note, we've learned a great deal about the Hydra's astronomical location. Their empire is relatively small, consisting of inhabited worlds around only 3 stars, Zeta Tucanae, Alpha Mensae, and their homeworld, Delta Pavonis. That's the name of the devs, isn't it? Given our success in this regard and our lack of progress in others, we've decided to deprioritize further interrogation of the Hydra. Our researchers will have access and will continue to interact with it and refine our translation methods, but our priority will shift to locating a suitable star system for the project. The devs are the aliens. But yeah, I like that we're getting this information and we're like, okay, we will bookmark this scenario where you guys have already conquered multiple aliens, and we will just avoid those as we leave Earth. Fleeing Earth is still a good option. It's a twofold. As we progress in the story, Project Exodus is partially fleeing Earth, but partially the fact that the aliens' mere existence means that there are other interstellar empires out there. So the fact that humans only have one planet, even if it's our home, is useless in the face of aliens that have presumably more. So we're not just leaving Earth, we're trying to imprint humanity on other planets, more than just one, so that we can sort of create... I think Project Exodus' secret goal that I found out is basically create an interstellar empire of humans. So we're leaving in order to create more bastions of humanity, effectively. All of our eggs are in one basket right now. Okay, that's pretty cool. Hydra interrogation complete. So we can do some new research. Well, once again, I don't really have anything here that I desperately need, despite how many texts there are. I know it's a bit overwhelming to look at this point. This one is... I don't know where this one came from, actually. This one's necessary now. When did we unlock this? Advanced prospecting surveys. Off-Earth mining is increased by 10%? That's big. We can find optimum sites for mining on other worlds. Definitely do that. Alright, then let's buff all of our personal projects because we're in the lead. We don't need any of these. We're just researching all the global techs for fun. They probably uplifted 2 pre-sapients and enslaved them without a fight. Could be. Maybe they just had such an easy time before. Here's the thing, when the aliens first get here, they know that they can't beat Earth because they only took like they had one ship, or like just a couple ships, one orbital hab, and one mining base. That's it. Like, even with advanced tech, they can't win on Earth's surface. We outnumber them, we outgun them. So they're taking their sweet time setting up industry, doing it smart while also observing us. But I think that they severely underestimated the speed at which humanity can sort of mobilize think tanks and brains and problem solve. Because relatively speaking, right, space is big, and time across space, and space-time, the galaxies, the universe is so old that when you, it's possible that they saw other living beings and observed them. Like, imagine the time frame of humanity over the last 500 years versus finding the original Homo sapiens. You know what I'm saying? Like, Homo sapiens appeared 300,000 years ago. Now compare 300,000 years ago to like the last even 1,000 years. So in their minds, they probably have a lot of time. Because the technology level that they find us at, they're like, oh, no, we can handle that. We just need to make sure that we have enough ships, we have enough people, we have enough infrastructure, and we'll just head on in. Because it's only been 8 years in game. That's not very long. I don't see why the aliens wouldn't just engineer a virus that would wipe out humanity. That assumes that they're like violently hostile and intending to kill us and not just make us subservient. Like I don't think that they want to be king of the ashes, because their whole thing is that they land agents on Earth and try to mind control people in power temporarily to get them to sing the good graces of the aliens as our peaceful saviors so that we will like them. But anyway,
Where do you need me?
it's just an interesting setup for a game. I like these types of sci-fi stories. It actually reminds me sort of Lindsay Ellis's book. And I don't know if Lindsay Ellis's book is just more generic sci-fi than I thought, or if there's some inspiration here from some of the like the language and the translations and all that has a lot of overlap. And the holding cells. But yeah, I'd recommend reading it. Axiom's End was a good read. I need to read the sequel. Okay, we are just messing things up in South Korea. And chat, we gotta make a decision here. Do we try and just take South Korea for ourselves? Because like I could just to bully the initiative, but I feel like that's a waste when I'm trying to focus on China. Do we? I don't want to abandon China, but it's not really possible for us to take 90 more control points. Unless we wait a long period of time. But China definitely has the most potential, the most investment points, science, and so on. I like that China's 50% more GDP than USA. Yeah. They are an economic powerhouse even without the civil wars. Okay, we already have the USA, but there was a lot of coups that went on there. That's pretty much set in stone. 667 science and 13 mission controls. There's definitely more science coming out of the USA because we got to educate more and bring up their mill tech. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. We are going to piss off. Okay, you suck at this, German Anzor. You have 11 investigation. And let's compare you to Tarcisio.
Your orders?
Tarcisio has 22 investigation. That's double what you have. And his crackdown is a 31% success chance without any influence because he's a gamer.
Targeting their key people.
Okay, we're gonna mess with him a little bit more. Okay,
We must
I'm not gonna
persuade
take over those spots, but I'm
What's the
gonna
op?
do public opinion twice. I'm gonna do another crackdown here on the other spot.
Turning up the heat.
Okay, which one?
Standing by.
Just want to make sure we did the different ones. Okay, we did different ones.
Cracking down.
And then Gianni is gonna
What's the
do a public campaign here too.
I will
And
tell
then
our
I'm gonna
story.
bring Bradford out of his
Acknowledged.
advisory role. Actually, too many people know where you are, Bradford. Go to ground for a turn. Because they keep stealing tech. They can only steal tech if they know where our agents are, and they can only assassinate or imprison, and maybe they're gonna get more aggressive shortly. Okay. We do a little trolling. We're just gonna do a little trolling as a treat. I assume that alien motivations can change from game to game. I believe so, yeah, because you have to be able to impress upon them your objectives. Well, here you go. If you're playing as the Academy or the Protectorate, right? New project. Their purpose. We are now able to undertake the Ferocite Resistance Project. Increase our defenses to being influenced by alien ferocites. Okay, we actually have some things that I want. Interrogation techniques are not my top priority right now, so let's go focus on one of the... Ooh, 20 and 30,000. The 30,000 ferrocite resistance is vague. I'm assuming it's just good for our counselors to not be influenced. We probe the captive further to glean why the Hydras launched an invasion of our planet. Hell yeah, do that one. Okay, and we have 120% Xeno research now. Hold on. Okay, never mind. I was checking to see. This does tell you where the bonuses are coming from, which is nice. 71% from HAB modules, 49% from investigating aliens. Lore, ship battle, everything, yes. Wouldn't the interrogation techniques help with our probing? Flavor text-wise, yes, but in actuality, it just means that when you interrogate people you capture, you get better intel out of them. But the other things that I'm researching now is fleet combatants, which is new types of ships, including cruisers and battle cruisers, which sounds sexy as hell. And then the advanced prospecting is a very fast one. That's just more minerals from space. So far, my favorite stuff's the lore. I agree, I love the lore. I like completing the
Going into hiding.
research for lore because I like just uncovering piece by piece what our objectives are and what the aliens' objectives are. I feel like it'd be fun to do a replay of this on my own. We found an initiative base. Okay, so they made an outpost on Undina, which is a rock with an actual decent amount of metals. Good amount of base and noble metals, actually. We should think about some more mining bases soon once we're sure that we have enough mission control available, which reminds me. Taking a look at Earth orbit. Tiangong is done. Feng Shui Gorilla Station is done. Schnoodley is done. T-Birdland is done. So basically each of these stations is a combination of some science that is boosting our Earth and terrestrial research and also giving us some bonuses to things like PR campaigns, xeno research, energy research, what have you, or even military research or social sciences and whatnot. But on the other side, we get op centers that give us a little bit of mission control back because maintaining an orbital core is expensive. It's like 3 mission control per core. So these give us 1 and 2 back. So these are only effectively 1 mission control to maintain, but we give up a few spots and take some energy to do so. And then on the left-hand side, Skunkworks is... We got one of Skunkworks on basically everything, and this is giving us a 5% bonus to all personal projects in our engineering departments. It's basically just making all of our research tech go faster. But then as we go down, just checking to see if there's any more op centers incoming, and I don't think... Ooh, there are. There's 2. So we got 2 op centers incoming, so we should get 2 more mission control refunded, and then on top of that, we're also generating additional mission control at our power bases. So the US is finally stabilizing on cohesion a bit. I'd like to get that even closer to 5, so I'm gonna pump a few more points into this. Knowledge is looking pretty good. We've almost got an equality. We do have an equality under 4. Good. Went from high to moderate. You're welcome, United States citizens. The economy is slowly going up. We could probably take a little bit out of that. And we're working on building another army because the Protectorate has been very aggressively building up armies in the European Union, which they have now grown. And might even extend into Spain if they can. And they also have Russia, where they're aggressively building. They have 5 armies in Russia, and they've boosted Russia up to the information age at 4.5 miltech by just putting so many points into the military. So they're sort of catching up in some respects, which is a little spooky. We need to stay top of our game, so I'm putting more points into the military as well. I think let's take out no more funding, which doesn't really hurt. It's just filling our pocketbooks in a healthy way over time. We have a little bit of spoils to keep the elites happy to prevent future coups. And I do need mission control, so let's keep that there. The UK, we need to boost their military as well for the exact same reasons, and I think we need to start building another army in the UK. No more boost. I thought I took a boost out. Did I not? Okay, inequality is down. That's good. Let's take welfare down a few. Knowledge can come down. 20% on military spending is nice. Ireland, don't worry, we got your back. Then Japan, how we doing? I think we need to build another army in Japan. So we'll get started there. I think I'm gonna take funding down. I'm at 50,000 in cash reserves, and I know funding is good long-term, but we are getting spoils everywhere anyways. But still trying to keep inequality down and pollution down, but we're leaving Earth, so who cares? Alright, that should be good. What do we need more armies for? Well, the aliens aren't going to stay in space forever, and the humans aren't going to stay at peace forever. Agreed, I feel like this game is very much worth several playthroughs. I agree, Avic. I want to see some other perspectives. Like, right now, I'm super focused on leaving Earth. It'd be fun. I really like just being tech-focused, so I feel like I wouldn't be opposed to trying an Academy playthrough and being like, well, instead of leaving, I want to make friends with the aliens and impress them. Hey, aliens, watch! I can do cool tricks! Do you like me now? I can do a kickflip! Oh, sick! You can stop invading! Look how cool we are! Humans are so cool, dude! Resistance Hab has been destroyed by the Protectorate. What? They're attacking stations on Mars. I knew this was gonna happen. Remember that Papa 3 ship we were making fun of? Not so funny anymore, is it? I don't even know how to click on it. When you got guns and they don't got guns. How does one see... Let's go to Intel. Academy would be interesting to manage the swingy public opinions in the early game. I completely agree. Okay, let's look at relations. What are we? We're in conflict with Humanity First, the Initiative, and we're in open war with the Servants. We really only need to watch out for the Servants. However, the Protectorate, yeah, is at war with the Resistance. Okay, so do the Servants have their own ship around Earth? I think they do. So I guess, do I need to be concerned? They have a station. Life Science Lab. Yeah, they have a space dock. How do you see other factions? Yep, there's Sierra 1. But it's currently just chilling. It has 9.3 kps of DV, but it only has a cruise acceleration of 7.9 milligis. Can this thing move? Because Earth's gravity is 1g. Do you have to have a cruise acceleration of more than 1g to escape an orbit? Or like, no. But how far are we? What is the actual orbit? Well, it depends. If it's low Earth orbit 1, it's only 500 kilometers. Okay, what acceleration? Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. All the answers come up. All of the answers that come up are for like actually launching from Earth's surface. Yeah, there's actually not 0 Gs in orbit. It's just based on your frame of reference. And there's actually a really good Veritasium video that explains that. It's the one where he's in a spacesuit, in a spaceship cutout. I don't remember. Yeah, okay, so they can eventually go, but actually let's just do a test. Hang on, I got an idea. Let's do an example. Because on the fleet screen, where's the transfer screen? How do I find that? I can do fleet ship construction. If I design a ship, I can choose an example transfer. I forgot how to get to the normal transfer. We can do a point of origin on Earth in low Earth orbit 1, say Feng Shui Gorilla. And let's say our destination was Nightbot Orbital Shipyards. If I had an acceleration of, what was theirs? Like 6 milligis or something crazy? I learned that early on. It took my ship 1 month to go from low Earth orbit to high Earth orbit. Okay, this suggests a 1.57 travel time, which feels wrong. Loitering for 4.6 hours, but what do I know? I guess I'm just some dumb guy. I thought it was going to take a lot longer than that. Because, yeah, Firebat Bob says, I learned that early on. It took my ship 1 month to go from low Earth orbit to high Earth orbit. For combat thrust, you're thinking in seconds. Cruise thrust is relevant on the order of days, but they're both measured per second, so even though cruise sounds very low, those seconds add up. So yeah, it's like 6 millig's of acceleration per second added onto one another, effectively, until it hits the speed you want it to go. And more speed, in this case, if you're pointing, is it prograde? Then you're increasing your orbit, and you would eventually, if you prograde burn at a low level long enough, you would eventually hit an acceleration point that you would get further out, say to 10,000. High Earth orbit is like 73,000. Okay, well, they could do something if they wanted to, is sort of what I'm getting at. The servants could do something if they wanted to. So I'm looking forward to our ships being done, so that we can defend our stuff. And or blow up their... Dude, we could blow up the servant station, but then there's gonna be debris. Probably, because it's in low Earth orbit. What's a little debris amongst friends?
We're winning their hearts and minds.
Okay, we got 2 successful public campaigns in the initiative South Korea.
Crackdown complete.
And that was the easy crackdown. Now the hard crackdown.
Targets lost.
There's only an 18% chance. It's not very good. But yeah, 2 South Korean points are very weak now. I'm trying to destabilize the initiative, because they're just being a pain in my ass. Oh, I have a bunch of alliances that I need to check with some of my people, because I forget about that. I don't know if the US... I think we already fixed the US's. There might be some for Ireland or the UK or somebody that we never fixed. A lot of new rivals. We're not planning on declaring any terrestrial wars right now, though. Alright, let me check you. Because you definitely don't need to be allied with other people's influential nations. Ireland says no more. Protectorate, definitely not. Oh, we were allied with Spain back when I controlled Spain. That makes sense. Did we ever fix yours? Nope. Going back to neutral relations. Sorry, Chad. Nothing personal. It's almost easier just to not have allies unless you directly control all the territories. I see we're going for Pan-Asian Combine. Actually, no. I'm going rogue. I have individual power bases. I got the US. We're slowly occupying China to prevent anyone else from having it. I have the UK and Ireland and Japan and Kazakhstan, which I feel like we don't even really need Kazakhstan anymore, but it has 5 mission controls, so I'm gonna keep it for now. Kazakhstan's also super cheap. It's only like 16 CP.
Your orders?
My orders? My orders are go back and advise the United States of America.
Offering assistance.
Give them 25% bonuses to their research and their investment points. German and Zora, you go back to
assaulting alien assets around the globe, starting with China for sure.
Heading to the LC.
Acknowledged.
Jian is going to join you. Go to Sudan.
Going in hot.
We're just
Standing by
trying to
for
keep the
orders.
Earth alive from flora and fauna long enough for us to leave this world behind. I found spamming allies useful, as now I can send my armies to go burn out aliens. That's a good idea for playing as a different faction. Right now, I'm just trying to make sure that things are roughly stable. And those two counselors don't really have much else to do. I think Gianni could advise, but German Anzora really has nothing else to do. Tarcisio is about to have nothing else to do. We're just gonna crack down. Oh, it's our plan. It's already working. The Academy's like, I don't mind if I do. Oh, look at that. I happen to have 2.6 thousand influence to dick around with right now.
Targeting their center of power.
Let's do
Ready
another
to
public
go.
campaign here. Their complete domination over South Korea is already messed up. You're welcome. I hope the initiative doesn't declare war on me, but maybe we should go upset the power balance in India too. That would take a little bit more effort, unfortunately. We have completed construction of new Marine platoon barracks for Nightbot orbital Earth shipyards in high Earth orbit. We've also got new platinum platform cores for 3.0 Haley. And Marine platoon barracks for 3.0 Haley. This is the song of victory. Okay, so Nightbot orbital Earth shipyard's got 3 Marine platoon barracks, at least until we get some defense platforms. That'll at least prevent anybody from taking it over. Maybe they'll blow it up, but they won't be taking it over. However, we're close. We got 18 days until our first ships appear at Nightbot orbital Earth shipyards. I'm curious what the aliens will do, if anything, because our ships are substantially more powerful than the other Earthlings. By orders of magnitude. I'll show you what I mean. So, finding that servant ship that we were talking about before. That thing, what's its, how do you see a combat rating on this screen? Does it not show a combat rating? Anyway, this dinky little servant ship just has a crate missile bay, a 30 mil autocannon. Maybe it's on this screen? Yeah, 13. Its power level is 13 per the scouter. Ours is gonna come out at, sorry, wrong buttons. It's 137. So roughly 10 times that ship's power level in my first destroyer. So we might have done the Stellaris thing of waiting until your tech is too advanced to start actually building up a fleet. So I'm curious what the aliens are going to do when we start popping these ships out of the oven, because theirs are still unabashedly better than ours. Like, it's not even close. They've already seen the number of stations that we started building, and they've sent more ships here to babysit us. So their fleets are incredibly powerful compared to us. They have 2 fleets, 3 total ships in low Earth orbit, 1 on surveillance with a bodyguard and 1 with no operation assigned, just chilling. And they got about 268 and 288 combined powers, so just dwarfing us completely. But once we start pumping ships out and using that mission control, then it might get spicy.
Offering counsel.
Okay, we're advising the US, helping boost the GDP.
What if they're hiding their power level?
We're winning their hearts and minds.
Also, what's up? Oh, Swoosh for 26 months. Hello, Swoosh. I think I caught you earlier. I read your message anyways. Laughing Bear says boop to schmoop for 49 months. We will boop the aliens. It might hurt us a little bit. The aliens might have some claws. Bradford was detected, as often happens. We found a base, an academy base. I thought this had a Yu-Gi-Oh. They got a rock with a base that I haven't even seen yet. Good for them. Who else goes there?
We've hit them where it hurts.
Oh my
We'll
god.
be ready for new orders soon.
They are gonna be pissed. Okay, so we've cracked down to all the spots that we can crack down except the executive and opened up South Korea to be taken over by somebody else. You're welcome, Academy, and whoever else decides to take over. Light Rail Cannon Mark II. Is that worth? We'll research that maybe after prospecting surveys comes out. I'm just sowing chaos right now. KO Fishy says, FYI, agglutinative tonal olfactory language just means the aliens speak with whistling chain farts. You're welcome. Hey. Thank you. Why did you wait so long to write that? All off-Earth mining output increased by 10%. So when we're getting water, we're getting volatiles, base metals, noble metals, everything just went up 10%. That's just free money. Free money. We could do story mission 2. But yeah, let's get the improved light rail cannon. An enhanced spinal mount railgun that fits most of our ship designs. Nose mount uses a single hardpoint. It's okay. I don't think we really need it. Railgun batteries use 2 hardpoints, and I haven't really thought they were that cool. If we did ferrocite resistance, it estimates that will be done in September. Oh no, November. Oof. Ow. Whereas we'll finish their purpose in April of next year. Oh, that's November of next year. Okay, and that's with all the bonuses. 30,000 is nothing to sneeze at. Ferrocite resistance is just not something I really want to do right now. I think it's important, but it's just that's occupying a lot. I'm gonna keep buffing our railgun tech with cheap upgrades. Somebody else finish supercapacitors. Somebody else finish aerospace. Somebody else finish Z-pinch techniques for a little bit. I want to pump my own research. I've done enough for you, humanity. Why don't you contribute?
Target secure.
No, the tech bonus. Yeah, but look at the completion date. 25th of December this year versus 3 months later. I don't really care about those right now. We have too many techs already.
is secure.
Okay, first ship should be coming out of the oven any second now. That's not a ship, but it is good. Because we just got 2. Dude, we're at up to 77 mission control. That snowballs so quickly once you get to this stage. I love the way that these orbitals look, too. They look really cool. Especially the fact that you build them yourself. I think that they easily could have done lower resolution graphics here, but it's so nice just being able to take a peek and enjoy them up close. I'm gonna make a save. Fleet time, kill initiative. You're damn right. Okay, opening the story for frame capping purposes. Not that we get that many frames here anyways. Regime change in Guinea, don't care. Okay, the ship should be effectively done. I think there's some new orgs as well, but I don't know how many of them could possibly be of use to us. I'll take a look at the XPs. I think we just got done upgrading a ton of people. Let's augment you with increased command. You're at 20 command. That is so strong for combat ops. National Security Agency. 3 bonus investigation and a bonus persuasion. I don't know who needs investigation and persuasion and espionage. I guess it couldn't hurt Bradford, but you have to give something up for that and pay $250 a month. Second chance is Hamburg. Assassinations, assault alien assets. Persuasion and security, that's a weird complement of stuff. Space mining is always nice, but that's not good. 10% for a 3-star is not good. 15% is better. This one's 11%. Are we at some kind of cap, or did these get nerfed? Because that's a 10%. That's our specialty, though. That doesn't count. Can you queue actions for the counselors? You can't queue them, but you can, if you have a repeat, you can keep someone permanently there. Like advisory roles, for example. These are some nifty combinations, because it's like persuasion, investigation, and espionage, which would help Petra. She's already at 25 persuasion. So, if I could trade a 3-star persuasion... Like, UNESCO just doesn't seem that good. Inspire is good. Would you not have Inspire without this? Because Inspire is useful. That's really the only reason it's good. Because she has room for one more org, just no points. Omega Strategy Group. See, this is just, she'd already have public campaign. She wouldn't have increase unrest, which we don't use anyways right now. I think we can ditch Omega Strategy Group and then take Libra. Social science research is not our specialty anyways. Okay, because then she gets a boost of investigation and espionage. Was there anything else cool? More assassinations. Kind of mostly focus on the 2 and 3 stars. Okay, I think that's all I care about. 2 investigation, 1 espionage. Because in his case, he can have 2 more orgs, so we can get rid of a 3-star and get 3 1-stars. If we thought that was better somehow, but I don't... It depends on what you're getting. Because, like, Delphinus is just... this is too complicated. I'm done looking at this screen. It's hurting my brain. They're fine. I've done everything I need to do to make them good. I'm actually gonna
Standing by for orders.
Petra go ahead and defend in Kazakhstan.
Securing our interests.
Reporting in.
I need to make you do a permanent advisory role in the U.S.
I will help them.
Ready for
I
orders.
will help. German and Zora, you are assaulting alien life forms, especially the ones that are
We're
spicy.
going in.
Ready for orders.
Stinky plants. You can assault stinky plants as well.
Heading to the LZ.
Where to?
Tarcisio has corrupted South Korea. So, the initiative took the spot back from the academy, but then the protectorate took the spot back from them, which this is hilarious. Now I'm gonna go... I might just crack down the other spot. What else does the initiative have besides India that I can mess with? Poking the bear. I think India and South Korea are their main ones. Then they have Malaysia. Okay, let's go back to investigating counselors for a bit. And or trying to find more. Second agent. We need a double agent with the protectorate. So there's no protectorate agents here. So let's go look for one. One of these guys is probably a protectorate agent because they're in the EU.
Initiating surveillance.
Double agent would be nice. Did he kill the alien ship yet? Nope. That's why we're streaming again today. Because yesterday was spent getting to the point of ship construction, and today we have 3 days until our first ship appears. Uh-oh. The Protectorate fleet has arrived in low Mars orbit. That is not good, because we have a station around Mars in low Earth orbit, or in low Martian orbit. And it's got a construction platform. So, chat, can spaceborne ships destroy terrestrial outposts? I mean,
Controllers, about 15 seconds to CSM act.
I feel like they can be used to land Marines, but can they just... Does Bombard blow them up? Yes, but only certain guns. Okay. That's all I need to know. I know that they don't have the guns. I'm working on increasing Fargman Station's capabilities right now, but it's going to take a long time, so they might blow it up before then. And if they do, we're going to have to come to terms with some of these sites. Because we have room to upgrade some of these outpost cores to tier 2 settlement cores, but that's going to take more mission control. Which we actually should be able to handle right now, I think. So let's do a 40-day upgrade from space to an outpost. Because I have 17, I only need 16 available to field 8 ships into combat. And we're still generating more on Earth. What is their fleet gonna do? Where in the solar system is the alien base station? It's in the Kuiper Belt. But they've expanded to a lot of different places. So if you see any spot that has this purple symbol and these little purple symbols, those are either alien, all victors or alien ships. So they have 61 alien ships, which is just, I don't think I'm ever going to be able to beat that. But that's, you know, it always feels overwhelming at first. But this is also my first campaign. And then any symbol that is like the hourglass means they have a station somewhere, if not on the planet, then on a moon. But their actual home is Louison. Louison. Way the heck out here. Kuiper Belt Dwarf Planet. That's their main station. Beak. Huge station. Got some Omega telescopes. Okay, chat, here's what we're gonna do. Follow, I gotta take a BRB, because I haven't stood up in 3.5 hours, you know? So you guys follow the Protectorate ship and see what they're doing in low Martian orbit, okay? I don't know why you can't zoom in on them more than this. Oh, well. How about you just follow our station around then? While it builds. And I will be back in just a few minutes after I take Midas the dog outside, go get a drink, get a snack. I'm dehydrated. And then our first ship should be out in literally 1 or 2 days. We'll have 2 ships, and then we'll have 4 ships, and then we'll have 6 ships, and then we'll have 8 ships, and then we'll do what needs to be done. Also, yo, Joe Knows Nothing. Thanks for 13 months of sub. I appreciate you. Now hang tight. Speen. Sorry, I took Midas out and came all the way back up and then forgot to get water, so I had to go get something to drink. Okay. And we're back. And we're back. Here rides Bertoni for 34 months. Only 2 months until 3 years. Three years is a very long time, Here rides Bertoni.
Protecting our interests.
Thanks for subbing again. Okay, chat, here it comes. Here it comes.
Surveillance complete.
Not that. Let's repeat that mission. There it is. Our ship is launched. The Zorak Mark III class destroyer in high Earth orbit has been completed. The ship in the fleet Echo 1 is docked at Nightbot Orbital Earth shipyards and awaits orders. And we got a Brack PD class monitor as well. Oh, where are they? Here's our little ships. They're hard to see from there. We have launched our very, very first ships. How to open... My ship's things appear at the bottom right. We got about 7 Delta V. Oh, there we go. Ooh. Ooh, look at those radiators. That actually looks pretty cool. There's our radiators on the back. We got the 6 thrusters. We got a nose-mounted light railgun. Rail cannon Mark III. This thing can shoot up to 800 kilometers away, targeting range, which is a fair distance to travel with a muzzle velocity of 6.48 kilometers per second. And then we have a couple of tiny light railgun battery Mark IIIs on the side that can also function as point defense. But if we get within 600 kilometers, they can start pew-pewing much less damage, mind. 3.4 damage versus the rail cannon's 55. So they are pea shooters by comparison. But these are the spine-mounted PD guns. 1, 2, 3, 4. Looking sick. This represents humanity's most high-tech and advanced fleet. And then my PD monitor is just 4 point defense particle beams. This bad boy is here just to throw down countermeasures and shoot down missiles incoming. It's actually 0 offensive capability. Purely a screening vessel. So how the heck do you command your ships? Number 1. I don't know. Step 1. Let's join them into a fleet together and names. We gotta name fleets and name some ships, I think. So our fleet's ships' names are Zorak and Brack. So I feel like this is the coast-to-coast fleet. And I would like to move... Oops, wrong buttons. I've always loved the front-mounted big bullet lobbers. Just throw a giant projectile at the enemy and hope that it bursts. Plus, it's Earth's fleet, so I think that makes sense. Does anyone know how to merge fleets? Maybe you don't do it on this screen. Gotta click a ship to merge. You gotta be more specific than that. Railguns feel like very human. I agree. We got missiles and railguns. Lasers are cool and all. What does this button do? Okay, it opens that. It's an option similar to how you decide counselor missions. Oh, wait. Oh, merge fleets. Merge a nearby fleet into this one. Okay, so we pick coast to coast, merge fleet, boom. Ah, yeah. What other options do we have? Transfer, launch this fleet toward a selected orbit station or fleet. Bombard, initiate orbital bombardment against a surface target. Requires being in interface orbit. Bombardment lasts up to 2 weeks. Defended bases and regions will return fire. Armies must be engaged in hostiles to be targeted. Hostilities, excuse me. Destroy an enemy hab. Counts as an atrocity against human habitats. We will recover salvage. Ah, it's an atrocity, so it makes you less likable. Land on the surface. Set down a friendly or undefended, at a friendly or undefended enemy base, or an unimproved hab. Fleet must have sufficient acceleration to take off again and enough delta V to reach an interface orbit. You can undock from the station and assume a matching orbit, split the fleet up, merge fleets, or scuttle your ships to gain 25% of the construction resources back to stockpile. If not docked, did a hab pay boost to send any crew home that can't be absorbed by the rest of the fleet? Here's my question, chat. Those of you that know what's up, is there any reason not to stay docked at Nightbot Orbital Earth shipyards right now? Just keep the fleet here and just chill. Is my current plan. The only other thing that I would even consider doing... Ooh, wait a second. I got an idea. I got an idea, chat. You'll see what the idea is shortly. Either way, I am extremely excited about having our first space fleet finally. And I don't know what the aliens are gonna do, if anything. Low Mars orbit, we got our Fargman station upgrade to an orbital core. So the plan here is somewhat difficult to implement. Okay, we're gonna start by, since this is around Mars, Mars is much further away from the sun, so a solar array is only gonna give us 18 energy instead of 42 like it does around Earth, which is much closer. So we're gonna be using our tier 2 fission reactors, which provide 42 power via nuclear reactors, which don't rely on the sun. And that's gonna take 81 days. We can build it in space both because we have the resources to do so, being mined from our outposts that we have littered around Mars, Luna, Phobos, Ceres, and more. But also our construction module lets us found additional platforms and outposts in this station if we wanted to make more. This is a construction module station primarily. I could add a space dock to it, but it's in low Martian orbit instead of high Martian orbit, so I don't know if that's good.
Columbia, Houston, we're standing by, over.
But anyway, we're gonna get power here. I'm gonna try to leave the other fission piles on until we get that one on. But what I really want to do is toss in a couple of op centers. It's okay if this thing shuts down temporarily, I think, because this takes 10 power and this generates 10 power. We don't need the Xenolab to work. let's get another op center here. Okay, yeah, the Xeno Lab stops working, but the construction module continues working. We don't need a Skunk Works anymore. Well, I guess you can still use it, but I'm trying to do other stuff. I would like to have access to one shipyard. But I don't think it's good, because, again, high Mars orbit versus low Mars orbit. But if I did one in high Mars orbit, I have to start from scratch, build an orbital core. Chat, does anybody have experience with how difficult it is to get ships out of low Martian orbit?
You know when you got the dump, you come. All right, coming home, skip the dump. Okay, skipping dump.
I think it's like 1/5 the gravity of Earth, or 1/4 the gravity of Earth, which isn't that bad.
Go. She go.
It should be pretty easy. Depends on what engines you're using. You need experience first before you can get a low Martian orbit job. Exactly, yes. Sure, Robot Mystic, thank you. Turn your engines on. You're doing great, chat. Truly, truly wonderful. Okay. I'm gonna create another fission reactor here, actually, instead of what I just did. So it's gonna go, you know, it's gonna go like that. This fission reactor is gonna power a shipyard here. We need some Marines to be stationed here. There's gonna be some Marine platoon barracks. I'm gonna do 2 of them. And we're gonna have to do some math in a second. Math? Yeah, math. This is a mess. My brain is not working right now. How many? I don't know how many Marine platoon barracks is a good amount. I feel like 2 feels decent. And then I want 2 separate shipyards around Mars. So let's do the math. If I have 2 shipyards, it's 40 power each. I need 40, 80, 120, 160 power. Okay? We're generating 4, 8, I guess 12. I don't like that they're inverted here, but... Okay, we need to kind of wait for different things to happen, and I can replace the Xeno plot if I want with... I think a Skunk Works does make sense here. The construction module has to say... But I don't think I'm generating enough power, because now I need 4, 8, 12, 16... to 190. 200. This is going to get upgraded. 210. I need 210 power, and I'm currently on par to produce 4, 8, 12, 16. Yeah, I'm short an entire power source. Wait, no. Yeah. This is too greedy. The Skunk Works is too greedy. Alright, I'm just gonna do another, 3 Marine platoon barracks feels weird. Probably don't need 2 Marine. Yeah, but I don't know what else to put on this. Because none of these are helping Mars. Okay, how about this? Solar Array, Barracks, Skunk Works, and then this is going to be upgraded. That should work. Just trust me, chat. I know you already do. Just trust me. You already do. Just trust me. South Korea under control. The initiative has declared war on Lower Guinea. That's interesting considering you guys don't have full control of South Korea anymore.
The LZ is secure.
I've given
Target
others the
secured.
opportunity to take some control points if they wish. Oh. Okay, so we've successfully destabilized South Korea a good deal. That's what you get, initiative. And we got more ships on the way. So, remember when I said I had a special idea?
Where to?
Remember when I said a special idea? Well, here's the thing. Jianyi has 14 command, which is respectable in my opinion, and has this little thing called assault enemy space assets and control space assets. Does anyone else have control space assets? Ooh, Petra does. Persuade a ship or HAB crew to join your faction requires we have sufficient mission control to take it on. This will be resolved late in the phase. We are gonna try sending people to Earth. I mean, to Earth orbit, I should say.
Where
'Cause I
to?
want to see how this works. Move from the surface of Earth to any orbit in the Earth-Luna system, or from the surface of any space body to a station or ship. Undercover trait required to travel to enemy outposts, platforms, and ships. Okay, undercover trait is required. How the heck does one gain the undercover traits? Tarcisio is an undercover, but he's not the guy we want to do that stuff. So no one can sweet talk stations unless they're undercover. Okay. Well, I can still assault. Lead Space Marines in an attempt to capture an enemy HAB requires Marines at the Counselor's location. Fleets must dock with enemy stations to launch an assault. Stations may drop troops to the surface and bases may assault nearby HABs. Requires a spare mission control. So let's try that. Because I think Gianni's the only one that can do it. And he says a respectable 14 command. It's not like the top of the line, but it's decent. So we're going to send Gianni to orbit. And I'm going to put him on board the Zorak Mark III Coast to Coast ship.
Prepping for launch.
Where do you need me?
Reporting in.
Okay, so he is going to launch from our space center in Japan at Tanegashima Space Center. Cool.
Ready to go. Going in hot.
Ready for
Okay,
orders.
and then Petra, since we're messing with, I think we should start messing with the Protectorate. Wait, India doesn't have any defense. Oh. Well, it'd be a great time for a crackdown.
Standing by.
I don't want to purge because I don't actually want any of the spots in India. I only have a 1% chance of a crackdown even with no defense because they have such good public opinion. Okay, well in that
At your
case,
service.
Petra's just gonna start increasing public opinion in India. Just to make them,
I will tell our story.
just to annoy them a little bit. Yo, what's up, Skewer? How's it going, Skewer? Thanks for a year and a half of slubs. If you guys are just joining the stream, you are in time for ship building. We got 17 days until our next 2 ships become available, and I'm not sure, I guess they are 123 days out from the final tiers of ships. We got 4 separate shipyards working to pump out Earth's first fleet. We have completed the railgun batteries project. It's not particularly good, but it will make them better. So we have railgun battery Mark 1. These things are 2 hardpoints on the spine or the hull, I guess. I forget what else we had that we needed, if anything. I'm just gonna take a quick glance. Let's finish interrogation techniques since we were working on that earlier anyways. Global research for next-gen aerospace is basically done.
Offering support.
Or it should be done, like
We've
now.
got some intel on our target.
All right, we found a counselor from the Protectorate. They're currently in Turkey. We've identified their actual loyalties. We're going to try to get Petra to turn them into a double agent, give us intel on the Protectorate, who I think are our nemesis right now. They're not actually at war with us, per se, but there's another fleet. Since they're not actively in conflict with us, where is this? This is an extreme Mars orbit. See, they have a full-on station here. What is this? Oh, that's a fission reactor array. They've got a shipyard, an information science lab, a skunk works, some solar arrays, and some more military science. A lot of space science. Humans are starting to get a little fancy.
You're jerking my chain, right? There's no way in hell that I'm spending millions on sending a rocket into space if we just let half of it sink to the bottom of the ocean. Chairman Soren van Wyk comments to SABC News.
For too long, our efforts to venture beyond Earth have been inherently wasteful affairs. Every rocket jettisons multiple stages, each of which contains its own engines, propellant, and other equipment during its passage into space. This is obscenely expensive, and also a source of increasingly problematic orbital debris fields. If we're to launch more spacecraft more often, using them as we use airplanes, we must develop reusable vessels. While partially reusable vessels have flown in the past, new refinements in parachutes and airbags now allow the recovery of every stage. Because even this remains highly inefficient, our engineers have prototyped a far superior alternative, a single stage 2 orbit or SSTO craft, which expend no major hardware during flight. This has been achieved partly by advances in materials and construction techniques, which enable the craft to survive hypersonic flight and multiple orbital re-entry, and partly by improving mass to ratios sufficiently to carry both copious amounts of propellant and a crew cargo payload all the way to orbit, without any need to separate. With this achieved, we can begin to think about reaching space as an almost everyday pursuit. Okay. Let's do... These are all global techs. I have no idea what we want. Titanic spacecraft. Probably a bit premature. There's antimatter, which I don't even know what that is. This helps us get to coil guns. Let's do the thing that helps us get to coil guns, because I think that's the next tier of rail guns. So I think just improving our own weapon systems would be very smart. We'll put some research there. We'll split our research up a little bit more. We will find their purpose in like a year. Oh well.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
Critical success.
Wrapping up here.
Suddenly, Project Exodus has a presence in India. Interesting. That was in 0 to 18. War! Egypt has declared war on Sudan. It's very sad.
Arrived at my destination.
Orbit complete. I have arrived on board at Nightbot Orbital Earth shipyards.
Cleaning things up.
Jian is our counselor who is making the trip from coast to coast. Chat. I don't know if this is a smart idea, but it's what we're gonna do. We're gonna try and take out any stations that the servants have. Even if we have to create some debris in low Earth orbit to do so. And what that might do is give us a small taste of combat, because we will be overwhelmingly superior against the servants. The question is whether the aliens are going to let us fight. I don't really know how that's going to work, Because if I transfer to low Earth orbit, I'm concerned that the aliens might just be like, big mistake, now you die. So I think the only time I would save scum is if they just insta-kill me without me even initiating, because I'm not going there to fight the aliens. But let's go to... First, let's find out where the servants are. Because they're letting the servants chill there. Like, Victor 6 and Victor 13 are still there, being ominous and such. And Sierra 1 is still just there. So they are in low Earth orbit 1. Where did my controls at the bottom go? They disappeared. Okay. Do not click scuttle ships. Let's transfer to low Earth orbit 1. This fleet has insufficient acceleration to reach the target. The trajectory requires at least 48.2 millig's. I have 48.1 millig's. That's unbelievable. Okay, I can go to low Earth orbit 2. It'll take 5.8 kps delta V. Let's just take the one that preserves the most delta V. Because I can go to low Earth orbit 2. It saves us 500 kilometers, and we definitely have stations in low Earth orbit 2. Let me check to see if I have stations that have resupply depots. 'Cause, yeah, Eskier does have a supply depot there. So I did think that through. Okay, so we have one resupply on Eskier. So we just have to get to there. There's a gas tank next to stations that allow resupply on the transfer menu. Oh, I can choose a specific station. Okay, so actually if I go... I don't have any gas stations in low Earth orbit 1, apparently, just low Earth orbit 2. We should probably fix that. But we'll start there. It'll take 1 day. We'll loiter for 9.5 hours. Launch on the 26th of June, arrive on the 26th of June. Go. I want to zoom in. What do you... Weirdly, the camera won't let you watch. They should probably fix that. Because if you click on the ships, it auto-zooms you out to here and will not let you zoom in closer. Which feels like a bug.
I'm under an alarm. Early in the program, went to Defense 1, proceeded on it. We're back at auto again. Over. Right, we saw that, Buzz. Thank you much.
Target destroyed.
They scared me. So they loiter for 9... Oop! Where the hell did they go? Okay, now they're actually en route. They're camera shy. It might just simulate them getting closer. No, I think they just did a burn, transferring to Eskier Station. And the orbit's getting closer because of the burn, and we're accelerating. Okay. I don't know what kind of burn they're doing here, but the thrusters are on.
Oh, guys, you have me?
And they're there. Close enough. Alright, they've arrived at Esgear Station. Here's my question. Do they automatically refill? Or do I have to do anything to make them? Oh, there's resupply. Refuel and rearm ships in the fleet requires being docked at a hab with a supply depot or shipyard, and a sufficient resource stockpile to cover at least a partial resupply. Ships with the capability to resupply from the local environment may do so for free. It'll cost us 381 water, so that's gonna get expensive really fast because of how we did our propellant and engines and such. We're not gonna be moving around too much though. Noom. Noom. Either way, very cool. Lost a control point. We've lost a Kazakhstan control point. I didn't even know that we got purged. Wait. Alien forces are attacking civilians in the Nur Sultan region of Kazakhstan, and some authorities are pledging to seek conciliation with the aliens. Oh, we got mind controlled out of the point. You bastards. I was like, I know I defended it. Okay, let's do something
What's the
about
odds?
that. We're gonna need extra help probably for this, so I'm gonna send Bradford to go investigate.
Let's see what we can find.
Acknowledged. At your service.
Because Tarcisio is gonna need to investigate the actual counselor, who's probably an alien.
Investigating target.
Standing by.
Petra is gonna need to start singing our praises in Kazakhstan, because popular support took a hit.
We'll make our appeal.
I'm here.
German and Zora, you can. I think they'll probably defend this point, but in the event that they don't, we have to try a crackdown. But that would be spend some ops.
Tracking target.
I mean,
Standing by for orders.
the best person to take care of reclaiming Kazakhstan is Tarcisio. But we'll have to work on that next. Oh look, they're actually on a space station. Gianni has been an astronaut for our entire campaign. And they finally got to go to space. They're finally here. First space battle, parentheses, so easy. I want you guys to transfer to Redeemer Station in low Earth orbit. Chat, what the hell is negative 11.7 out of 7 KPS Delta V stand for? It's only gonna take 4.1 hours. Yeah, you're good to go. All right, let's see. We are gonna instigate a fight. Gianni can just... Can you just, like, not just hang out on the ship? Chat, what the hell? I don't understand. Can I just not do an assignment, I think? I think I can just not do it. There's nothing to just like stay there. You have counselors with no mission assigned. Yeah, I just want them to stay on the ship. You are now able to undertake scramjets, which increases boost priority. We don't do boost anymore, game. Don't you know boost is so last year? Look at those thrusters. Get this thing off my screen. There we go. They're heading to the station, chat. I wish there was an in-between fast forward. We could watch this in 2 times time and it would still take like an hour probably, but I don't know, how does combat start? Because we're technically at war with the servants, and these, like, do we engage with a completely different thing, like a Pokemon battle? Has it not been? Are we already there? Oh, we're already there. How does one attack that fleet? Oh, it's Sierra 1. So I need to click that and then... You have to wait for mission phase or have Marines on board. How do you have Marines on board? I don't know how to pick up Marines. Oh, there's a module? Okay, see, I got misled. Because I just assumed that since, the Marine building on Habs specifically says they support a counselor assaulting nearby Habs, that meant that I send the counselor, and then if there's a Marine platoon barracks nearby, that's what constitutes Marines. So I was fooled by the game. Are we fighting? Yeah, we're about to fight. So yeah, we'll just transfer to Sierra 1. Combat imminent! Okay. Here we go, chat. I have no idea what the hell we're doing. Let's take a look at this. This should be the easiest fight ever. We have almost 200 combined combat power to their 13.2 per the game. Okay? Attack the enemy fleet. If they flee, we may spin Delta V to attempt to engage them. If the enemy fleet attacks, we'll fight, otherwise no combat will occur. We will attempt to avoid combat. If the enemy pursues us, we may spin Delta V to outrun them. Okay, so we definitely want to engage. What's all this? Tight, line, archers, dispersed. I gotta read all these things. There's no tooltips. Okay, single line, long range combatants dispersed. We got staggered, convoy, cloud, right echelon, left echelon, chevron, double chevron, arrowhead, line, wall, column, duo, trips, quads, queuing DPS, queuing tank, queuing healer. Okay. Archers is long-range combatants dispersed. Most heavily armored ships dispersed. Most powerful ships dispersed. I don't know what does dispersed mean? Like they're spread out? Okay, okay, you can control whether they're in the center, the right, the left, the wings. To the rear, long-range combatants forward. Alright, so right now we should have two fairly long-range railgun snipers. Wait, no, we have one long-range sniper, so this shouldn't really be a thing. I feel like Zorak Mark III and Brack PD should come together. Slightly staggered should be fine. We'll see how this goes. I'm gonna attempt to engage. Both fleets are willing to fight? Prepare for combat. Redeemer Station is unarmed. We may seize or destroy it if we are victorious over the fleet defending it. Okay, now I'm gonna laugh if they kick my ass. Chat, is it paused? Okay. Here we go! It's game time! Time to learn. Hello, E-Town chat. Just got off work. Got PF Chang takeout. I'm ready for some boom boom. Well, you're here just in time. Rob Bank with a bagel says we hit 3 whole years, boys! Happy 3 years, Bagel. Welcome and what up? So I've talked a big talk about the combat in this game. WTF, it's a new game. That's what I said. Yeah, it's a different game in the game. So number one is we've got a look at our enemy over here and the station behind them. So this is our target. And we can, what I think is a little silly is unless I'm clicking the wrong button, you can inspect their ships outside of combat, but you can't do the ship inspector inside of combat. Because I need to know the range of the Crate Missile Bay. But I can't seem to look at it. It's okay, we're just gonna take our time and figure this out. So here's what we do. Effectively, when we're moving our ships around, we have these points. And at each point, you can initiate maneuvers, is my understanding. So because we have our big sniper with the 800 kilometer range railgun on the left, and we have our point defense on the right, what I'd like to do, so this one's already locked in. I don't think we can change this. But this one, we can try to initiate various types of burns. And in this case, I just want my ships to go together, more or less. So go up, down, left, and right. You can sort of see their speed as well as like 6.6 kilometers per second, more or less. So what I'd like to do is not collide my ships because that would be hilarious. I'm gonna try and do a burn towards the ship so my point defense can get a little bit closer. And then we have a whole bunch of different buttons at the top. So let's just read these. Fleet, set primary target. There should only be one. Clear primary target. Extend radiators. Do we start with radiators retracted or do I need them to? The upcoming turn is locked in, so you have to plan ahead a bit as you can only change upcoming plans, not the one that's about to be executed. Yeah. Quick question, Etalyx. I've been half working. What kind of combat acceleration do you have, and where's your armor? All my armor is in the nose, so I'm gonna try and find the controls to keep my nose pointed forward. And then, what's interesting is, I'm gonna explain something real quick to the chat. So when I made this maneuver here, you can see that the little icon, almost like a compass, rotating around. And I believe that indicates the facing of our ship. So because we have all of our armor pointed in the nose, if I turn, we're gonna be exposing our weakness. But we have to turn to burn because our thrusters are on the rear of the ship. So we'll have to physically face that way to burn in order to move in that direction. Which means that we'll be facing and floating that same direction the entire way up. So what we're gonna have to do is make a burn and then correct our facing so that our nose is still pointing forward so that any incoming shots that we might tank are still being defended by armor. Why are you tagging me, Sewer Rat, to just say the same thing that I'm saying? Anyway, Avik says, you start with radiators out. But anyway, my combat acceleration is about 1G. So I got it close, it's like 900 and something millig's. So it's like 950 millig's. And theirs is
This is the sub-sound.
bad.
Premium.
Their combat acceleration is 157 millig's. So we are roughly 369 over 6 times their combat acceleration. So we should be able to outmaneuver them quite easily. And I'm hoping to outrange them too. Really depends on how far their missiles can launch. Okay, so let's look at some other controls. Fleet set AI control, release command of all ships to their captains. I'm assuming I don't need to click that. It should just be my command right now. But yes, we are going to retract our radiators, which protects them from most attacks. Heat will accumulate in the ship's heat sinks until they are full, at which time radiators will automatically extend. So we're going to toggle that. Hopefully it'll work. Then up here at the top, we've got focus fire posture. Offensive weaponry are all set to focus fire on the primary target and ignore all other enemies. Guardian capable weapons will not fire defensively. Fleet attack posture. Offensive weaponry will favor the primary target if in range, otherwise will attack the nearest available target. Guardian capable weapons will not fire defensively. Balanced posture. Offensive weapons will favor the primary target if in range, otherwise they will attack the nearest available target, and Guardian capable weapons will be set to Guardian mode and fire at threatening enemy projectiles before targeting ships. And I think that's good for us, because we do have 2 Guardian capable spine-mounted light railguns on the side of the Zorak Mark III, and so I think I would like balance just to start with. And then defensive posture would be offensive will still fire at the primary, but Guardian capable weapons will just never even target ships. And then fortified. Offensive weaponry idled to preserve power and ammo. You do have limited ammo, but I don't think this engagement should last that long. I don't think I've seen Etalyx's face before, and he looks a lot more normal than expected. Grimco, it's funny you say that, because I've never seen you before. Ever. First time chatter. Check this to offer to end the battle by mutual consent with the enemy commander. If both sides select this option, the battle will end. Currently, the enemy commander does not wish to end the battle. They're servants. Why would I vote to end the battle? Okay, so I need to learn some hotkeys. Okay, here's another menu we need to look at. These are my ships. And the music is a little loud. Don't worry, I closed DX Story first because I'm gaming right now. You just voted to end battle. No. Wait, does green mean you don't want to end the battle, or that you do want to end the battle? I don't know. Red offers to end. Oh, but that seems the other way around. I think of red, I think of fire, explosions, and death. Anyway, set a primary target. I feel like them leaving from their station is not good for the long-term survivability of the station, but just for practice, we're going to set a primary target. This is clear primary target. My focus fire posture, we're going to set to balanced. Okay, it's updating the icon down here. Ooh, I like this. It's really cool. So you can highlight the ship and see a sphere around it. So what is the line? Red means stop fighting. Green means go. Okay, what's all this? Ramming speed. Allow the ship to collide with enemy ships, doing great damage to both. Given the sacrifice required costs 100 influence to activate for the rest of this battle. Requires setting a primary target to collide. Disengage. Withdraw from battle when at least 2,000 kilometers away from enemy ships. Will only trigger after 30 minutes of fighting. All weapons will be set to defensive fire only. This may not be undone, and the ship will not return. Once withdrawn, reinforcements may arrive. AI control, and then toggle special maneuver panel. That's what we're going to want. Okay, so check this out. On this side is our primary weapon, the rail cannon itself, which can start shooting around here. Make a ramming speed only ship. That sounds like a bad idea. What's this meter on the right? This bar shows the remaining battery charge left on the ship. Some weapons consume battery when firing. Monitor consumption and remaining charge to ensure your ship can fight at optimal strength in pivotal moments. On the left, we have current heat level of the ship's heat sinks. The heat level will lower automatically when the radiators are extended.
You are approaching the gift sub threshold. It appears you have gifted at least
25
gift subs. Thank you for your generosity in support of the
Etalyx
YouTube channel.
Indeed. Okay then. Thanks again, Meat Sacks, for the Alien double sub for 15 months. Hi, Meat Sacks. And Sewer Rat with 30 gift subs says, for luck. What if I told you that the ship we're fighting has 13 power level and we have like 10 times that? So if we lose, it's going to be very embarrassing. I hope we don't need luck. This is an epic song for such a battle, though. Damn. Thanks for $150 of gift subs, though. Damn. And enjoy your gift subs if you got one, chat. A lot of first monthers, a lot of returning slubs. Welcome, Happy Year, Death Shield Down, Galligan for 22 months, Jimmy Shoes for 22 months, 11 months for Sergeant Angel, 5 months for Big Sombrero, and more. Very kind. Thanks for the luck. Hopefully we don't need it. This is structural integrity. This is a per part structural integrity. So you can damage the drives, you can damage the coupling of the drives, you can damage the reactors, the power coupling of the reactors, the battery, life support systems, aux life support systems, the radiators, fire control, damage control, ECMs, lithium heat sinks, so all the parts that we actually put on the ship. Magazines can take damage, the individual weapons themselves can take damage. How large are the crews on these ships? I have no idea. Okay, so what I want to take a look at is a special maneuver panel. We got roll to port. Roll 90 degrees to port. Dorsal spin. Initiate a continuous dorsal spin. Spin up. Roll to starboard. Port spin. All stop. Cancel all velocity relative to the battle. Initiate a continuous starboard spin. The ship will attempt to keep its nose pointed at its primary target. Only rotating if waypoints call for reorienting the ship's drive for thrusting. The setting won't do anything unless you've selected a primary target for the ship. Okay. I think that's what we want. And then we have a ventral downspin, and then roll 180 degrees. Inverting on its long axis. This is what I wanted Battlefleet Gothic to be. I haven't played Battlefleet Gothic yet, but I want to one day. Okay, so what we're going to do is padlock the target. Is that both people's? Here's what I want, though. I'm going to try to do a different maneuver, because the theory is that I want this ship, I want my point defense, I guess they can just drive alongside each other. But I feel like against a weak servant, this is an opportunity to try to get fancy. Oh, you actually stay on the same... Wait, can you do three-dimensional plane, chat? Or are we fighting on a horizontal plane? How do you go up and down relative to each other? Hold Q and move Z. Ooh, fancy. Okay. Now we're talking. So my plan is to burn in towards my other ship. This is my point defense boat. This is my railgun sniper, okay? So I'm trying to get the point defense boat to get a little closer. How do you control their actual speed? Because he's going to be moving at 500 meters per second and 500 meters per second. How do I, like, change acceleration? Is that a thing? I know you can come to a stop. Pull forward and back, you'll notice an acceleration change. Okay. Oh, that is a Zorak. Which one can I mess with? How do I move the Zorak? Oh, is it because of this? Ah. So yeah, it's shrinking to like 6.4 kps basically. Is there a hotkey to keep this line straight while you're moving? Because if you do forward, then you do like a burn basically, because it goes. You turn around to do 6.4 kps burn. E. What the hell does E do? Oh, it actually does do that. Hold on. Okay. Is there a reset button for waypoints? E. It actually is E. Right-click a waypoint to reset. Thank you, chat, for being my tutorial. I appreciate you. I think this is super cool, though, and I really like... So if I hit E here, then drag it back, we're gonna do a backwards burn. How do I know what my anticipated speed is? Is it still gonna be going 6.4 kps that way? Whereas if I did nothing, I would be going... Wait, what's going... Is this time between points? I think it's a 0.3 kps burn, which will leave you with a total power of 6.4 dV. Okay. Is there any way to anticipate what my actual speed relative to my opponent will be after such a burn? Or is this all just feel? But that's a good point. Yeah, it's just my total DV left. Delta V. I guess you just look at where the arrows are, dummy. Okay, let's move you over. The length of the lines between points. Yeah, so each point is like a turn. So I'm making my turns while they make their turns, and they'll play out simultaneously. Okay. So what we're going to want to do is have that do the burn. Then on this one, we're going to want to turn back around. Or just make this not quite as much. I just want that boat to get a little bit ahead of this boat. Okay, we're going to hit the lock and the lock. Which means that they will, you can see the arrow. So he's gonna go, my destroyer is gonna go up to here, turn around, do a 0.2 kilometer per second burn out of our Delta V pool, then nose back around, facing the enemy. Whereas this one is going to turn hard to port, and way hard to port. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. So we can actually go really fast if we want. Hold on, it was Q to go down a little. So you can hold Q and E to lock it to both. Interesting. This reminds me of like really advanced, speaking of board games, it reminds me of really advanced, I used to play Star Wars X-Wing miniatures, and I still have my minis somewhere. I would like a little bit. That is not doing what I expected it to do. What a nerd, dude, super nerd. So I know we don't need to close the gap because we're long range, but I don't know what range a crate missile bay is. I need to study that before I get into combat with these ships. Okay, but I want you keep your nose pointed at your primary target. It doesn't seem like it is doing that. I have a bad feeling about this. Is he still in the combat planner? Yeah. Has he unpaused yet? No, I haven't unpaused the entire new video game that I just unlocked. How did I reset the other one? There we go. I'm trying to make sure these don't crisscross, and I'm gonna like ram one ship into the other ship because that'd be super embarrassing. I literally just got here. I've been trying to get to this point for 70 hours, give or take, all right? So how about we just let it simmer for a moment, huh? Okay, that looks solid. But I don't know why is this one, why is the BRAC PD not facing front? I can't padlock, like the padlock's not doing anything here. I feel like it has no target. Oh, does it not? Okay, I gotta look at all these buttons. Did I not set a fleet target? Now its target is the... Okay, there we go. Fleet target is a Wraith. So I'm trying to figure all this out before I unpause, because once you unpause, I can't lose to a 13 combat level ship. Are we ready, chat? You know what else? I want to do another maneuver here. We'll wait. All right, ready? Because I think for our guns to start firing, we need to be... They need to be, like... really close. One-time speed. Real-time combat. Why can't I see the Wraith's weapon systems? Oh dear God. Why are those missiles so slow? What's going on? No more thrusters? They're traveling... Okay, how far away is the Wraith from me? Space is big. That's fair, but like, oh, it's 1,151 kilometers. You definitely can't read that at 864p, but it's over 1,000 kilometers away. Okay, here come the maneuvers. As requested, there's the burn to put us on the other course over here. Oh, damn. Okay, how long until you can't change the next maneuver? Wait. Okay, yeah, how long until you can't change? The moment you pass the upcoming one. Okay, so I can still change if I unlock. Because if I'm gonna go down, then the problem with going down is 4 of my spine-mounted PDs won't have a good angle at incoming fire, so I almost want to roll. I guess I could turn sideways. Like, the bottom ones won't be able to shoot up. So I was gonna roll. Which one do I want? Roll to port 90 degrees. "90 degrees would put the guns on the left and right instead of up and down. Okay, roll to port. Can't. Okay, let's see. I'm too scared to do this fast. We can go 2 times speed for a second though. What are the weapons set to? Weapons are set to just pure defensive mode. The Zorak is set to light railgun guardian mode, main cannon attack mode, which is they should just start firing as soon as the other ship's in range. Continual spin, full expanse. Here comes the roll. I'm hearing noises, but I don't... Is that just the enemy firing missiles? Uh-huh. It's more missiles. So they're doing their own maneuvers. Oh! My railgun! They're in range. Or they're gonna be in range. We're shooting at where they're gonna be. Is the flying camcorder in space? Me? Like, first person mode? I want to see how far this misses. Chat, should we change our... The sphere that we can shoot them from is so big on the nose cannon. I like... Okay, two things. Number one, I hear stuff. What do I hear? Where's their missiles? Oh, our guardians. Hang on, I hear pew-pews. Oh, it's an autocannon! Should I change? Should I do an evasive maneuver? Like, I can't block an autocannon. Tox, what's the range on your PD? The range on my PD is this. Very small. Very, very small. However, on the Zorek Mark III, we have 2 light railgun batteries with much larger range that can also function as Guardian mode. Lol, the other commander wants to quit. They're trying to shoot down your railgun shells. Oh, is that what this is? Because the first... I'm kind of just gonna leave this as it is, so... Look at all the projectiles. They got missiles up here. Here comes the first... Oh, they did. They shot it down. Sorry I'm being a little janky with the camera. Do it. Oh, they pewed it at the last second. They're trying to just dodge, but I don't think they have enough. This is where cruise or combat acceleration comes in handy. Oh damn, they're all getting intercepted. So where are their missiles right now? Is there a button that highlights incoming projectiles? Ooh. That little turn that they did is they're trying to dodge all this line of incoming shots, like this one right here. Oh, nice intercept. How's our heat? Yeah, let's pause for a second and look at some stats. Because here's what I want to do. I want Brack PD. Wait, what the hell are you doing, Brack? I like that you're in front just a little bit. And then I want you to lock it in afterwards to reorient yourself and kind of line up underneath, but in front. Since you're the point defense, you have to shoot stuff that's within that range. We have 4 point defense particle beam against this guy. The purple dots are missiles. They're drifting to save Delta V, I think. The purple dots... Yeah, the purple dots are missiles, you're right. So what's the closest missile? Is it really there? I think they're drifting to try to dodge all my incoming kinetics. And I could like make an adjustment to sort of nose down towards them, but we kind of can come to a complete stop and just sit and watch if we didn't want to go. But then we have to stop, we have to turn and burn. So it's easier to just keep going forward, because if we get close enough, then our side-mounted light rail guns are gonna start popping off too. So I say this guy just keeps doing his thing, but by the time we can have some predictions. So I'm sorry I'm moving the camera, like I said, so janky. I can't get a good angle on this. See how this is pointing down? That's where the dude is going to be relative to us as we fly by at extremely close range. Is this the first space battle in human history? This is the first human fleet battle in history, yes. But there was one Protectorate ship did blow up a resistance station, but that wasn't really a battle. There's no reason to gamba, chat. That's a power level 13 ship. We've got this easily. I've got a full reload as well. Hit him right in the ass. This Earth side is really not a good. Okay, where are the purples? They're like here? They're so slow. Look at our muzzle velocity compared to their missiles. They're gonna start getting in. Oh, that dodge! That's what the burn that they did earlier was, because they are... How far away are they now? Oh shit, hold on. I don't know how to control this camera, it's wily. The Wraith is about 500 kilometers away now. Did we get a hit? I heard a noise and it's red. Where is it? I missed it? I hit the nose? This one, maybe? So here's the thing, chat. If you kill the other ship, you still have to survive the incoming missiles. He's doing evasive maneuvers. This is actually working really well for him. Okay, so my PD. Are these still the closest missiles? They're so slow. That's why the crates are garbage. Yeah, that's a hit. Okay. We gotta keep plunking away at the nose. We're hitting his nose-mounted missile launcher. The shadow here. Alright, Brack PD. Why is Brack PD Brack PD? Oh, we're gonna cross each other. Are they gonna light me up? The missiles are next to his ship. He's sort of building them up in a bank. They're all right. He's like faster than the missiles. There's other missiles here, but I don't know if some of them are along this line. You're probably too close to change direction now. Is there a way to tell, like, his gun's range? Because we have information on his weapon systems, but I can't figure out how to display... Like, I like this menu down here for my ship, where I can highlight and it shows me a sphere of influence. I don't know what his is. I think that we could definitely still get out of the way. I can do 1G burns to his like 0.15, but I don't want to move too far. Yeah, I guess that's not a good idea. I think we just do what we set out to do. How do you reset this? This is going to be really awkward soon. But also, there's only so much more he can do to dodge. Bam. Look at those narrow misses. I also noticed... That's a hit. Look at that. He's getting crusty now, chat. All we gotta do is kill the torpedoes. All right, we win. Now we have to live. Batteries are good. Heat is heat good? Heat sink capacity 3.3 out of 525 gigajoules.
For your collection.
While you still
You know
can.
what, guys? Being a sub's not so bad.
Get that guy.
I think we're good. We're only using a teeny bit of our total heat sink, right? How do you set a primary target to be missiles? How's the heat on the railgunner? The destroyer is at 155 out of 525. You can set facing manually with the Z, X, and C keys, says Bebop Isomer, who is clearly smarter than Carson 12. No offense, Carson 12. It's like the axes. You said how to set them as primary target. Don't lie to me. Oh my god, this is actually, it's useful, but also insanely difficult to see the exact orientation. It shouldn't be 3 keys. It should be a button you click that has the traditional, like, graphics, program, orbs, radii, whatever, the circles. Because just visualizing this with just the mouse is tough. Haven't played this with the guided or dumbfire missiles. I have no idea, actually. This is tier 0 Earth missiles. So you don't actually need to turn anymore, Brack. So facing straight ahead is fantastic, actually. Okay, I got an idea. Damn, this music is going off. We're gonna try and, basically the missiles are so slow that I'm gonna use my PD, monitor ship. If we're accelerating towards the missiles, we're increasing the missile's effective speed. Also, I just saw a missile get popped. Are those the PDs? They are in PD range, chat. I got an achievement unlocked called Tactical Genius. Win a space battle without losing a ship and scratch one bogey.
Flight Phantom. How you doing and how can I have your digitals? Okay, they'll be up
This
there.
combat seems pretty big brain, yes. Why is it so cool and interesting to watch? Sorry I screwed with the camera too much. I'm figuring out the controls. When we fight the aliens and they totally wreck us, I'll be a little bit more gentle. It just accelerates the camera really fast. Victory for Project Exodus. Coast to Coast has docked with Redeemer Station and may now seize or destroy the station. How do you seize it?
Lights up. Our radar check indicates 50,000-foot barrel in our visual altitude.
Remember the other day when I said lol Railgun PD is silly? Railgun PD OP. They did actually land those shots, yeah.
Hey, flight suggestion. Would a little y'all help this hacking?
It's in the menu. Okay, so I close this.
Sure would, flight. How much? Which direction?
Click Coast to Coast. And then what? It's not... Do I have to actually go dock here? Possibly? Because I can... Maybe since there's no fleets there? Wait a few hours for ships to come back online after combat. Oh, they're like... Excuse me. Yes, you. Okay, we'll wait for them to come back online. How about that? Sewer Rat, also thank you for the 5 gift subs. What's up? Demolition, Nicholas, Pickles, Alaric, Turbear Stare, and Obob. Yo, hey everybody. Thanks for joining. Destroy Hab. So there is no command Hab without Marines. I can just blow it up. Someone say my name? Yeah, you're a sub now. Would you say this is worth playing in its current state? Hey, what's up, dude? I would say that it depends on how patient you are and how much you like board games, because it's very board game-y. It's very dense and a lot to chew on. I have no regrets playing it, but also I think there's some stuff that definitely needs improvement in it. But it's very ambitious, and I like ambitious games. Sometimes even in spite of their faults. But it's also extremely slow burn, so you have to like really want to play, because I would say you need to be willing to dedicate at least 50 hours to this game. And I don't mean it takes 50 hours to learn, it takes 50 hours to play. And that's just to get to maybe like past the quote-unquote early game. And you kind of have to do a lot of repetitious actions throughout that time, since it's a mix of real-time turn-based. But the core gameplay loop really doesn't take that long to pick up. It's just the, like, chewing through each new morsel, like just now, doing my first combat is like a whole new thing. But yeah, super ambitious, but I'm having fun with it, but I also just like some of these overly ambitious titles because, again, there are definitely flaws. Like, for me, chat, I think that my 2 things I would change in this game is the 2 weeks for counselors at some stage, and also organizations. I could do without the organization system as it is right now. It doesn't add anything to the game to me, and it overly complicates decision making. Just my opinion. That being said, I think it's a really fantastic game because I can't think of another game that I'm like, oh, don't play this one because it's got problems. Play this one instead. There isn't a play this one instead in this case. It's either this or nothing. So, I'd say if you like the idea of industrializing space, trying to learn, like the lore is really good and the sci-fi writing is fantastic. But it's heavy on reading, heavy on number go up, heavy on, just heavy. Some people crave that, and some people are repelled by that. Has war been declared yet? We're technically at war with the servants. And if I destroy their hab, it actually counts as an atrocity. I don't know if it leaves orbit debris around Earth, but on the intel screen where, speaking of ambitious, we measure global public opinion. Exodus, Project Exodus is us. We're actually leading the globe in public opinion, which is fantastic. It helps that China really likes us a lot. But we're tracking the atrocities committed. We've committed 1 atrocity. The Protectorate has committed 10 atrocities. So, in the grand scheme of things, this 1 more atrocity is not that much. What's another crime against humanity among friends? Shame they don't tell you more about the text in the tree. Yeah, I think that the UI needs more work than the devs are willing to do. Example, like, you can see what every technology in the game is, but no explanation of what they do until you've researched it. Or you look in the wiki, which may or may not be updated. At the risk of being a pariah, what's the short version of the RIBworld blog discussion? We literally read the blogs. So I don't know if I can sum them up for you, J-Baby. You can just go read them. But DLC looks cool, and it comes out on Friday. So, pretty much that. So I'm going to be taking a couple days off this week in order to mentally prepare for both RIBworld DLC and Victoria 3 coming out within a few days of each other. So, pretty much that is the summation of what we talked about earlier. Should I blow up the Servant Alien Sympathizers station? You might say, why? Because it frees up a slot around... There can only be 8 stations in low Earth orbit 1 and 8 stations in low Earth orbit 2, so 16 stations. So I think I'm just going to blow it up. I don't think... the humanity will forgive me. Pew! Redeemer Station destroyed by Project Exodus. We have destroyed the Servant Station Redeemer in low Earth orbit. They will surely regard this as a declaration of war. I say, too damn bad. Humanity's first space battle just took place. Taking a look at the servants, we've kept them as weak as we possibly can, and I know this is a hard screen to see at 864p, but the servants have Brazil. So, we have maybe incurred the wrath of Brazil. This button is not sorting for some reason. It's supposed to. So there's some bugs in the game right now. But I think Brazil is their strongest spot. But appreciate it again, Sewer Rat. Thank you for the extra gift subs and enjoy. But yeah, if you're out there in chat and you're like, hey, is this game worth checking out? I think it's the kind of game that is just... I don't know how to explain this in a nice way. It's the kind of game that stirs the imagination, where it reminds me of Starbase a lot, just because it's fun to see a game where it seems like anything's possible. And after like 30 hours, you start to realize, okay, here are the limits and here are the parameters of the game. And it loses a little bit of its luster by this point in the game. Hold on before you judge me. In that the actual counselor actions are literally dulled by extension of how many times you have to do them. So the first like 10 times that you successfully increase public opinion or purge a control point, you're like, hell yeah, yeah. The 30th, 40th, 50th time you increase public opinion, you're just like, please, please love me. I want you to love me. And you're just sort of going through the motions of like the 80th time I'm clearing xenofauna from Earth. It's like, I don't really care. However, even though those portions sort of become routine and like maintenance instead of exciting, the space portion of the game is starting to open up to us now, and that is sort of opening Pandora's box as far as what sort of combat gameplay and tactical decision making we're getting ready to be able to do. The problem with the game right now, in my opinion, is that when you're transitioning to this phase of the game, you can't shake the counselor section of the game. You still have to do all of those counselor things. And eventually, maybe Earth stabilizes to the point where you literally just have them repeat the same mission ad infinitum, and you can set them on permanent assignments, and that's okay. But yeah, like, think about Crusader Kings 3. The reason Crusader Kings 3 scales so amazingly is because when you're a lowly count, you have your own tasks to accomplish. But then when you become a duke, you're not still doing the minutia that a duke does. You now have potentially multiple counts, unless you control all the territory, of course. And then it's sort of the same, but better, because now you have a council, and you have a better council anyways. And more people are starting to notice you because of your increased notoriety, and the game is starting to open up a little bit to you. And then when you become a king, you're starting to divvy up the kingdom into duchies, and the duchies into counties, and each of those has characters who manage them for you. Not that I don't know how easy it would be. Stellaris has shown us how difficult it is for the AI to manage systems and things like that, and they're still iterating on that many years later. However, what makes it funny in Crusader Kings is even though the AI can be inefficient, the other characters are sort of your challenge. They're your gameplay. The fact that they're doing things that are opposed to you is baked into the DNA of the game. So you're having to like compete with them because you're an individual character and so are they. So trying to corral them and make them do what you want is the gameplay instead of frustration. Whereas in something like Stellaris or this, if the AI is not doing what you want, it's not the gameplay, it's hindering the gameplay. If that makes sense. So it's a difficult, tricky situation. But yeah, at this stage, once you get to space, it's like, holy shit, look at all this stuff we can do. We can actually start moving ships around, figuring out orbital mechanics, and getting space bases and stations set up and all that. Anyway, hopefully that makes sense. Speaking of, we gotta get our fleet. Earth's first, bestest fleet. Oh, we gotta also claim that spot. Let's try and transfer back. I don't know if I want to go to low Earth orbit because that's where the aliens are, and I don't want to tempt them to blow me up before I have a chance of launching my full force against them. So can we possibly transfer back up to high Earth orbit? We do have barely enough Delta V to get there, and I think that's acceptable. So it's going to take, let's say, about 1 full day to transfer back to high Earth orbit, and then I need to claim probably just a platform. See, now there's 1 free spot in low Earth orbit, and it's mine. Oops, wrong button. Sorry. Where is my new hab? Here we go. So Kamarov Station. Give you a couple of baby solar collectors. We're constructing everything in space now, which is awesome. I don't know how many military science outposts we have. How many do we need? We need 10. I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I want to say we have 7. So I want to do like, we might have more under construction. Oh yeah, we have 2 here. 7, 8, 9. So maybe we just do 1 more. Let's do 1 military science lab, because 10 is the maximum bonus that we can get for, but it boosts all of our terrestrial military, so all of our armies that are on the ground. Go up 0.3 miltech, which doesn't sound like much, but it's actually fairly substantial right now. So Earth's strongest is like 4.6 or 4.7, so 0.3 constitutes like a 7% bonus to all armies on the ground. Better than nothing right now, but also gives us research bonuses as well, which are important. And then it can't hurt to have a Xenolab, because just more, faster xenology research to learn the aliens' intentions, and the storyline and what they intend to do is very important to us at this stage. Okay, good job on the first battle, chat. We were supposed to win, and we did. We had a 99% chance to win, and we didn't flub it. Our fleet has returned to Nightbot orbital shipyards, where we will go ahead and resupply at a fairly high cost, actually. Like 500 water is a lot. Our propellant, we're using a little too much propellant. We need to research better engines, but I don't have any drives right now available. You can see what's really cool about this is inside of our shipyards, we actually have in-construction ships, and you can see them physically being constructed right now. Each of these rings is a separate shipyard, so we're making 4 ships simultaneously. And the next ones will be done in about 2 days. So we'll have 2 more ships coming out in 2 days, doubling our strength effectively. Let's see what chat has to say. We need middle management, we might.
I have new information.
Hey, we found an alien. So at the beginning of the game, you have no idea what aliens look like, where they are, what they're doing. Now that we've got so many orbital habitats in space, specializing in xenology research and pursuing our own research goals, we now have a pretty good handle on where they are, but also we have a double agent in the servants who are alien sympathizers, so sometimes they give us a little heads up. But also, there's been some chaos in Kazakhstan, which we currently have influence over, and the aliens used mind control basically to forcibly remove one of our control points. So we knew there was an alien there, we kind of tracked him down. He's currently hiding out in Russia under the Protectorate's guide. So we found one. I don't know what I can do with that. Anyway, here come our new ships too. The chess game begins. At large, yes. Can you get to the alien homeworld and planet bus them? I think everything's pretty much in this solar system. I don't think there's anything outside the solar system, but we can get to their base of operations. But they have a very, very strong advantage of being technologically advanced, and also they've got about 60 or 70 ships in our solar system at this stage of the game. So it's a lot. How do you keep track of literally anything in this game? You mean anything or literally everything? Nice, fine, because I can keep track of anything. See? It just made a new ship. And here it is. I can keep track of that. So we're
Person
gonna...
of interest surveilled.
Ooh, we just found out the aliens' true loyalty. It's always 25 with the aliens. All right. We can now undertake rapid response team projects. Aliens suffer -3 on terrorized missions against us. Spins off a new org. Define terrorize. I'll need to look at that in a second. But importantly, we need to get our main fleet the coast to coast down here, and then merge Echo 3, merge Echo 4. Now we have a 4-ship fleet that is about 413 power level. The problem is that the aliens basically have a hard counter to us, because our strength is shooting down missiles and shooting down projectiles, like kinetics. But you know what I can't shoot down? Lasers. And do you know what aliens do good? Lasers. Okay, they've got 2 fleets that are 288 and 268 power. That's way too strong for us. And, which one of these is the strongest? They got missile bay and point defense beams, and a mag cannon, which is an alien mass driver. So we actually should be pretty good about shooting these things down, even if they are just better versions of what we have. However, the other ship in that fleet... Wait, did I just click on the same one? Yeah, has an orange laser battery, which we think is... what's its range? 1,000 kilometers. So they're going to be able to shoot frickin' laser. Okay, but they are going to be significantly weakened at more than 500 kilometers, I think. So how close do lasers, even orange lasers, need to be? See how their armor effectiveness breaks down. The bigger number here, the worse it is, I think. But then they have a violet laser cannon that's on the nose. And this thing is basically totally effective against armor at 500 kilometers. And we can't stop lasers. Their lasers also act as point defense. So it's going to be difficult for anything that we can shoot at them to get through, much less stop them from damaging us. And that's just one fleet. Victor 13 has another ship behind them, also with missiles and the mag cannons. We probably focus all of our fire on their laser ship and just try and take that down first, and then hope our point defense is strong enough to stop their projectiles. But for that, we've got 4 more ships coming out of the oven. Okay, tough. I say we just finish the research that we have here because we've just been waiting on it for a long time. Noom.
The people will come to our side.
Railgun battery Mark II. We'll work on that in a little bit. Too late to upgrade our ships now. Fargman Station is getting some upgrades. Just got some a Marine barracks. That's our Martian orbital. And we got a lot of stuff going in here. Academy fleet detected in high Vesta orbit. Where the hell is Vesta? Victor 57. It's sort of right next to you. That's a lot of... It's hard to keep track of the alien ships. 9 is fine. I would say that. You're right there. Because there's just so damn many of them. We've completed construction of a new settlement core on Mars. So not only were we the first to settle Mars for humanity, we're also the first to upgrade. We got a 25 crew settlement core and all these tier 2 spots that we can fill in as we see fit. And one thing we're going to do is upgrade to fission reactor arrays. They are large nuclear power plants that are going to give us 42 power apiece, regardless of the sun. So we're going to drop... what else do we want on this? I don't know what else we want. Probably just more op centers. It's going to take 180 days to build this on space, but it's much less than shipping all the resources from Earth. And that's why we have all these mines on Mars. And I'm assuming the construction module also helps us. Nope, just tier 1 have modules. Okay, so we need a tier 2 construction module, apparently. But yeah, let's do ops. Actually, I want to do ops centers on the left, but this is fine for now. It's going to refund some of the mission control that it's taking to keep this settlement core online. Skunk works everywhere, because why not? Okay, now we need power, so... more fission reactors. So 1 fission reactor for each of these. Then we're going to need a fission reactor for the tier 2 outpost mining core. I think we're going to need around 5 total fission reactor arrays, is my guess. Because this one pays for this. This one pays for this. This one pays for this and has some left over. Dude, the math on these things is so obnoxious. Okay, to get a new mining complex, that's also gonna take 2 mission control. How long is it gonna take to build? 80 days. Upgrade the outpost mining complex from space, 80 days. So if I was gonna do more op centers to make up for that, how much would that take? 180 days, damn. So we're not gonna have enough power for that anyways. So we can't even do the upgrade yet. So this is 3 plus 2 is 5 mission control. We want to take some of that off. If I take this fission pile out, we're going to stop powering the outpost mining complex and lose a bunch of monthly resources. So... in case you don't know, you don't get the income from the mine while it upgrades? Yeah, I mean... obviously. It's not operational. If someone is defending a control point, how do I get them out? You ask them very nicely. But the actual answer is use public campaigns to improve the public opinion for your faction in that nation using your counselors, and then as your public opinion goes up, it'll get easier and easier, and you really need someone who's quite talented in your council to issue a crackdown first. So the crackdown counselor action weakens the point, and then the purge actually removes them from the point. The only other way is war. Actually, that's not true. The third way is a coup, which is destabilizing the region. So if you increase public opinion and destabilize the region at the same time, it'll usually work out pretty good. So that's one way to do it. And then having some of the surrounding nations under your influence also gives you a slight advantage in that nation. So there's a few different ways. Okay. Think, chat, think. This is gonna cost 5. I'm gonna want 4 ops centers. We'll start with 3 and we'll get the other one later. We'll come back to this. 2 fission reactor arrays, 3 fission reactor arrays, 4 fission reactor arrays, 5 fission reactor arrays. Okay, that'll work. I'll come back and count this after.
Recon complete.
New project available. Hypersonic sea launch cruise missiles. Build Navy is more effective. Don't care. Is it just you and the aliens, or are there the AI humans that also fight the aliens? There's 7 human factions. 6 of them are AI controlled. 1 of them is you. And you get to pick which one you want to be at the start of the game, and it determines your entire campaign's objectives. Mine's Project Exodus. We're trying to reverse engineer alien technology to leave the solar system. And start an interstellar empire for humanity. Because one planet just isn't good enough.
Reporting in.
Okay, so we have some control points in the UK to settle.
Securing our control.
Where the hell?
Ready for my mission.
I hate that the camera moves. The United Kingdom, and the United Kingdom, okay? Then we gotta get rid of... no one has taken El Salvador from us, which we've been trying to get rid of both it and Costa Rica for a while, because it's been counting against our control... Wait, is our control point cap? Oh, yeah, no, it is better because they took Kazakhstan! I forgot about that. We gotta get our Kazakhstan point back.
Acknowledged.
Tarcisio, you found the alien. If I try to purge the Protectorate, are they going to defend the control point this turn? Because I feel like the answer is yes. I wish I could do a crackdown and then a purge. I might be able to. Hold on.
Terminating the opposition.
Your orders?
Ready to
German
go.
and Zora. Speaking of people who've taken your points, I'm gonna try a crackdown here. What the hell?
Applying pressure on their people.
Don't go to
Ready to go.
space. Gianni, you can actually just come back home. Deorbit. You don't actually need to be there. Deorbit and come to Japan.
Trap station secured.
Reporting in.
Okay, Petra is going to defend our interests in the UK so that nobody else comes in
Securing
and
our
takes
control.
those. And then Bradford's going to do a public campaign in Kazakhstan.
We must persuade the people.
Gotta get that Kazakhstan point back, even if we lose the alien in the process. Aerospike engines, don't care. That's boost priority. We don't actually need
Making
boost
things
anymore.
safe for our people.
Project complete! We gained 25% more intel from interrogating detained prisoners with other factions. We've been working on that for a very long time. Okay, so at this stage, we've got 4 ships under construction. These are the final 4 that we've got right now, because I only have 7 mission control, and we'll probably have 8, which we need 8 for these ships by the time these are done, I hope. If not, we can find 1 mission control from somewhere, even if it's in the form of an organization. But then we'll have our 8 ships. I don't think that's good enough to kill the aliens, but maybe we can still try. 8 versus 1. Here's my question, I guess, to that end. Let's say that we go to low Earth orbit, right? And let's say that we engage Victor 13, right? Does Victor 6 auto-join that fight? Or do they have to be merged into the same fleet to join in the fight? Because that's the plan today. They need to merge. We might be able to just attack Victor 13 all alone, and it's still going to be a challenge because they got this glittering jewel missile bay. The missiles have a 7.2 kps delta V, 6.4 Gs of acceleration. That's fast. With penetrator warheads that deal 164 damage. We basically just go kaboom. They can do 3 shots per 3-second salvo with a magazine of 16. They might have more magazines. If they don't have more magazines and we manage to shoot down all their missiles, then we just have to worry about the mag cannon that has an 800-kilometer effective range with a muzzle velocity of 7.68 kilometers per second. It's quite fast. But that would be our fight, 8 versus 1.
But consider this, send all 8 of your ships in at ramming speed. Now we are talking.
Okay, new research. Let's do rapid response teams. It's only 2,500 research points, and it makes terrorized missions tougher. I don't know what terrorized missions are. Fun fact, here is a pro tip for you, chat, that I learned a long time ago but haven't looked up since. You have to hit escape. The codex is in the escape menu and not anywhere else for some unknown reason. And if you scroll down to the alien mission list, this is an updated list of all of the things that you have become aware that aliens can do in your campaign. They can do things beyond this list, but these are the things that your party, your faction has so far taken note of and listed to show you what alien counselors are currently capable of doing to your knowledge. So in my case, I don't know what terrorize is, and neither does the codex. So clearly we haven't even seen it or processed it, because all we know about are abductions. They're studying humans, enthralling elites to get human supporters in a nation, enthrall organizations to steal organizations, domesticating a portion of the human population, gain an unaligned control point for their human supporters in a nation, and a xenoform. Leave native bioforms scattered in a region. So we don't know what terrorize is, so no spoilers. We'll figure it out when we figure it out. Sewer Rat gifted a sub to Terra
Public sentiment is
Invictus.
increasingly with us.
What if I told you this game's called Terra Invicta? And it's not that.
Crackdown complete.
Hey, Kazakhstan crackdown? Sick. Now we can take it back for ourselves. Germany's missile test went off without a hitch, gaining a wealth of technical data. Response from the United States of America can be expected shortly. Excuse me. Germany, what are you doing? Event unlocked punitive sanctions that will... Germany gains 0.1 to its miltech level and invests more into space launch and space flight.
Boots on the ground.
They are, the servants are trying to create a nuclear weapons program in Germany right now. We might have to slow them down.
Our people have taken control.
All right, dumb aliens, I'm back in control of Kazakhstan.
Wrapping up here.
No more points in boost. No points in funding, please. It's too expensive to get spoils. I don't... The only benefit of the military is unrest, because 3.4 is just so far behind. And they have very high unity as well. So I'd say knowledge, maybe take care of the people's welfare, boost the economy. Ooh, platform core. We haven't named the station, have we? That is the Xenolab, Science Lab, and Solar Collector. That's the one the spot we just took from the servants. But yeah, detonating their station where they were building ships is a pretty good idea. Keep the servants out of space.
We're gonna do what the aliens should have done to us. Shoot down every single one of our orbital habitats as soon as we could.
They really honestly should have blown up. They could have landlocked the humans. They might have created a debris field that is unassailable around Earth in the process, but they definitely should have not let us make ships. Salvage alien tech, that's what we're working on, and finding out the actual true alien's purpose. It's going to be done 15th of April. It's a ways away. Okay, so Bradford ought to be able to go back to advisory roles in the US.
Offering assistance.
Ready
Now we're gonna
for
go
orders.
mess with Germany. To mess with Germany, we may actually need a public campaign.
Standing by for orders.
Even though Tarcisio is incredible at his job. 72% success chance.
Going after their people.
I think my problem at this
What's
stage
the,
in the game is that influence has become meaningless, ops has become meaningless, boost has become meaningless. Money is still useful because money you can do direct investments into different places. Like if I wanted to improve, let's say mission control in the US, I could spend thousands of bucks in order to increase individual points. Like I can basically buy a mission control for 18,000 out of our cash reserves. And 133 influence. I'm surprised the aliens aren't more pissed off. They do have a threat meter, but the threat meter only updates after the aliens do something. And if we attack one of their ships, you can bet they're not gonna like that too much. Our annual income is minus 13,000. Oof. Daily income is minus 32 from Habs. Yikes. I don't think I actually want to do this much. But, you know what? Why not? Let's get some extra military funding while we're at it. What? The US funding the military? What? And building an army? No. Okay, that's like 40,000 of our cash reserves. We won't have that much left. But we can start taking more spoils if we need to. Boom! Direct injection. We're up to 15 mission. We're up to 81 mission control now. And we also boosted the army, so we only need 10 more points. And Miltech is almost 4.9. Is Build a Navy a water navy? Yeah, it's a water navy. The way Navy works is if you have a higher Navy score than your opponent, you have de facto control of the seas, and they can't launch their armies across the seas to you. Sort of abstracted in that way.
Standing by.
Most of the intense combat is the space combat. The Earth combat is very basic. There's nothing wrong with that.
Making things safe for our people.
Ready.
Okay. Gianni's back. We're doing public campaigns in Germany because we want the servants to go away.
I will try to sway the public.
I'm here. I will try to sway the public.
So we're just going to be obnoxious. Oh, there's the sanctions. The United States of America is deeply concerned by Germany's recent provocative actions. Policymakers in the US have suggested levying economic sanctions against Germany to impose the costs for its latest provocation. Impose the sanctions. Lowered GDP in Germany by 1%, and they gained some inequality.
Offering counsel.
Not much. It really didn't do much. Sanctions are useless.
Securing our interests.
We have detected a protectorate fleet in extreme Mars orbit. I don't know why, but the protectorate has 2 separate fleets around Mars. I would like to make at least 1 warship to put around Mars myself. And we have our own Martian station at Fargman, but everything's still under construction. We gotta wait till basically November for anything cool, so it's gonna take a while. But the Protectorate doesn't actively hate us right now, so should be okay. Hybrid air-breathing rockets? Why are so many boost priorities? It's way too late. I don't. Maybe boost becomes relevant again later. God, you're too good at your job. Also, do you know why? Do you know why we're doing public campaign missions that are boosting our public support by 14% for a single mission? Can you take any guess as to why Project Exodus has such strong public support on successful missions?
Flight controllers, about 15 seconds to CSMI.
Actually, Tiangong doesn't have one, ironically. But anytime we have a social science lab, we're getting bonuses to all PR campaigns. Also, Petra's a god, so that helps too. That's not me. Hey, fleet combatants! We can now technically construct cruisers, battle cruisers, and battleships. I want to look at these. And maybe research heavy railgun batteries in the future. Okay, I wish I could hide some of these because there's too much. Like ferrocite, I need to actually look at them because my brain hurts. Particle cannons are neato and such. Improved railguns are neat. This is just boost, boost. Stinky plasma drive, stinky mass drive, stinky Vasimir. Surmet Nerva is okay. It's actually not bad. I think the advanced Nerva has a much better thrust rating. Heavy Dumbo's even mo better. The downside is that it is 14 gigawatts of required power. But that's a lot of combat thrust. I don't think we need new heat sinks, nor these batteries. All right, I say let's just do an improved light. Let's just do some of the improved weenie guns. Just so we have better options for the
We
next
hold
ship
no
design.
sway in their minds.
Unbelievable.
We've
Gianni.
neutralized their key people.
All right. So the servants have a control point in Germany. We are going to try and change that. But I'm also worried that I'm going to make it easy for the Protectorate to get another EU spot, because they're too strong and too annoying already. They have Russia and the European Union. Someone has sabotaged Indonesian Space Center. I don't think that's us. Lots of probes arriving. Extreme Mars Orbit has a resistance station. I think that the Protectorate will take that personally.
I'm here.
Okay, spots in Kazakhstan are defended. We could either go back to assaulting alien assets, or we can go investigate particular counselors. I think we lost track of the alien. We need to find this Protectorate person. Where are they? Kampala in the Great Lakes states. Is it you? Okay, we need to investigate this person.
Eyes on target.
Because we need to turn
Where do
a
you need me?
Protectorate counselor over to us.
We must persuade the people.
I
Where
might
do you
accidentally
need-
out of the frying pan into the fire Germany. We're interfering. I'm interfering. Yes, I am interfering. So we just need to purge the spot that we just took.
Removing our enemies.
Ready for my mission. Making our case.
Okay, keeping it quick. Keeping it fast. We're only 60 days away from the
Offering
next two
support.
ships and 90 days away from the final two ships. And if we wanted to, we could make a different
I
ship
have
design.
new
Because we just
information.
unlocked cruisers. And more. And I want to see what those ships look like. But it's been about 6 hours,
We're
chat.
winning their hearts
The
and
stream is going to
minds.
continue. We have already done combat as promised today, but we're going to do more because I got to fight the damn aliens.
Side.
So, we just have a few short 2-week sessions to go before we can give it a shot, depending on if they've reinforced or not. We need to zoom out and see where the rest of the aliens are, because they might be sending backup, because they have to see what we're doing. Completed. Ooh, rapid response teams. Aliens get a -3 on terror missions against us. And we have a new organization, the Leonidas Protection Organization. What is that? Leonidas Protection is a 2-star that gives you Assassinate, Extract Counselor, and Assault Alien Asset. I think I know who needs that. German Anzor has no ability to assassinate, even though he has, wait, you need espionage. Oh, well. You do need espionage. So I don't know if this is actually useful. Ugh. What if we just drop? This is gonna free up 2 stars for us. No, we're gonna lose a star. I don't know what to get rid of. Everything's too complicated. Our orgs are too complicated at this point. We have too many admin. What's my default admin? 8? All right, we need to augment your admin. It's embarrassing. So if we augment your admin and take away 1, now you have 23 out of 23. Math is hard. You'd have to drop a 1-star? But that's a +4. Jesus. Okay, forget it. Orgs are too complicated. Let's boost. We're boosting everyone's command just because that gives us more control point cap. Or persuasion, but we'll do command for you too. Hello, Gamer Deathbot. Welcome back. Let me choose a new research, and then I'll leave the game on pause for you while I am taking a quick GDB, stretching the legs. I'm gonna keep rolling down the railgun improvements, because I don't see anything else that I really want, except maybe a new drive. Let me compare Advanced Nerva to the Dumbo. Advanced Nerva is 9.4 thrust, 3.0 exhaust. 9.4, 3.0. The Dumbo is 12.2 and 3.1. It does take more power at 10 gigawatts. But I feel like, chat, is the Advanced Nerva better than the Dumbo? Probably not for combat acceleration. 12.2, 3.1, 10 gigawatts. I guess it's all about the power. So, if you have I have 125 gigawatt max output. So my reactor is more than covering the thruster. So I'm just gonna do more advanced railguns. In whatever form they take, so we have options. Because look at the ship designer now. Check this out. We got cruisers. Look at all these slots. Battle cruisers. And battle These are big, dude. Tubes. The difference between a cruiser and a battle cruiser is just some different nose cannons. So you could do a tier 3 rail cannon and then hull weapons. Yeah, the railgun sorry, that's a different thing. The range on this is what? 650? What's the range on this? 600? The tier 1 battery sucks. So what are all these side slots? That's just two. I don't know what to put on a cruiser because there's so many utilities. Oh, I have marine assault units. I need to make a marine assault specialty ship. So, chat, an assault value of 1. If you put Marines on a station, they have an assault value of 2. So is it very simple in that, like, if I have 3 combat assault value 1 Marines, is that an assault value of 3, which beats an assault value of 2? Which lets me invade a station that has Marines on it or something? But anyway, I have no idea what I'd even put on this type of ship. Cruiser looks like a really nice thing if you need a bunch of utilities. Like, you can put outpost kits, platform kits, whole bunch of stuff. Mobile space science. Ooh, that's not a bad idea. I think there's a dice roll as well. There might be a chance for failure. Interesting. So if we wanted to make, like, an exploratory vessel, the cruiser seems like a good choice. It's a percentage chance more Marines gives you better odds. Interesting. Okay, so you could plop down for the nose on a cruiser. Does this ship suck, chat? tier 3 rail cannon. Okay, hold your commentary. Tier 3 rail cannon. Then 3 tier 3 light railgun batteries. Then what's the best heatsink? Okay, surely the bigger the ship, you might want a heavier heatsink, but I don't know. We got just a regular. The regular lithium's only 128 tons and has 525 gigajoules. Wait, wrong thing. I guess you could have 2 radiators if you wanted. I mean, sorry, heat sinks, not radiators. 1 extra reload for all guns. And then, if you wanted to go to the, let's say Mercury. Let's say you wanted to go to the inner systems, right? And I wanted to have a base ready to plop down on Mercury, even though we don't have the tech to go to Mercury. And then a solar platform kit, and then we could just send this ship towards Mercury, and if we get the Mercury tech, it's just ready to plop out an outpost and a platform for us. We can go ahead and send it on its way. I don't think it'll need fission at all. And then a mobile space science lab, because the mobile space science lab is a science team that joins the crew, lets you prospect space bodies for suitable base sites from interface orbit. And there's nothing else that seems useful here except maybe getting boost to your exhaust velocity. So maybe take 1 heatsink off and get liquid hydrogen. This is an all-in-one ship. It's got some fighting capabilities to defend itself. It's an exploratory outpost vessel. I think it's trying to do too many things, but it's fun to play with. For radiators, we can get the nanotube filaments. That's my lightest radiator, and it's kind of small back here in the back. Do not say what this ship looks like. Do not. Okay? You think I don't know what it looks like? It looks like a creeper. Our best battery is saltwater battery by far. It's only 20 gigajoules of capacity, but that's okay, should be fine. Power plant is tier 5 solid core fission, and we want a drive that actually has great exhaust velocity. So it actually can't be any of these. My best one is actually the pulsar drive. So if we put propellant in this, we only have 1 thruster on this thing, and what that means is we're gonna have awful acceleration. Our delta V is also terrible. We are not gonna get anywhere with this drive without a significant amount of propellant tanks. How far, let's do, not Earth to Earth, please. I wanna see how much delta V it takes to get from starting point of Nightbot orbital shipyards. Okay, whatever. 2. Either high or extreme Mercury. Let's say, what is Mercury's gravity, chat? You need 59.3 delta V to get from high Earth orbit to high Mercury orbit. Whew. That is spicy. Okay, 59.3 delta V is the goal, at least. Unless we change the acceleration. The utility hydrogen tank grayed out the other ones. Yeah. We can try the other drives. None of them take hydrogen. Ion drive's still just barely, it's just too slow. We need to be in extreme orbit for the ion drive. Because there's no reason to put any combat weapons on this. Okay. Let's, kind of... Can't save this design. That does tell me what I need to know, though, because what I want to know is if we have any other drives that would be better for such a trip. Because I need to have more than 3 exhaust velocity, and more than 3.3. The Vasimir is 7.2, but its thrust is, like, non-existent. Plasma Wave is also very little thrust. It's hard to do both Delta V and thrust well. It's just no point in having weapons on such a ship. We're not going to be able to balance the budget on that either. And that's okay. But let's say hypothetically we were making a battle cruiser instead. Tier 3 cannon. We only have a tier 1 rail cannon. We need something better than that. I think we're researching those now. And then on this guy, light railgun battery Mark 3s. This battle cruiser doesn't seem better. Chat, how is this battle cruiser? I guess it has 1 extra utility module than a destroyer. And 1 extra nose hard points. But there's no reason to build them yet until we get the guns that go on them. And that's kind of what we're researching right now. Okay, sorry. I am, what am I doing? What's wrong? Can't unpause because... Why can't I unpause? Am I missing something? Oh, orgs. My unassigned orgs, we gotta get rid of one. We have too many 1-star espionage. All right. So here's what we're gonna do.
We've removed some threats.
Hello, Germany. Fargman Station in low Mars orbit has a shipyard. A skunk works and power. Excellent. Guess what I'm gonna do here? Guess what we're gonna do over here? We're gonna get a Zorak Mark III destroyer and a Brak PD going on Mars. To defend our Martian interests, because we have 4 separate bases and 4 separate mines on Mars, and the Protectorate has people have built ships there, which is fairly unacceptable. All right, servants, I am in your house right now.
Applying pressure on their people.
Acknowledged.
What are you gonna do about it?
We must persuade the people.
Ready for my mission.
He has a 0% chance? Wow, it's very sad. It's really cool if you can crack down Purge in the exact same turn, but it's very risky because you really need more than a 4% chance for the other person to crack down. Ideally. Where is that one counselor that we were following? They're in Turkey right now. We need to know their loyalty, so let's just focus on that.
Surveilling target.
I'm here. Making our case.
Okay, chat, while I take a gamer death break, I'll just update you on what we're doing. We have 4 out of our 8 ships. We've done our first combat, and we're gonna do a second combat. We have 48 days remaining until ships 5 and 6 come out, and 78 days until ships 7 and 8 come out, and then we're just gonna try and fight the aliens. We're gonna try it. We could try a 6v1. What I need to do is zoom out and see if there's any other aliens en route. There is a Victor's 56 Vast Sky class. They're sending a dreadnought to Earth, and it'll be here on the 2nd of October of this year. Oh shit. That's 918 power. Oh my god. That's too many missiles and lasers. I hate the spaceships. Build them faster. The fact that they're able to get from the belt to Earth, they must have built this pretty close. It's gonna be a hell of a Halloween. So much Delta V. Advanced alien spinal mag cannon with 11.5 muzzle velocity. That's incredible. 477 damage. This is a behemoth. Well. That's going to be more interesting than the other things that I thought we were doing. But this is when I say that I want more information as a player. This is what I mean. Like, on the intel screen, we know where all the ships are going. So, how come when I look at the aliens, and I look at their fleets, I can see where they're docked or where they are, but not where they're going? There should definitely be some, like, an intel screen that has, like, Earth. Here are all fleets that are interacting with Earth right now. These are the fleets that are docked at Earth. These are the fleets that are heading towards Earth, etc. No one's gonna click on every single one of these ships just to look at which ones are going to a point of interest. Like, there could be an alien ship en route to Mars. We know the trajectory of every single ship in the solar system. Collate that data and show it to me, because this is something I need to know. I want to know that there's a big-ass destroyer coming into Earth, not this one. Chat, this is, what the hell is this? This is a mothership? Why wasn't there intel sent to my desk that alerted me that an alien mothership Victor 61 is rallying with Victor 30 in low Antigone orbit? Like, that should be an alert. We do not have any intel on what this beast might be doing.
Okay, all flight controllers, 4 more minutes to T2, stay no stay. P68, we have it now, 43. Right, landing her.
Well, this is spicy. And this is the part of the game that I was most excited to get to. So, like, if I click on Earth, and I click on fleets, it'd be fantastic if on this screen, it showed me all the fleets that were en route to this location or something, if not presented somewhere else. I would rather be presented somewhere else and be able to look at it on the intel screen.
Okay, let's track them through these procedures. Now we got the high gain back in airbeam.
It'll show you the fleets, and there'll be a graphic if they're on the way to somewhere. There's a box you tick to show all fleets. What? Where? On the fleets menu. Do you think that this is organized?
I'd like to get a go from you when you're happy with the taken P12 and you're happy with the platform. The platform.
In a way that is readable?
Okay, I'll have the Ag. You go on the Ag. Yes, sir. Okay, ping us an Ag. Close gun. Wait for the tick.
Because, like... It shows that the fleets are doing something. Yeah. That's one step in the right direction. The second step is letting you be able to sort it, because this is still considered the early game. So when there's a Victor 320, you're just gonna be like, and you have all your fleets? Because, like, just for example, Victor 13 is in low Earth orbit. Where is the other alien fleet that's docked in low Earth orbit right now? It should be Victor 6 and Victor 13. Where's Victor 6? Victor 6 is here in low Earth orbit, but since they're doing a surveillance mission, the Earth icon is gone. But also, like, they're not together even though they're in the same orbit. So you're gonna have to scan through every single Victor because you can't group them together. So, like, if there's multiple fleets in the same orbit, they're in different parts of the whatever. Anyway, you get what I'm trying to say. But yeah, it is nice to know that you can at least look a little bit at that information, but whew, I need like 3 counselors to scan that for me. So anyways, chat, here's what we're gonna do. I was like, oh, get ready, because our ships are almost done with construction. But now it's like, oh, hey, guess what, chat? The alien mothership is coming. The dreadnoughts are on their way. So that's probably the more exciting thing. So I guess as soon as I come back, we'll take a look at that. Alien dreadnoughts incoming. Lil. And I'll be back in just a couple minutes, okay? I need to stretch my legs, take a pee break, and then we finish this, even if they're the ones that attack us first. At least we'll be able to see some combat. It may not be what we wanted, but they would still have to engage us in combat. BRB. All right, we're back. Fast one. Pew! That's what happens when I don't have to take Midas outside. A normal length BRB. Whoa. Also, Sewer Rat gifted a tier 3 sub to Mega Midal. Cool. Mega Midal. Nice. Thanks for 5. Thanks for just throwing money in the toilet. $25 joke. People arrive. I missed the RIBworld discussion. Can you do the whole thing again? Sorry, Phantom Whiskers and Ace to, but no. DLC looks very cool. We looked at the 2 most recent blog posts. They were about the combat mechs and babies and gene manipulation. And it's a bit ridiculous how much content is going to be in the game. And it's going to be out in 6 days on Friday. So we're double teaming on the Terra Invicta train to try to get a finale because I don't have time. It's coming out in 6 days, so I'm gonna be a no-life RIBworld Vicky 3 boy. So I have to finish Terra Invicta tonight. And that's what we're doing. But we just figured out the aliens are pissed. And they have a mothership that's coming in close, and they have a dreadnought that's coming in, well, like 1 month. Look how fast it's moving through space.
We've got some intel on our target.
So I don't know, I don't know this game, but you don't seem anywhere close to the end. I didn't say win, you dinguses. I said finish, as in be done. This game is incredibly addicting, but it's not good to stream for a full campaign. But also, the aliens are gonna kick my ass. The way my win condition for this campaign on stream is to have finally built my fleet after all this research, and at least engaged the aliens. Not killed them, engaged them. This dreadnought is kind of ruining my plans, because I was at least gonna have a chance against these nerds. I definitely don't have a chance. Because here's the thing, right? If I don't attack the aliens now, maybe the dreadnought comes in and does something funky and interesting and leaves us alone. Because they're leaving us alone right now, even though they could blow everybody up. But if I go in and I blow up Victor 13, or even fight them, fighting them might be enough to piss them off, to make the dreadnought do something else. So I don't know, I'm just gonna see what happens. Okay, we're just gonna fast forward. It's gonna be here soon. Because what's that,
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
268.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
16. Whew. Germany loves us now. Okay, but anyway, what I was gonna say was the coast-to-coast combat fleet is 413, so we're technically more power level than that single alien ship. So I have a pretty good chance of winning against it. But I'm just concerned with what do I do after that, even if I did win somehow. Okay, where is... Victor 56 is going to be on the 2nd of October 2030. Yep, that's the 918 power level dreadnought. This laser battery can target you from 1,000 kilometers, even if it is weaker at that range. Chat, do we let them transfer the dreadnought to low Earth orbit, or do we just go ahead and try and fight the aliens with our 4 ships? Or what if we did both? What if we fought the alien ships just to see how powerful they are and then save scums? If something goes wrong. Board it and use it to leave the solar system and win the game. Can the human factions build capital ships eventually? So in the tech tree, it's gonna hurt your eyes, but you asked. There is a research called Titanic Spacecraft that if you research all these prereqs, does give you Titans and interstellar launch facilities, which I have to imagine is my win condition. So we actually will need a rival law. Both. So, Victor 13 is our target, ostensibly. And we want to save as well, I guess, no. We transfer to Eskier Station first. I bought this game because of you. Good luck, Justin. Good luck.
We lost their trail.
What? 93% chance to crack down the servants in Germany and you failed? This really is XCOM, isn't it? Noom. All right, Coast to Coast needs a resupply. It's gonna cost us almost 1,000 hydrogen. Yikes. Yeah, space combat is expensive. Okay, do you really have the camera follow this? It's making me dizzy. Oh god, my graphics card! Okay, but seriously, when can I, when can I do a different thing? 12th of September. Oh, in 2 days. We've completed construction of a fission reactor array at Inspect Elemental Base at Hellas Planitia, Mars. Planitia. Oh, God. Humanity first engineered a coup in Mexico and then made a station way out here. Wow, Mexico's just... Wait a second, should I go in there? Because I have North America. Controlling, super North America would be pretty cool. Improved light rail cannon. All right, that is a nose mount that only uses one hard point. We want at least tier 3 on that for sure. Stop opening the screen. Okay, we got all of the railgun research that we possibly can right now. I don't know how much of this is actually useful to me. I'm just gonna grab plasma wave drives. I don't know if we actually need it or if it's good, but we'll put a little research there. And we're leading everyone else. We're almost at 100 daily research, and we're halfway to figuring out the purpose of the aliens. So that's pretty sweet. What was that noise? Was that coast to coast? That was. Okay, chat. Victor 13 is still 268 power level. This is what you said you wanted. You said you wanted me to save scum if this goes bad. You wanted to fight the aliens? and see if they reinforce. I don't mind save scumming here because this is just... I never save scum the entire time. Okay, easy now. Combat imminent. So they actually do not reinforce. We're gonna see how quickly we get destroyed in spite of this apparent... Look how much Delta V they have. I bet that they are so much faster than us. Actually, their combat acceleration is only 407 millig's. I have faster combat acceleration than them, interestingly enough. Oh, wait, these didn't get named. That's annoying. I was gonna name my ships after chat. I was gonna name them after chat, but it's too late. Okay. So, down here we can choose to engage. We're gonna stay in a... not a single line, we're gonna stay staggered. Where long-range combatants will try to stay dispersed from one another. Okay, that's the plan. Both fleets are willing to fight. Prepare for combat. All right, this is a test run, chat. This is a test run versus a single alien ship. We might just be pissing them off. I don't think kicking the hornet's nest while the queen bee is on the way is a great idea, but here we are. This is what we're fighting. It has a glittering jewel missile bay and an alien mag cannon. So it's all physical projectiles, no lasers. That's the only thing we have going for us. It also has a combat acceleration of 407 mg. So since there's only one ship, I'm gonna keep a pretty tight cluster on our ships because there's no reason to spread out. The only reason to spread out is because we could try and shoot at its weak point, but if we stayed together, all of our PD works against the same mag cannon and missile bay. So there's no, I don't think there's any reason to space out. So what we've got going on for us is 4 ships. These Zorak Mark III is the type of ship, not the name, but it and the other destroyer back here are our primary powerhouses. They have a nose-mounted rail cannon Mark III, which is worse than the aliens, but it's still decent for what it is. And then the spine-mounted light railgun batteries that can function both as point defense and as assault weapons if they get close enough. These are our radiators on the back. These are fins that sort of widen our stance and dissipate heat right now. But what we're going to do first is tell the fleet to retract their radiators. And that'll bring them in closer. These are actually pretty small, so there's less chance of them getting injured, but it's still making your profile larger. Okay, so I'm still learning some things. Let's set the fleet primary target for every single ship. We can just click on this maybe? Yeah, the consuming Dark Star is now everyone's primary target. And for my destroyers, we want the railgun batteries. Guardian mode, I think, is good. Guardian mode means they will fire at the nearest projectile threatening us or an ally. If no such threat is detected, they will fire at the primary target. If no primary target selected, they will fire at the nearest enemy ship. So the two sets of spine mounts, I don't know why it reset there. The 2 sets of spine mounts will be sort of a point defense railgun. And then our other ships, which are the Monitor Brack PD and the Monitor Dorado, they do not have any offensive weapons. They only have 4 sets of particle point defense beams. So they are on full-on defensive mode, trying to shoot down incoming projectiles. And so what we have to do is look at our trajectory, and each one of these represents a stage that we can command our ships to do something. Now what I'm worried about is the range of the consuming dark star. So what we need to do is get a couple of our ships into a particular formation quite quickly. So let's do this. I want to bring you up closer. So we gotta, this is already locked in, but we can take the next waypoint, or the next keyframe, if you will. Click it. I'm gonna hold E to lock it to that plane, and then scooch it forward. So we're gonna have to use some of our delta V basically to accelerate. So we're gonna do a burn just to try to catch up to everybody else. We don't have to go like extremely, I don't want to like zoom past them necessarily. It sucks that they're sort of in the back. And then not only are we gonna do that, I'm gonna go ahead and try and split up, because I don't like that both of my destroyers are right at the front. So we're gonna make an initial maneuver, and we're gonna turn to the right. So we're gonna accelerate, turn hard right. And then at the next point, we're gonna turn back to the left. Maybe a little bit more acceleration here. It's okay if we use all of our Delta V to have a resupply in low Earth orbit. Okay, so that's my plan, and there is a reason why. I'm trying to make it so that I have basically I don't want the enemy, where I assume their nose armor is the strongest, to just be able to face forward and have all of our shots hit them in the nose. So I'm trying to get my 2 artillery snipers to spread out a little bit. So we should have a little bit of time to maneuver. Now what I don't want is for any of these ships, I know that they don't ram unless they ram, but I still want to keep, like if we got 1 sniper maybe going right and up, and I'm gonna have 1 sniper going down and left. So I think if I hold Q, we can go elevated. Like that. And hopefully these 2 will dodge each other a little bit, but I might do a little burn here. Hold on, reset you. This is difficult. How do you tell if it's level? I mean, level is relative in space, but you get the idea. Okay. You want them to maintain a tight formation, but also spread out. Yeah, but listen, okay? Because the Dorado and the Brack are both point defense, and this is the range of their point defense. So this is the ship I have selected. It's a circle around it, so I want the point defense to be overlapping for both of them. So that's why I want the Dorado to curve in. So these two are gonna crisscross. There might be an easier way to set this up the way I wanted to at the beginning of a fight, but that's okay. And then I'm gonna want you to realign. Okay, nearly there. I will explain as soon as I'm done. I'm just trying to get the point defense to be sort of out in front, just by a little bit. Just by a teeny bit. Okay, so at this point, each of these arrows indicates the facing of the ship. We want the ships to be facing forward with their nose armor, which is their strongest bit of armor, useless though it may be against the alien scout ship here, to still be facing forward. So what we're going to do is, now that we've got these strange plans, we're going to click on them, and we got the advanced moveset panel out here. So that panel, we're going to click padlock target, and the point of the padlock is it will make it so that they nose in and face the enemy after they complete each maneuver. Okay, so they can only do one maneuver at a time like that, apparently. So we don't want to padlock until we're actually done with said maneuvers. But one thing you can do if you don't want to padlock is actually hit a point, and then you can hit Q or E. Wait, no, it's Z? Yeah, Z, and then do a manual instruction to align the nose forward yourself, if you so choose. Okay. How far away is the ship? 1,351 kilometers. Hopefully we have enough time for these maneuvers. Are we ready? I might have screwed this up terribly, but this is a good learning experience for us, I think. Now, we're gonna go at 1x speed for a minute, which is extremely slow. It is 1-to-1 time. So if they're 1,300 kilometers away, this is actual seconds. And what we should start seeing is some of these maneuvers. But the thing is, even though we're that far away from them, Gamba time, the thing is, the Gamba's too hard, because there's too many possibilities. Gamba 1, you win, 0 losses. Gamba 2, you lose, total losses. Gamba 3, you win, but you incur 3 ship losses. Like, it's difficult to say what is what. But yeah, we can kind of see what their plans are too, I think. Or what they're currently setting up to do. I don't know how we know. But yeah, responding to sort of what they're doing is important as well. Okay. What was that? What am I hearing? Is that me shooting or them? Pew! Oh damn, look at these maneuvers. So we gotta burn to the side to change our trajectory the way we want. Maybe the ship goes pew when it turns, maybe. Don't worry, we're not gonna go at 1x for this entire thing, but there's 4. I went from managing 1 ship to managing 4 ships. So I'm gonna take my time for a second. And just make sure that this is all going according to plan. So the things that just fired off are actually for point defense purposes. But I don't see any oh, are these the projectiles? Oh, there's missiles incoming. They're little purple dots, but they're missiles. And so I think these are firing in a point defense capacity, estimating where the missiles are going to end up. Luckily, that's all automated. And then if they get closer, we have other types of weapons. Yeah, it's 1,100 kilometers away. Our effective range is like 1,000 kilometers for the railguns. So here's what we're gonna do. Oof, that's... Face forward. And I need this ship to accelerate a little bit. All right, off we go. Those are moving much faster than the human missiles. Oh yeah, for sure, Avik. Here are the alien railguns. They are coming in hot, dude. We're still doing our fancy feet maneuvers over here. I hope I didn't try to do too advanced maneuvers and screw it up. Incoming purples. The only thing that is wrong is that this ship is basically like not doing anything. Like, it's not even moving. I think that's the one that they're targeting first, to be honest. Oh, shit. Yeah, we got it. But there's more. So, Brack PD, do you guys chat? I remember seeing the devs say something about, and this is why people are thinking that their point defense isn't working, but this is actually what's actually happening. Because I remember reading about this, that people have a thing where they think their point defense isn't working, but it's because of a specific reason. And I don't remember what the reason was. Because they're definitely not firing now, I don't think. Unless they are firing and I just can't see. The actual point defense shot is sometimes invisible. Well, right now, I've got 2 point defense ships that should be in range, and not a single one of these has been hit with anything other than... Like, we're just about to take that to the face. It was in their news. I think it might be that your ships need to be slightly slanted since PD is hull weaponry. Is that it? The thing about the design of these graphically is I can't tell which way is forward on this thing. But you might be right. This is a learning. We're gonna expose our sides to them at this point. By the way, what the hell is this? Is there friendly fire? Yeah, they're like... They're shooting at our... Okay, goodbye. I did see them. The turrets did move after that. The turrets did move. Not wrong. But yeah, they definitely didn't fire off a single shot. This is an important life lesson. Missiles, I'm not sure if they still have a target or not. I have learned that the little side cannons are not good. Now we have a monitor with no PD. What do you mean? I have 4 PD, but they're not, I don't know how to make them shoot. And I think this is not a issue. I mean, it's an issue for a bunch of people. Dude, the alien ship is already basically on our ass right now. Like, it's here. See, its PD is shooting, but it's also sideways. I think this ship is about to have some big problems. Wait. It may be is invisible because those are popping. Yeah, those popped. Oh damn, yeah, those are all popping, dude. They have to shoot from the side. Oh my god, we did it! I didn't even watch because I was too busy looking at the PD work. Now we have to actually survive. Which I think we have. Okay, if I had understood to turn sideways, I think we would have won that easily. Well, now I'm down a point defense ship, which is a very awkward place to be. I think we just roll with it and say that was humanity's learning experience. I'm not gonna save scum. Oh, chat, the game crashed. I'm not, I swear to God, the game just crashed. And Cox. No, dude. The game crashed. And you guys are at like 370 kbps. I don't know why. Where's my internet? Trying to save scum. Damn, how unfortunate. It's true though. we completed the objective. Like, I saw the campaign storyline pop. Well, that's awkward. Okay, the good news is that we can just do it again, but better this time. So, if I had a suggestion for the devs, I would say it's great that there's an autosave when you start combat, but I think there should be an autosave when you finish combat, too. That would be nice. Cheat mode activate. Parody error, thanks for 9 months of sub, by the way. Welcome back. Sorry about that, guys. It was very exciting stuff. We did get to see the aliens, but the aliens are watching in orbit right now and do not approve of our victory, and destroyed both the game and the internet connection as recompense for our transgressions as stinky human monkey people. I think what happened was some people in chat were alt-tabbed and they wanted to see the battle. So we're just gonna get to do it again. They were like, oh, there was combat? I missed it. Hold on, we already beat the aliens? Wow. What if we did? What if we did long-range combat ships? Long-range combatants to the rear in a chevron formation. Let's see what that ends up being like. Okay, chat. For the record, I promise to you that I did not crash the game on purpose. Okay? You don't have to believe me, because it's 11 o'clock at night, and I was happy that we actually beat the alien ship and got to progress the story. But now I'm doing it over again. Don't wink at me as me. Okay, let's see what this turns out. Wait, did I just accidentally leave? Hold on, did I auto-resolve it on accident? What did I just click? What? Wait, what? Oh, I clicked accept instead of engage. My bad. Why doesn't it just remember your last combat settings? Long range combatants to the rear. Same guy. Chase him down. Start battle. Can't even save scum properly. You did I'll fight if you want to, and they said no. Oh, that was my chance to rename my ships. Also, this is, how the hell is this a chevron formation, by the way? And how is this long-range combatants toward the rear? My rail guy is up front with everybody else. So now both of my destroyers are on the same side. Okay, chat. It's combat time again! Yeah, now the point defense is off to the... Yeah, that bubble's not very big. Okay, this time we're gonna be 1000% certain. Okay, how do you do X and Z at the same time? So watch this. I'm gonna hold X, spin it up, but as soon as I let go of X, or left click, it resets the orientation, which this, I think, as much as I think the system's amazing, but that needs some cleanup. Like, if I just left click, it resets the thing. It should not reset the direction. it should keep the direction that you just changed it to with the ZX or C buttons, because you can't do all of them at the same time. So yeah, I don't think we should even change course with my sniper boys. I think we just go straight on. Maybe accelerate with you. Okay, ready? Let's set the fleet target to the consuming Dark Star. Retract radiators. My point defense is already set to defenders, and my railgun batteries are set to Guardian. So I honestly don't think we have to do anything except go. And we're off. You can actually see the radiators retracting, which is awesome. There they go. They're all folded up. There's the burn. There's the turn. And they're gonna go like up and to the right. So what I actually need to do is freeze for a second. Okay, that's gonna be good for our point defense. But what I need is for my long-range snipers back here. To do an advanced maneuver where they point their nose toward the enemy. No matter which direction they go, they're doing a weird second. Okay, we're gonna have a problem here. Why are you facing this way? Okay, hopefully this time the game doesn't crash. Okay, here come the fast super fast. These are their magnetically accelerated projectiles, I think. Everything that the aliens do are purple, but these are the big ones. Someone needs to do something about this. No, that's totally off. Okay, we're good. Not even a threat. We got projectiles everywhere, dude. Sorry about the camera. Sort of still facing the wrong way. Might just like turn that way a little bit more. Go down. Nose down should probably still work. Alright, so there's the BRAC PD range. So I'm hoping when these purples get into range... Zap! Oh, there's graphics! We have graphics now! With our point defense powers combined! They're getting closer! Okay, we gotta slow this shit down. We're green, they're purple. Hit him! Ah! No! Breck PD! We can't save you in any timeline! Keep zapping those missiles. I think they're out of missiles. That was their entire volley. Yeah! We must have hit them right in the center. All right, now just stop these two and you're golden. So the closer they get, the more damage we do to them, if you were curious how that works. The further out they are, the less damage they do. Ah! No! This timeline's worse! Why? How is this timeline even worse than the last one? I only lost one ship in the one that I didn't even know what I was doing. Why am I always... This is the second time the game crashes, and when it comes back, something even worse happens. This is what happens when you try and cheat. Okay, can anybody who's good at this game tell me what I should have done differently? In a nice, constructive way. If it crashes again, I swear it's not me. Submit to the aliens. What you want to do is blow up their ships without them blowing up your ships. Evasive maneuvers. My suggestion is keep your PD closer together. It seems like they were targeting a single ship and overwhelmed you. Okay, to be fair, the way that it spawned in the ships this time was worse than last time. Because it was, I felt like we had to do much more extreme maneuvers this time. Whatever, we're keeping this one. I'm sorry that we lost 2 ships instead of 1. Feels bad. That's like 120 days. Although we've been able to some extent study alien tech before now, to have access to one of their craft in its entirety is a godsend to science. This is how they access our skies. This is how they travel within the solar system. This is what we must learn from. And perhaps even emulate, if we're to truly do the same ourselves. Even a preliminary appraisal of the retrieve vessel has revealed a sizable quantity of materials that defy easy categorization, something that is not only countless steps beyond our own technology, but profoundly different from it. Something, perhaps, that would not exist in our solar system had these beings not brought it here. If we can understand it, the potential is beyond words. We have retrieved a veritable treasure trove of extraterrestrial technology, a raft of inscrutable machines whose even basic function currently eludes us, metals whose very structure is wildly unfamiliar, and even screws and bolts with almost preposterous tensile strength. To call this a motherlode would be the understatement of the millennium. We have so much to learn from every last fragment of this hull, for it surely represents the technological apex of a species that has somehow found a way to travel from their far distant world to ours. 2 PD ships. I did have 2 PD ships, Xenotechnic. One of them got blown up. I guess I didn't move enough. I don't know. Maybe we just need to num more. Num. We have completed the salvage alien technology objective, sir. Success. Even damaged and incomplete, the pieces of alien tech we have managed to recover from the battlefield have proven a treasure trove, opening up dozens of avenues of research. Naturally, spaceflight technology is our primary goal, but the insights we gain into alien chemistry and material science are equally exciting. Our research teams are going to be busy for years. New objective, research the alien tech. Science and engineering teams continue to hope that we may soon be able to reverse engineer some of the designs. And we recovered an avian alien corpse. We have successfully retrieved the body of one of the creatures we've nicknamed griffins. A preliminary assessment confirms it is an entirely different species to the aliens we first encountered on Earth, as different from them as we humans are from, say, a dragonfly. Indeed, so thin and hollow are the aliens' bones that it seems unlikely it even originated from the same planet as the other aliens. Most probably it hails from a far lower gravity environment, which would also explain how rarely this particular species has been sighted on Earth. While the bone structure arguably invites comparison to avian life on our own world, hence the designation Griffin, the similarities in there. This creature is, in every sense of the word, alien. Aliens defeated in space battle. Reactions on Earth run the gamut, but we have proven one thing. The aliens may be strong, but they are not invulnerable. 500 influence doesn't seem like much. How about a bonus to my opinion around the world? So we got the extraterrestrial vessel. We won the first battle against the aliens, except worse this time. We got not fossils, artifacts to study. We salvaged and got our primary objective. We now have to actually research the tech. We have a griffin for study, and humanity scored its first victory over the aliens. Victory for Project Exodus. Sick. Let me go check my Mars base. I can't wait to incur the aliens' wrath. Okay, so we got the Fargman shipyards. Are they constructing in this timeline? Yes. We need to possibly look at, I don't know if we got any more ship upgrades or if we should just make more ships, but I have 20 open mission control. The Griffin Autopsy Project. Enemy suffered -3 to seize space asset missions against us. Well, that would be awkward, wouldn't it? We'll do that soon. By the way, chat, yes, we just beat the aliens, sort of. But now, we run away. All my PD is gone. We're gonna transfer it to Eskier Station and refuel. And cry about losing 2 of our ships. We'll get 1 PD in 33 days and another PD in 63 days. What's the alien threat level? The alien threat level can be hidden. It doesn't necessarily show you even if it goes up. It's responsive to what the aliens do. So far, what they're doing is they didn't retaliate because they do have another fleet in low orbit, but the big thing right now is Victor 56, a dreadnought, is coming in. And there's nothing I can do against that. All right, we're gonna transfer this fleet over to Nightbot orbital shipyards, saving as much Delta V as possible in the process. I'm interested to see what they do. fine with me. Okay, where are my counselors? There they are. Okay.
Ready for my mission.
You keep doing your thing.
Reporting in.
I think we just failed at getting this other control point. We're trying to free up Germany from the grip of the servants, basically, because Germany is currently most of the way to a nuclear weapons program, so we're just trying to shake the servants out. And it'd be sick if we could do a crackdown purge wombo, but I don't think we can. But I also don't know if the academy isn't as scary to me as the servants or the protectorate, to be perfectly honest. Where is the protectorate person? Are they still down here? Oh, they're in Paris. And we actually have their full loyalty, so we don't even need to investigate them. Let's just investigate... Let's just go back to assaulting alien wildlife.
We're going in.
Standing by for orders.
Public opinion campaign in
I
Germany.
will tell our story.
Your orders?
Crackdown in Germany.
Targeting their key people.
Where do you need me?
Turn the counselor in Paris.
Reeling them in.
Get a double agent in the protectorate. Okay, let's see what the alien mothership does. Or actually, sorry, that's not the mothership. There is an alien mothership, though.
We now have a spy in their ranks.
Ooh, double agent with the protectorate.
I work for you now.
Let's make them fail any mission that has an 82% chance or higher. But yeah, we actually did spy an alien mothership. Look at this beast. It's going to Antigone orbit, not to Earth. No idea what this thing does. We have no intel whatsoever. Other than it has a 1.2 G combat acceleration. For a ship this large, having that much acceleration is kind of scary. And it'll be there the 7th of January. But yeah,
Hit them where it hurts.
there's the crackdown. The
Winning their hearts and minds.
Dreadnought is the one I'm scared about.
The LC is secure.
I gotta see at least what it does when it gets here. So we're just on 5x speed. Because you can actually... Here it comes! There it is! It'll be here, like... tomorrow! Well, here we go, I guess. Monka.
Where
Yes.
to? Protecting
If
our
my
interests.
surveillance agents can't do
Acknowledged.
it right, I'll do it myself.
That's probably what they're saying. Which, fair enough, really. Okay, so we're pretty much good in Germany. Like, I don't even want Germany's control point, to be perfectly honest with you. No offense, Germany. I just wanted to, like, not let the servants have it without a fight. Because they're just getting too close to nukes. We gotta do some sabotage. Okay, Ji on Yi. We were messing with the initiative too. But really, like, I don't want to get distracted by the initiative. We already screwed them over in South Korea a little bit. We could start screwing with the base of power of either Russia or the European Union. Personally, they're both scary, but they've been really souping up Russia. So why don't we just mess around in there? Let's start doing some public campaigns over there.
Making our case.
Ready for my mission.
Okay, yeah, no crackdown yet. But we can do some project sabotage. We haven't done that in a while. We've been really slacking on the sabotage. So they've probably completed some tech that we'd rather them not. But the Academy has a cooperative resolution. They're getting really close, and the Protectorate's getting close to Hydra language cracking. So hampering both of them, I think, is smart. So let's hamper the Academy first, if we can find an appropriate agent. Ooh, Adam Kalina. Don't mind if I do.
Security.
Standing by for orders.
Okay, let's have public campaigns in Russia now.
I will try to sway the public.
Here we go, chat. Well, before we get to the alien ship, we got a plasma wave drive, which we might use for a little bit more exhaust velocity. I don't think it's very good. New project, heavy railgun battery Mark 1. We will be wanting something to that effect. But we got some new things. Let's get the Griffin autopsy. That should be done very shortly. 5th of January, it's only 5,000 points. Tons of Xeno research bonus. We're about to get improved railgun batteries, and then we'll just keep that one on railgun batteries. Okay, I want to see what's going to happen here. Here it comes. This is it. They are doing a retrograde burn as they pull into Earth's orbit. New tech, we can now research the alien technology itself. Okay. The resistance is gone? I don't think the resistance... Where's the resistance? I don't think we have any intel on the resistance. Except maybe their resources, but we definitely don't know their tech. They have a lot fewer strongholds. Sherry's, by the way, thanks for the 10 months. Hi, Sherry's. Thanks for subbing. Glad to have you. And they are here. Alien Fleet Victor 56 has completed transfer to low Earth orbit with no operation assigned. I wish you could keep that tab open without the camera.
Offering assistance.
Well,
Securing our control.
So far, it hasn't done anything except act menacing. Improve railgun batteries. Railgun battery Mark II. These are hull-mounted. They use 2 hull points apiece. They can only focus fire and attack. They cannot be point defense like our other ones. And then I was going to do heavy railguns. These use 4 hard points on the hull. Okay, what ship type do we have where that is a thing? Four consecutive hard points on the hull. I guess the battleship. The battle cruiser only has 2. The cruiser only has 3. Wait, 4? Like in a quad? Is it in a quad or in like a line? Surely it's quad. So I think that can only go on a battleship at this stage. Which we can build. But I don't think we have good enough drives for it. Or armor, or point defense for that matter. But it's very cheap to research. But yeah, we got alien tech. We could just go all in on main story quest for a bit. Because I feel like the faster we do all of these things, the better we're gonna be. Learning the aliens' purpose, their tech, and the Griffin autopsy simultaneously feels like a good use of resources. But they're all very long term. All right, sorry about this, guys, but yeah, I cannot let you find a cooperative resolution. Faction control point management cap by 25. Nope. Okay, sabotage the academy is nice.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
Russia thinks we're pretty cool now. Let's close some of this stuff out. We've detected a station belonging to the Academy orbiting Mars. Okay. So they've got
Public
one now,
opinion
too.
is moving in our direction.
Low Earth orbit cleanup. Our space mission planners are concerned about the increasing amount of debris in low Earth orbit. They have taken the initiative to draw up a few proposals to use our spare near-Earth space capability to deorbit some debris. Not only would it alleviate some of the risk faced by our ships and HABs in low Earth orbit, we could very easily portray it as a public service to the world. Allow a modest campaign of debris cleanup. An extensive campaign that's 5K. Debris in all low Earth orbit decreases by 3. Public opinion boost for Project Exodus around the world, or we can decrease it by 1. So right now, debris in low Earth orbit. "10 dangerous clouds of debris." Probably us for fighting. I'd say let's do an extensive campaign of cleanup. Spend the money. It's probably worth. And we get a public opinion boost around the world. All right, our Martian base has got some energy, but it doesn't have the other things that we need. But now that it has energy, it's worth going ahead and taking the time to stop production so that we can get the settlement mining complex up. It's going to take some additional mission control, but it's going to take 80 days. And it's going to be the first tier 2 settlement mining complex that we've got so far. We're slowly upgrading all of our mining complexes to be tier 2, while also building some ships around Mars to defend our holdings here. But now that we have power, we can get rid of this fission pile. I think I was putting just a bunch of op centers here, which I don't know if that's good, but they do pay for themselves. At least 4. That way we're only paying 1 mission control for the combined mining complex and settlement core. And then we got the skunk works, and we can do whatever we want here. I would say a single, I don't know, this is probably super overprotective, but I'm gonna say a single Marine platoon barracks, just to station some Marines on site, so that people can't just take over our sick, nasty, best mining complexes without us at least having a little bit of say-so first. Hey, the servants took El Salvador. Good. I've been trying to get rid of my control point forever. Well, the weird thing is, I think, is the Dreadnought just here for intimidation factor, or did it already leave? The Protectorate Hab Suleiman base has defected to the Academy. Okay. How difficult is it for people to... I don't even understand how that works. Like, I don't know how that gameplay system works. I also want to know where the alien ships are. Like, what was it? Victor 56? That's the other thing. I want to be able to sort these ships by, like, power level, or... Actually, they are currently sorted by power level. Victor 8 has 2.7K. There's a mothership. They're in low Luison orbit, a dreadnought and a frigate. We have Victor 49, 2 dreadnoughts in a standoff around Ferdinand. Oh dear God, they started. There's another mothership defense bomber in Antigone orbit. Docked at Shattered Sky, another dreadnought. Every time I think I'm catching up, they... Like, dreadnoughts are now common. I don't even remember which one. Was it 50? It was Victor 56 transferring to low Lutetia orbit. Okay, so it left Earth and went to Lutetia. So they're just trying to protect all their space assets at this point. So there's only one fleet around Earth right now, and it's Victor 6. 288 power level, it's 2 ships, and one of them has lasers. And I definitely would want at least 6 to 8 ships to fight that, and I don't think
At your service.
that's gonna be viable.
Going in hot.
Where do you need me?
I can't afford to be spending as much money as we were.
We must persuade the people.
We went from
Ready to go.
50k to 10k due to some investments that we made, but we're trying to shake up control in Russia right now. Bonus to crackdown missions in this nation. Let's try and take that one.
Cracking down.
Because we got 2
Acknowledged.
people doing public campaigns.
We'll make our appeal.
Over, Roger, Victor. Hey! 2 new ships join the fray to replace the Fallen. We only got 1 PD. We would have had 3 PD right now. Okay, don't transfer. No. Coast to coast. Needs to resupply and merge ships. Let's merge Echo 5, merge Echo 6, resupply.
Offering support.
All right, our fleet is now 481 power level again because we actually have 3 offensive ships and only 1 point defense ship. If I look at the ship builder, oh damn, I didn't queue up another ship. Because I was gonna look at the actual construction of the PD and see if we had anything better, but I don't think we do. Because particle beams, that's the best we got. Utility modules. We can't use ECMs against the aliens. Lithium heatsink is still the best. Liquid hydrogen gives us a 10% boost to exhaust velocity, which is sweet. Nanotube still the best. Lithium sulfur still the best. Solid core is fine. I guess the only thing you could change is the drive. Or possibly add some... Like, if this thing needs to be tanking from the side, I'd like to have some side armor, but 1 point of side armor lowers us to 7 cruise delta V, which is awful. This is the longest we've been into Yup Time in a while. Were you even on the stream the last... Have you been to the last 2 streams of this game, Schnoodly? Because they've basically gone as long as this one has. No, so you don't know. Okay, got it. I got it. Yeah, I got it. Let me just experiment with this. So this thing is cheaper to refuel, but we have less combat acceleration. For now, I'm okay with paying too much to refuel, because like the series bases are pumping us full of water daily. 22 water daily. It's pretty good. We can do better. We need to stop building ships and worry about infrastructure, but I need to at least do the basics here. Where's the 4th? Aren't there 4 ships? I don't know where the 4th ship is.
I see 3. Just 3 little ships.
Okay. I was just gonna queue some PDs here, which are awful against lasers, but great against everything else. I was at the one 2 days ago, I forgot. Well, there you go. I forgot.
The people will come to our side.
Russia thinks we're amazing. We have 50%, and you still failed to crack down?
We've moved the needle.
Wait, no, that wasn't me. That was someone else. Tarcisio hasn't done the crackdown in
We
Russia yet.
neutralized
There
their
it
key
is.
people.
I knew you'd pull through, Tarcisio. South Korea just declared war on Sudan for some reason.
Target secure.
Gotta go fast. Hey, the United States has just deployed the 10th Mountain Division in New York City. We got a new army, and we lost the Germany control point to... No, not the Protectorate. Whatever, it's fine. As long as the Academy controls the other points, they can keep the Protectorate out, hopefully. The Protectorate's too spicy. Let me see where the army is. So there should be 2 armies in Washington and 2 armies... Where is this control point? How do you tell where a control point is? Where is this? How do you tell where each control point is? Is that a dumb question? Okay, the army's not under my control. The reason I'm asking is because if your army is not in its correct control point, you lose 0.5 investment points because they're technically in a different area. It's very confusing. So I don't know. We're supposed to have 2 armies in Washington. And 2 armies in wherever the hell this is. Oh, you can just click on them and do airlift home. But you have to click on all of them that way. Okay, I think it's fine. Good news, chat.
Making things safe
We can actually
for our
take
people.
another control point
What's
in
the
China
up?
if we want to now, and it's fine. Okay, let's wrap this up. We got one more big battle to do, and let's wrap it up. Wrap it up. Hey, wrap it up. Put a candle on top. Gianni, what the hell are you doing, Gianni?
I will try to sway the public.
You've done a
I'm
great job
here.
of swaying the public. Let's purge that control point.
Terminating the opposition.
Ready for
Okay.
orders.
Petra, you take the other control point in China.
Bringing them on board.
And then what we're doing is accelerating until the final 2 ships are built that we're going to be able to make today, because the rest of them are going to take like 88 days.
Offering counsel.
Securing our interests.
Now is the time to attack the mothership. Is that Independence Day? Are you Independence Daying me right now? Chad, I will give you one last battle because
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
I think you deserve it. Why is this going to 3 times? Oh, I'm pushing the number 3 on accident. That is what's happening. Military scientists at Sirius Jones Station have prototyped a new weapon. We can either approve the weapon tests to give us 1,300 science, increasing the debris by 3, or make do. Just make do. I don't want any more debris.
We've got our people in place.
Hey, 4 out of 6 Chinese control points. 94 success chance. Excellent. Very good. We'll build some army. No more boost. 64% notes, way too much spoils. Pump the military out of the atomic age. Let's try and build some national unity. Let's try and build some income equality, and let's help the economy out too.
We're in control here.
Okay, we also have a spot in Russia just to piss off the Protectorate, basically. And they stole it from me. The Resistance stole it from me. Everybody tried to get a spot in Russia. The servants tried too. That's pretty funny. I don't really mind. I'm just trying to shake up the command. Okay. Tarcisio, can you do it again? Can you crack down again? Let's get another. Let's make the Protectorate appreciate
Turning up the heat.
Ready for my mission.
that they are not
We
as in
must
control
persuade
as they
the
think
people.
they are, huh?
Ready.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and defend that spot in
Making
China
things
too,
safe
even though we
for
don't
our
need to.
people.
Ready for my mission.
Do another quick public campaign here.
We'll make our appeal.
All right, and there's my ships. Okay, chat, how long have we waited?
The aliens are gonna regret being born.
Actually, how many? We only have 2 PD. Ah, that's a bad thing. Okay, well, too bad. Because that's what we got. What we got is what we got. Poking the aliens again. Exodus for future me to understand what's going on. I made a promise to chat to fight the aliens, and I think you deserve some combat for the fourth time today. That way you can say it was not, repeat, not clickbait. So this means we're using less Delta V to get there, right? Should. Okay, we're getting into Earth's orbit. We're going to one of our friendly stations. And now that we're there, we're gonna resupply. It's gonna cost 1.2k water, which is an incredible sum for us at this stage. But look at this sexy fleet, chat. Look at this fleet. Okay, don't look at it. It's gonna make you dizzy.
Offering assistance.
Securing our control.
The Resistance worked to clean debris from low Earth orbit. Hey, good for you guys. We got some op centers in low Mars orbit. And Fargman Station is almost done. It just doesn't have power. Which I kind of predicted that this was going to be an issue. I don't know why I didn't do this sooner, but...
Flight controller is about 15 seconds to CSM hack.
How much power are we short right now? We're making 40, 60, 80. Why do we have a solar array here, chat? Pray tell. Who made this? Who put a solar array? I did that. Oh, that's a Martian
Public
solar array.
sentiment is increasingly with us.
Crackdown complete.
All right, Russia's got another crackdown.
Public opinion remains unmoved.
So somebody else can go take that from the Protectorate. Russia, under the control of the Protectorate, declare war on Egypt. Coast to coast, are you ready for another objective? We're gonna transfer to Victor 6. Victor 6 is in low Earth orbit. I know it's hard to see while we're circling around like this. And when we catch up to them, Space Ghost, coast to coast, you're damn right. Okay, this is gonna be death. So what we need to do is focus fire the Lonely Protector, because it has lasers and it's going to shred us and it's going to be hilarious. This is a 6 versus 2 that I fully expect to lose. Okay? 6 versus 2 that I expect to lose. let's do... Honestly, staggered is probably fine. Wait, do they only have 280 combat power? Okay. Oh, why did I click accept again? I don't know why accept looks like I'm ready to go. Okay, try it again.
Hello, it's me. Hi. Can we actually fight this time, please?
The enemy fleet is maneuvering to avoid combat. We may now bid some available Delta V to chase them. If we bid higher than they do, we will engage them. Otherwise, they escape. Both sides will spend the lower of the two bids, regardless of whether combat occurs. Oh, so whatever you spend, you do not get to keep for combat. We're not gonna need that much for combat. I'm gonna bid 4. Victor 6 evades. Both fleets spend 4 Delta V in the chase. Yeah, they have way more Delta V than me. And they have 319 KPS Delta V. So basically we have to lull them into a false sense of security to fight. Which means I can't take them on with this entire fleet. It has to be small enough that they think that they can win to fight. Okay, chat. Well, the aliens ran. We win! Wait, no. They're still here. I feel like if you run, you should have to leave orbit. And you're like, well, what are you basing that on? Their cruise acceleration is 39.5 millig's, okay? So if they were running, they'd be using cruise acceleration in tandem with their Delta V. 39.5 millig's, whereas my cruise acceleration, to try to catch up to them, is, I will find it in a second, 55.3 and 48.1. 55.3 and 48.1. What did I say theirs was? Yeah, theirs is 39, mine's 55. Like, I have more cruise acceleration than they have. They have more combat. That 2.4 Gs of combat acceleration is ridiculous. But combat acceleration is not cruise acceleration, it's combat acceleration. You can't hold combat acceleration forever. But I guess that's the point. I don't know, whatever. But that's the speed they would go to escape. Well, it doesn't matter because the game doesn't seem to calculate that. It only calculates how much Delta V you have. Unless there's some hidden metrics that they don't tell you. Because you're saying, well, no shit, they get away. They go 2.4 G's combat acceleration, and I go 1 G combat acceleration. But the game says if I have more Delta V than them, I would have caught them. Anyway, Chad, it's almost midnight. It's been 8 hours. The aliens ran. I'm not gonna... I can't stay here forever. We fought the aliens twice, and won both times. I got my research. This isn't gonna be done till February... December, and that's just the Griffin autopsy. We won't discern the alien tech until March, okay? Here, look. Here, look. PD. PD. Zorak. Other destroyer. Boom. Echo 9. Intercept Victor 6. I wouldn't actually do this, but because it's you, chat, because it's you, I will simply weaken my fleet. And let them kill me. Okay, step 1. Gotta kill the lasers. Retract radiators. Primary target is the Lonely Protector, which has mean lasers that are gonna blow up all my ships. Okay, those are already defense. These are guardians. So point defense is here, point defense is here. What I want to do is that the point defense. Actually, you don't turn around. Point defense should just accelerate. Point defense will accelerate and then also turn in so that they can actually zap with the point defense because they're mounted on the side of the hull. We don't have any armor there because I'm bad at this game, but that's what we're gonna end up doing. Okay, that one's gonna go up. Okay, it's Q. That one's gonna go down. Okay, the ZX buttons really don't work very well, to be honest. Because I can... Like, I want to Z it to over here, and then X, but it doesn't let you... It doesn't remember where it was facing when you click on it again. It's very annoying. Okay, we're gonna do more evasive maneuvers this time. And we're gonna lock so that they actually face the direction I want them to face. Boom. Go. Game time, here we go! If you left when I said I wasn't gonna do it, you are gonna be sad, because here we go! Face that way. I can't even turn this one. Okay, that'll have to work. Here we go, chat. 2 times speed to get started. It's 8:46 here in Sweden. Good morning, Sweden! Maybe worth noting, it's moderately RNG if they run. I've chased a few times before, and then they accept it eventually. Interesting. So, I'm gonna try and do some more evasive maneuvers this time. Since we have 1 G of combat acceleration, they have 2.5 Gs of combat acceleration. Okay, these two. I get it, you're locked. We're gonna confuse them. Why Why does a clicking lock zoom the camera in? Nobody knows. Okay, I apologize in advance for whatever the hell this ship is doing. I'll tell it to roll to port. So we gotta flip this point defense and this point defense need to stay with their sides facing the enemy in order to shoot point defense. What are you doing? Also, like a control. That's not what I had in mind when I said advanced maneuvers. I'm holding Q. Thank you. Chad, I think these maneuvers are too advanced, dude. I don't want to go that high up. I want you to burn, accelerate forward. That way, yeah. But like forward. Just stay near this guy, because both of you are point defense. You gotta watch each other's backs. How do I move you? How come I can't click on any of these? So advanced I have to ask chat for help. Okay, Zorak Mark III is not locked. 0 Delta V? How did we spend... Did we resupply in low Earth orbit? Chat, why do we only have 0.6 Delta V? Okay, so none of our ships can move anymore. What? We didn't refuel when we got to low Earth orbit? Alright, well this one doesn't count. There was a clerical error. A clerical error has caused this alien flight. Nothing for the drive home. Victory or death. All right, there's just no fuel. Cool. Well, we're just gonna go in a straight line. Where's the one that... Lonely Protector's the one that can shoot lasers. And this is the one that can shoot missiles and shit. So these slow purples are missiles, the fast purples are like rail cannons. And the little shots that we're firing off now are presumably to intercept those projectiles. They're actually splitting up, which is pretty sweet. We're getting flanked with 2.5 Gs of combat speed. Why are you facing ass forward, pray tell? I think our point defense... Is our point defense invisible again? Damn it. There's a graphical issue. They're definitely... Our point defense is working, but it's invisible. Alright. Their, like, laser ship is so far back. God, the camera. It's confusing the hell out of me. I love this, but also I want to see some improvements at the same time. Okay, yeah, this thing is... They're 879 kilometers away. They're not even in range of the main guns of the Lonely Protector. So I'm wondering if we should just say... Okay, too bad, and do... Like, Resolute Justice is 300 kilometers away. And then just padlock. The destroyers are already padlocked. Oh, there's a laser. Owie. One of our ships just blew up? There are some, two of our ships just blew up. I don't know if, we're getting lasered. 3 of our ships just blew up. This is why I was scared of lasers, because when lasers get close to you, that's what happens. Their lasers are very strong. I wouldn't have actually fought that battle, I just wanted to give you guys some BPU, okay? We're done! This is what I look like after, look like a Final Fantasy VII character after all my ships blow up. GG's chat. Terra Invicta is over for our campaign, okay? I'm gonna play some more off-stream and try and figure out more stuff. But I gotta go eat. I was supposed to stop streaming like an hour and a half ago. Okay. But I wanted to give you at least some closure and some combat. We at least blew up the damn aliens the first 2 times and got their tech to research. I probably wouldn't have instigated that fight until I was sure I had an advantage. But thanks for watching all the Terra Invicta stuff. I don't want to beat the dead horse. It would take way too long to stream more of this campaign. And we need to get a little bit of variety in before RIMworld and Victoria 3 Super Show. Okay? So, day off tomorrow. No stream Sunday, I think. And then you should get 2 or 3 streams this week, because there's going to be like 1 or 2 more days off, and then we're just going to rest, and then we're going to no life RIMworld or RIBworld Friday, Saturday, Sunday at least, if not also Monday. And it's just going to be a grind. We're just going to grind out, play the new content, very excited, and then Vicky 3. I'm also going to use this time off to do some research on the dev blogs and find out all the information I can on Vicky 3 so I can learn the terminology and not go in, because that is not a game I want to have to learn on stream. Because it's going to be, like, worse than learning Terra Invicta on stream, probably. So I'm going to try and do some prep. Good night. Hope you guys had a nice Saturday. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed the RIBworld talk earlier and the 5 or 6 hours you got of Terra Invicta. I'm going to play this more myself and just see kind of where the game goes so I can play silently and just sort of vibe it out. Whew. I gotta go find some food. Now I have to learn Vicky 3 because I want to know what's going on. I mean, the first few streams of any grand strategy game is where the learning occurs. So, that'll be the best time to tune in. So it comes out on the 25th. So we'll be playing it on the 25th or the 24th. Enjoy your Sunday. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for subs, gift subs, and for watching all the Terra Invicta. Some of you got burnt out. I understand. I get it. It was a lot. And it gets repetitious after a while. But that's why we're going to say that's a good place to call it. Because if we didn't at least get to fight, then what was the point? So I wanted to at least get there. But I had a lot of fun. I think it's a great game that just needs more work. But I've had a really great time. No regrets in the time that I spent or the money that I spent on it either. Only 8.1% of players have won a space battle without losing a ship. Oh, that was a space battle against the servants. 20% of players have built their first ship. 10% of players have won a space battle. But possibly when this game actually releases out of early access, assuming some good changes have come, I have some ideas about things I might want to do in the future. And we'll definitely play it again somewhere around then. Okay? Because I think replayability is pretty high in this, but I'm wondering if there's not room for some edited content. Alright, chat. I'm gonna send you guys off. Let's go do a raid. I was probably gonna raid Sim yesterday, but the internet cut out, so let's go raid Sim today. How about that? His Babu just got out of the hospital, and I'm sure he's hoping that things get back to normal shortly. So let's go give him some love. Check him out. Give him a follow if you haven't already, chat. And I'll see you guys over there while I go grab some food. Come back on Monday. Okay? Good night. GG indeed. God, that was fun. Now get out of here. The Terra Invicta arc is officially over for now. Long live the RIBworld Vicky 3 arc. Don't raid me, Foaming Jetty. You are immediately getting ushered into Simcopter's channel